Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? For those who follow on stream, YouTube, Facebook, for those who follow my short reel TikToks under ApeCS895, how's everybody doing this evening? And welcome to Scooby Doo Thursday Open Mic Night, where the viewers are allowed to come on live here with me and cousin Jesse and share your experiences. I hope everybody's doing great tonight. How you doing, Sister Belia Hernandez? How are you? How you doing, brother Joel? How you doing, Sister Madeline Schapp? Got my Scooby Doo shirt on for tonight. If there's any crimes to solve, we'll do it for a Scooby snack. I'm gonna share this live to the other groups that I share with real quick. We're all shared up. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. I'm feeling a little bit better than what I was feeling yesterday. Uh, Doing somewhat better, but I'm still recuperating for what happened to me at the location where they did the sleep study. Still recuperating for that, but I'm doing better. All I know is, had an experience, and I know that the Heavenly Father is with me, and that's all that matters. If anybody tries to do something to me or come at me in a negative way, the Heavenly Father will take care of those coming or trying to do some harm to me in any kind of way, shape, or form. The reason I say that is because of what I experienced yesterday, or should I say, was it yesterday when I experienced it? I believe so. What happened to me during the day uh, might be 2 days ago when I did the test. I can't remember. almost had an accident in the morning uh, where I'm driving and I lose, and I didn't fall asleep. It just, it's like I forgot what I was doing. I mean, not that I forgot what I was doing. It's just the way it happened. It was like weird. Supposed to go across the lights and turn the left, and I cut off in front of the car. Luckily, the car was turning to the to the left, or else we would have collided. When that happened, I said I need to take my arse to the house, and I went and lay down and got some more rest. But doing good. No, yesterday cousin Jesse couldn't see, so he had to cut it early night. He was probably having problems seeing, so I sent him an invite, see if he'll join. Uh, but besides that, I want to. There's cousin Jesse right there. Oh, there you go with the merch. Let's see that. Oh, that's right. Back up. There you go. Look at that. Oh, the guy in the back is facing backwards, eh?
Yep, yep. Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing? Welcome in to Scooby Doo
Yeah,
Open Mic
Thursday.
Night.
Hey, cousin,
Oh, that's nice, man. That's a better one than the one I got. Let me see who's in here. Hello, Bella Hernandez. Hello, Joe Burgess. Hello, Madeline.
what you do for a Scooby snack, Scoob?
Mm-hmm. Beyond the Box always brings the Scooby snacks. Is she in here? Yes, she's in here. Hello, Beyond the Box. Do you got the
Yes, you're with the whole
Scooby
gang.
snacks?
Velma and Delma and freaking without the whole gang. Shaggy.
Yep, yep.
I said
Nice.
it's Scooby Doo Thursday. Why not? I'll wear it for Scooby Doo
I
Thursday.
thought about wearing mine, dude, but this is brand new, so this is the new merch. So Beyond the Box said that she did bring the Scooby snacks. She says, "LOL, always. She always brings the Scooby snacks."
Oh, man.
Sorry, it took me a while, man. I was stepping out of the shower, so fresh and so clean, clean. Andaba buscando los anillos y no los hallaba. I left them right here last night. Look, they're right here by my station.
So how's
So
everybody doing?
who's gonna be the one to jump in to open mic night? We're
We're
doing
doing
good,
good.
Monica.
Doing good tonight.
Hello, Bounty Hunting Bear. How you doing?
We're doing
She
great.
don't have it.
I always try to have a good show here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, man. Every night, it's not about how many viewers we get. It's about the quality of what we're talking about and the quality of the interactions we get with the people that are commenting in the chat. Pertaining to what we're sharing, or they give us their insights or what's going on with the picture that we're sharing and stuff like that. That's what we try to do here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters.
Welcome, Melissa.
Uh, I've had where people text me or send me messages on Messenger, where they said if I know who, what's the guy's name? Ooh, I guess what was it? I can't remember. I can't even remember the guy's name. All I know, he passed away, but he used to be a person that would capture pictures also. Oh, Scott Carpenter, that's his name. I told him that I think there was like one time he commented on my photos, and he said that that I'm capturing good images, but that was a long time ago. I really never had spoken to the guy or nothing like that. But I heard he passed away about a year ago, I think, if I'm correct. And sorry to R.I.P. May he rest in peace. I never had nothing against the guy. I seen his works. I seen a couple of videos. Seen a video where there was something by the creek by the hotel he was staying at, that you could see something in the brush blinking his eyes. I remember seeing a video like that, which looked pretty cool. But I'm not here to take away from anybody's work. I'm here to share my experiences and what I capture here as Spiritual Cryptid Encounters. I can only answer for me, for HCS. I cannot answer for anybody else. When people try to compare me to this person or to the works that I'm doing, I mean, I was too busy going through my trials and tribulations that I wasn't paying attention to what somebody else was doing. I was going through my own things, and this works that I've been doing is since I was a kid. I've been fighting spiritually since I was 3 on up. Same thing with cousin Jesse. It's spiritual warfare. We've been fighting. We've been targeted to get eliminated since we were young, but we're still here because we overcame the spiritual attacks, physical attacks, whatever the case is, and we're here. Uh, I'm not here. We're not. I'm not here to find out. What's going on in another group, what they talked about, or about what somebody said. If I wanted to talk about something like that, I would bring it up. But I don't know. When somebody comes into the chat and mentions something that I don't know what they're talking about, I mean, how am I supposed to respond to something that I don't know about because I didn't tune into it or I didn't listen to it? So when I see somebody come into the lobby like that and interrupting what we're trying to talk, to me that's interrupting. There it's like, to me, I feel like they're doing it intentionally, especially when I don't know. I'm not tuning into what other podcasts are doing when I'm trying to do my works here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I'm trying to stay focused on what we do here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I have nothing against anybody, right? I got against anybody. It's just when somebody comes into the chat, I'm always looking at the comments, right? How you doing, Sister Melissa? I'm always looking into the comments, so I'm trying to see if somebody's got a story or somebody's responding to what we're showing, so I can highlight up there and we'll ask a question. Like somebody's asking a question. But when somebody comes into the lobby and they're talking about something that happened somewhere else, that doesn't concern me. To me, that's kind of like disrespectful to what we're trying to do here. If you want to talk about something that happened in another podcast, we'll stay in the other podcast and talk about it there. Don't come in here disrupting what we're trying to do here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. And I don't
Amen.
care who you're affiliated with. I won't hesitate. Listen to me very closely. I won't hesitate to boot you out of stream and out of YouTube because I don't got time to be playing games with anybody. And I see cousin Jesse always apologizing for stuff that we don't have to apologize for because we're not doing nothing. We're just trying to answer everybody's question, and if we don't know what somebody's bringing in here, and I mean, I put it up to people that was always coming in here arguing. Like every time they were popping here, they was always arguing amongst each other, and to me, that's interrupting of the show. It don't take a genius to figure it out. So what I do to solve the problem, I booted them out. Easy peasy, that easy. So I suggest there's a warning. I'm a good guy, but don't take my kindness for granted because like I said before, I won't hesitate to boot somebody out that's coming in here infiltrating, disrespecting the channel. Bottom line, we don't take no BS from nobody. If you got a story, you want to share a story, Tuesdays and Thursdays is open mic night, right? There's times that I have people, that I feel that are cool with the show, and we interact better. That I'll invite people during regular shows like Werewolf Wednesday, with the Bruja show, right? I invite people because I want to invite them. I feel that they're good peoples, and I invite them in, uh, because they're not here to cause problems, or they're not here to say certain things and then go report to somebody else, right? That spiritual encrypted encounters is talking about somebody when they're the ones that are coming in here instigating shit. I'll say it like that: instigating crap. We don't got time for that. We don't. Cousin Jesse doesn't apologize enough. You don't have to apologize to nobody if we're just trying to do our show, and people are coming in here disrespecting our show. Like I said, I will start putting people out. If somebody has a wrench and it's a person that has a wrench, I'll take the wrench away from you. You keep on doing that, I'll take it away. If you have something to say that's dealing with the show open mic night, by all means, hit
Link.
the link that I'm going to post in a few. But don't come in here disrespecting our regular shows when we're talking about something. That's all I have to say. I'll let cousin Jesse say something about that because I know he has a lot on his chest.
Yeah, I don't mind people chatting in the chat, but if it doesn't pertain to what we're talking about, please just wait for open mic night. If you want to talk about cooking, you want to talk about uh, pup named Scooby Doo, just come in on Tuesdays and Thursdays and let it be known what it is you have to say. While we're like Werewolf Wednesdays and we're talking about certain subjects, stick to the subject. If we're talking about a wolf man, I don't want to hear about something that you're cooking. Stick to the topic, please. I mean, that's to steering the conversation away from what we're talking about, and that's not cool. But besides that, hey, welcome everybody, um, and hope everything goes good. Just like I said, it's open mic. If you want
There's
to talk about cooking or whatnot right now, by all means, click the link, come on the chat, and we can talk about it. But like Bruja Fridays, Werewolf Wednesdays, stuff that we usually just talk about one certain subject, keep the chat to the subject. That's all I'm asking. All right, cousin, back to you. If you're ready to start, put that link
and
out
and,
there and let's
and
see who's gonna
first
come
we
on.
want to say that there's nobody here pissed off at anybody.
No, no, no.
We're not mad at anybody. That's the thing. It's just we see what happens. And then sometimes we let things slide. Because we wanna do a show, but there's times that when for any podcaster that you're gonna stand up and do something about it. I just address the issue, and hopefully it gets fixed. You know, it's nothing out of our part. That's all I can say right now. That I don't have to apologize. Cousin Jesse doesn't have to apologize,
And
because it's nothing dealing with us.
and I
We're
hate
just trying to
having
do a
to
show.
apologize. That's not me. Hello, Michelle Delaney. How are you doing? You're
All right,
right,
here we
Joe
go.
Burgess. You're right. Very right.
I used to see a lot of that in the military, man, where people talk behind your back, but then when you face them and you say, "Hey, what's up? I heard you were talking about me." They don't want to
I
say
didn't
nothing to
say
you.
none. I didn't say none.
It's like that's how it was. It's like, or as soon as you turn your back, they're talking about you, or they want to backstab you, or something like that. It's crazy. I mean, if you want to do a show of just gossiping, well, create something. It's about welcome to the create your little page of gossiping, or how to cook, or whatever. you know. But here we go. We've talked enough about what we had to talk about. And yesterday I wasn't feeling well, so they pick a wrong day to come in here because I was recuperating from a procedure. So,
Dude, I went
but I'm
blind.
doing better right now. Thank God. You know.
I went blind, dude. I had to get out early, man. I couldn't.
Cousin
I
Jesse, we had a
couldn't.
bad day yesterday. Cousin Jesse couldn't see, so he had to leave early. And then years of Mizzle, I brought him in to pick, to come in to sit down with here with me because I wasn't feeling well. And we were just going back and forth till like 5 in the morning. I was tired, so I couldn't go to sleep. But finally, I got me some rest.
Thank you, Madeline, for sharing that. Well, does anybody want to jump into the live and share something or talk about something? Now's the time.
I think I had let's see what I got here. Yes, I like hearing story. I mean, if anybody getting stories of supernatural ghosts, I mean, I've had some things happening over here that I can explain. You know, I had a procedure done 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago, cousin, or was it yesterday when I had it
It
done?
was 2 days ago. Today is
Two
two
days.
days.
2 days ago, I had a procedure done where a sleep study, and something happened to me there that it felt like my spirit was leaving my body and it went back into my body. I believe they tried to do something to me when I had the CPAP thing on. Uh, the spirit don't lie. The spirit shows you what's going on. The spirit is not going to show you something that's falsely because the spirit is what protects you, right? So I went through something, and I've been trying to come back to normal for the past 2 days. Coming back to trying to come back to how it was, but when something happened to you because you feel it. You have after effects. One of the crazy things that happened when I was coming home, brothers and sisters, is when I was exiting off the ramp and I was gonna go to the light to turn near my home. Something came from the side while I was driving and hit the side of my vehicle, and you could hear the hard hit, but there was nothing there. I believe it was a DDN that hit the vehicle because it seemed me weak because of the procedure that was done to me, in which they seen an opening to try to attack. And I think last night I was feeling a certain way. Things started happening in the lobby, so I addressed the issues how I was feeling. And sometimes it's not good to address something the way you're feeling because when you're feeling something, you're going to be straight up. You're going to go straight to the point. Some people must say they're going for the juggler, whatever the case it is. Hey, I did what I did, and it is what it is.
Hello,
Uh,
Andres. Hello, Juan.
Here we go. Let's do this. Let me see who we got here. I see Sister Madeline there. Sister Melissa's working at a hospital that has over 5,000. Oh, yeah. But imagine being in the military, man. See, that's okay. I would let soldiers talk shit all they wanted to, but when we're in our CVs and we're out there in the civilian world, it's like I feel like I'm a FUD. A hunting now we go, a hunting now we go. And dudes will be getting drunk. I follow them to each bar. Hunting now will go and catch them off guard. They don't even know what happened to them.
How
That whiskey wabbit.
you doing, Joe L? How you doing? Welcome in.
Beyond the Box knows about all that. She was a security.
Wonderful.
Beyond the Box. I remember Beyond the Box as a security over there in Killeen and Harker Heights. I remember her. She was when she used to work all the clubs. I remember Beyond the Box. She
You have
was
to have a sleep study
fucking tough
done.
cookie, man. Hey, man, you know how tough she was? That even the guys were afraid of her.
Wow. You have to
Yeah.
have a sleep study done next month beyond the box. Good luck with that.
Yeah, beyond the box, man. They're like, I'm not afraid of none of this, but I'm afraid of her. I'm saying, gotta watch out for her. They were like, she'll embarrass you. No, I was a young buck in the military out there. I think it was at out there at used to be called City Lights and was it Sam Station? It used to be called something else at one point in time, but I would see her as when she was security. She just put it this way, she had a reputation, man.
Wow.
Yeah, she had a rep.
So I need to be careful because she wants to take me dancing then, huh?
Be very very quiet. I'm hunting rabbit. I'm a fud. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, she was a legend in her time when she was out there security, man. See, she did worked at the clubs.
Yeah, man. That club where I used to work at, man. There was a guy that came in there, and all he did was stare at me the whole time I was working, right? And then a fight broke out, man, and I dragged 7 people out by myself. Then he showed me his card, man. He was asking me if I wanted to go to work for him doing what do you call that? Bounty hunting. I turned him down, man. Oh, okay, beyond the box. I'll be safe. Cool. I
She got all them handcuffs. She gonna tie you up.
don't know, man. I'll get flashbacks.
Oh man.
There's the link. People, anybody that wants to come up, let's do this. Now's your chance. You want to speak up
Yeah,
about
they were
anything you
hard,
want to
man.
speak about?
But I don't blame them doing what they were doing. Some GIs, when they would get drunk, they get stupid. So they had to get dealt with. I know that there was some clubs. There were always fights in there. I think the one in Harker Heights, I think it's called man. It's a country place. It used to be called Tremors at one time. Uh, Wild Country. I think it's called Wild Country. Yeah, there'll be fights there all the time. There was a Stetson, one little club called Stetson's. A lot of fights. The club that she would work, there wasn't just fights. There was people getting killed, bro.
Yeah, that club where
The
I
the
used
club that
to,
Beyond the Box. Maybe she can share some of her stories of that club.
that
Where
club where I used to work
the
at Primo. Before I started working there, they would take a dead person out of there every weekend. And then I started working there, and everything got better. But there's only so much you can take disrespectfully while you're working. I mean, one time this dude wanted to go in there drinking beer, his beer, and I told him he couldn't go in there. So he got smart and broke the beer bottle at my feet. So I told him, well, now you can't go in there till you clean that crap up. And then he cleaned it up, and I didn't let him go in there anyway. I told him to come back tomorrow. He was
hey,
crying, man.
Beyond the Box. Did you know Tracy? Tracy, she owned like one of those tow. Her and her husband own a tow. There were tow vehicles and stuff like that. Man, she could fight. I remember one time we were at the Wild Country, and there was this girl trying to pick a fight on her, and she said she looked at her, said, "I don't think." She said, "You need to leave me alone because you just need to leave me alone." And they were like, "Yeah, you need to leave her alone because you don't know what she can do." And then the girl kept on messing with her, and she knocked her out with one punch, bro. She hit her so hard that they had to call the ambulance because the girl went into like convulsions and stuff.
Oh wow, she knocked her into next month.
Yeah, yeah, she knocked her with one hit, man. She was
She
my
one hit
friend.
her quitter. She
Yeah,
one hit her
I would
quitter.
hang out with her. She would come hang out with us and party with us. But yeah, she was she was man tough. She was a tough girl, man. She would hit like a dude. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. She knows what I'm talking about.
She hit it. Yeah,
She was tough.
that's
Yeah,
not cool,
man.
man.
she backed me up in a fight one time.
Oh wow.
For reals. So she knows the people I'm talking about.
Who we
Yeah.
got in here?
How you doing, Sister Brenda?
Hello, Bianca.
Hi.
How you doing?
So you remember
I'm
her?
doing good. How are you guys?
All right.
You're doing good. Very good.
So
I'm
you
doing
remember
better since
Tracy?
I got this care package.
Right?
Oh
Yes, I remember Tracy. There
She
was one
was a
time we were at a smaller club, one of the ones in Harker Heights on that little strip,
yeah.
and some guy was messing with her, man. She picked up a whole bottle of Jack and smacked this guy in the head with it and knocked him
hell.
prone out on the floor.
Put him to sleep.
Yep.
She was tough, man, and you cross that line, disrespect her. Watch out, man.
Yep.
Man,
Yep.
yeah. And sometimes she would do dip.
Oh
It would be
wow.
it would have been nice to recruit her to come and work for our company.
She was busy doing the
The
towing
tow
thing.
truck, yeah. Yes. What I don't
Yeah,
even remember what the name of that towing company is. They're still around. I know that.
Wow.
they're still there. They're still there in the same location
Yeah, I
over
I
there
think
by near the old DPS.
yes. Yes. Yep. But she was a rough girl. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
yeah.
She sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Hey, if she watch out, man. If if she done had her JD and stuff, man,
Yes.
ooh, we better watch out.
She was a Jack Daniels girl. Absolutely.
Love Jack Daniels.
I think that's all she drank. I think she had a IV set up for it. Tell you the
An
truth.
IV. Slow drip.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. She would put it in her coffee. In the morning, she would make coffee and put Jack Daniels in her coffee.
Yeah, she had some PK in there, cousin.
If she was tough, imagine her pops, man. Probably a tough dude, man.
I know.
She probably learned all that from her pops. Not unless it was
Yeah.
from her
Hmm.
mom, but she was tough.
She's something else. I'll tell you. God. Those were the days. Just saying.
And she wear her sometimes she would wear a hat,
Yeah.
pinned up and stuff.
Cowboy hat.
Yeah, the straw hat.
Yeah, the straw hat.
Was
Yep.
it black?
I haven't seen her in years. The last
No.
time I seen her was like back in the like 99 2000 somewhere around there. That's the last time I seen her because I stopped
Wow.
going to the clubs. I was raising my son and stuff.
Yeah.
But we used
Oh,
to hang out at the Tejano Country.
yeah. They don't have that anymore. Not out here, I don't think.
No,
They have one in Waco. It's not called that. Um, I know they have a country club in Temple, just on the strip, or just when you get off like down the road from that McDonald's that sits on the corner. Um,
yeah, I think they closed it down. It was called. Yeah, they closed that one down. It used to be a restaurant in Belton or in Temple.
in Temple.
Yeah, it was called Longhorn Saloon.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's it.
they closed it down.
They've been closing down a lot of them. The clubs up there off of 195 in Killeen are all shut down. Um,
Wow.
the only thing that's still open is Dolls, that strip joint
Did
that was behind all of them.
did they close the country bar too?
Yeah, Stetson's, they got closed during COVID for a stupid reason. They were told to keep the doors closed, and they decided to open them up and just have everybody go out on the side patios. And they put a DJ booth outside behind the club, and they got busted. And so it shut them down for good. They haven't opened back up.
Wow.
That's
Yep.
crazy. They did a lot of crap like that over here, man. There's been very few clubs that are still open after COVID. They closed a lot of them down.
Yeah. And that one over there across from Elms Grove, back there, the one that had the
Yeah,
creek
Club
behind
One
it.
Ninety
Yeah.
used to be Club
Now,
190 and changed to different names. Now and they became a comedy
yes.
club. Yeah,
Yes, and that was the one where a lot of people were getting killed. They would
yeah.
have stabbings. They would have. I know that when we were there to clear the parking lot at the end of the night, we would have to take heavy armory and walk everybody out. And there was people that would pull up next to us and say that they were from Dallas and they had their weapons in their vehicle. And if we wanted to tempt them, it's like, oh my God, would you just go home? Get out of here, you know? So it was pretty rough. And it shut down again. And I'm not sure what they're doing with it now.
It's all that activity that's there. I'm telling you, in Elms
Yeah,
Grove,
yes, that's it.
it's bad activity, man. Many people have died there.
Yep.
Uh, Besides the people that died at the club, there was a house that blew up right by the creek. There used to be a
Yes,
brick house.
I remember
Uh,
that.
yeah, the gas line. The I think the inside the house was out of butane. Like they had no
Yes.
lights, but it was like, and it blew up, caved in, and the whole family died.
Well,
Uh,
all the whole family except for their daughter. Their daughter was spending the night with a friend that night.
yeah,
So, but they had just had a new gas tank put in and just had the lines done and everything, and it all passed inspection. And it didn't take but a couple days after they did that happened. And boy, I'll tell you what, when that thing blew up, it rocked the whole freaking neighborhood everywhere. And now
yeah.
it's still an empty lot. Um, there are still people that take teddy bears and stuff up there and put them around and flowers still to this day.
I
I
have a
went by there.
picture, Sister Brenda, of that location. I took a picture of the tree, and you can see what seems to be a native by the tree, like a shapeshifter.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
yeah, because I seen the reefs and the empty lot there, and then they had the other man where he it was an old man that would sell antique weapons, and some teenagers went there and robbed them and killed them, which
Oh
was right by
wow!
the house. If you like, you're going to the mobile home park. To the left, there's a big old open space. There used to be
Yes.
a house there, and that
Yeah.
guy got murdered by some teenagers.
Yeah. Oh, man. So much bad over there. And it was really hard um, when it was open in a club when we were there. It was so hard to work because it's almost like every time that there was a bunch of people there, they were unruly. I mean, people that I never seen act like that other places. They were so different when they were on that property.
The demeanor, because of the things that are there. I'm telling you,
Yeah,
they had to do a lot with it. What they should have done is bless, at least try to bless, but they can attach.
yeah.
I think that's why there was so many deaths there. Like
And
just a lot of crazy stuff would happen, not just there but everywhere in that area.
yeah. And then the Mickeys that blew up across the street.
Yeah,
Yeah, that guy started in that parking lot, went around the corner, started in that parking lot and took off and gained speed and went out of that parking lot and into the parking lot of the Mickeys and hit the gas truck. So, and that was weird because the way he hit the gas truck, it's almost like there was a bomb in his car, not from the truck.
Wow!
It was a very unusual explosion because he had just put the big hoses that they take down off the truck and they put them into the ground to pump the
Uh huh.
gas. He
yeah.
had just taken that out and put it down there when that happened. And
Wow.
he got away from the truck before it blew up.
But nobody died, right?
Just the guy in the car.
Wow. Did they find out who he was?
They probably did. I didn't. I never found anything about it. I know they kept it secret for a while, and they might have, and I just missed it because they didn't say for a long time. And then I heard somebody talking about it, but um, he, as far as I'm to understand, he wasn't a local man. Like
Well,
he wasn't from here. And I thought, well, why would somebody come from somewhere else to blow up a freaking gas station? I don't understand it. So it was strange. That whole area is strange. You still
It
feel
feels.
strange.
Sometimes it would feel like if the land wouldn't want to take its land back. You know,
Yeah,
the house is blowing up. The gas. The mix is blowing up. You know, where like the man where he had his house and he had his land that he got murdered. And, like
right.
yeah, it was like a hit, like a spiritual hit. You know.
Yeah, that's pretty bad too because I mean it's a very well traveled area, but it's you're right. It's cursed. I mean,
A lot of accidents. If you look from Harker Heights all the way that way, a lot of crosses on the side of the highway.
yes.
I had a friend that his son and his best friend's son died in a car wreck. I think that was a family of three that were walking, and they got hit by a car, which was a mother with the children. They get run over. Just a lot of accidents.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very dangerous road.
Yep.
wow.
It is. Even going up the hill and then down into Harker Heights, there's a lot of problems there on that road. I don't know if you remember hearing about it a few years ago that there was somebody that was going through the intersection and had lost control of his car. And across from that, Mickey's, there was a big ditch, and the car ended up in the ditch, and nobody seen it because the ditch was so low. Nobody's seen it or found it for days. And the person in the car ended up dying because nobody seen the accident.
Wow.
Yeah. It was pretty bad. Pretty bad place.
So
I
did you do you feel anything like when you're really working security there? You feel anything strange? You hear any
yeah,
voices calling you or
I've
like
heard we
mimicking
used
voices?
yes, we used to have to park behind the club. Um and when we did, one night I had gotten out of my car. I showed up late, so everybody else was already parked. So I parked, I get out of my car. I heard growling. I was looking around to see if there was a dog standing behind me,
Wow.
and there was nothing there. Um, I kind of walked away and kept looking over my shoulder. I got around the front, and my partner was over there, and I said, "Hey," I said, "I heard some growling coming from back here." He goes, "Well,
Wow.
let's go look. You know, there might be a dog stuck somewhere or something." So we went back there and looked. We heard it again, but we couldn't find anything. And I mean, we had taken our flashlights and looked through the brush that was there, where the water was down there. We couldn't find anything. So he looked at me and he's like, "Well, I'm done here. Let's go." I'm like, "Yeah, right." So, yep,
Oh, that rebel.
that was Rebel.
Yeah, it's rebel.
Well, my instructor when I was going through that security training course beyond the box, he said you don't call it a flashlight. You call it a light producing instrument. That way, if you use it as a weapon, you can't be held liable.
Well, see, this company that I work for, we had to be armed anyways, so we could call it a flashlight because we had something else to defend ourselves with.
I
I
always used
had
to
a,
laugh.
you know, those metal asp that you expand. You know, you flip them and then they expand. Well, I was working in Waco one night, and there was these people at a gas station, and they said, "Hey, there's some homeless person over there, and he's sleeping in the trash by the trash, and he's scaring everybody. Can you go make him leave? So I went over there and I asked him his name, if he had any ID. He gave me a really bad time. And I'm like, dude, you cannot sleep up here on this dock. You cannot be over here. And as I went to walk away, stupid me, instead of backing away from him, I turned my back to him. And he jumped off of that landing, landed on me. Thank God I was really, really small when I was doing that. And I turned and wiggled away from him and got away from him. Well, I took that asp and I slapped it and I beat him. I broke my asp on this man's thigh. I broke it. And my boss my boss was like, I have never, as long as I have ever worked, I've never seen anybody break one of those. I said, well, leave it to me. But come to find out, this guy was a violent sex offender.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I was like, well, then he needed to be. That's what I'm going to say. But yeah, they ended up taking him. Well, they took him to the hospital first. And healed him up, and then they ended up taking him to jail because, well, I was in uniform. It was assault on an officer, so is what they considered it. So he ended up going to jail, which probably been a safer place for him. But the girls at that gas station, they couldn't take the garbage out because this man was scaring the crap out of them. So
From the Mickey's?
It wasn't a Mickey's because I was in Waco. It was like a Shamrock or something like that out there. Because yeah, I worked Killeen, Parker Heights, Austin, Waco. So,
I used to have an axe that was kind of like a stun gun. It had coils wrapped around it, so when you hit somebody with it, it would discharge an electrical charge.
I had one of those too. You could run, but you couldn't hide.
Nope. Thanks.
Oh my God. There was a club out between Rancier and Veterans in Heights, and just a little one. And we were going from over by where the event center was to this little club. They were having some after party. So I got there before anybody else did. And I'm on the phone with my partner, and he's telling me that they're just clearing the parking lot over there. They'll be there soon. And all of a sudden, I looked up, and there was a ball of 20 people came out the back door in a big fight. And I said, wow. Oh my God. He said, what happened? I said, there's 20 people out here fighting. He said, do not go out there. Stay in the car. I'm like, I can't. And I hung up on him. So I go up on them and I hear somebody say, dude, there's an officer behind you. There's an officer behind you. And he goes, I don't care. And when he turned around, I happened to be right behind him. And he punched me flat in the mouth. Well, just then, everybody showed up. And I was bleeding. My mouth was bleeding. He had knocked a tooth loose. And I looked at somebody else. I said, tase him. So they tased him. They had him on the ground around the back. And he was laying on his back with his hands cuffed behind him. And they were trying to get his information out of him. And he was being stupid. So he kept saying, I didn't do it. It was an accident. I didn't mean to hit her. I didn't mean to hit her. Well, I went to walk over there to get something, and they had him stretched out so much. I tried to miss him, and I stepped on him in between his legs. And he screamed at me, and I said, oh, I'm sorry. That was an accident. I was like, man, whoops.
That's all kind of wrong. You stepped on his giblets. That's messed up.
He had baggy pants on, so I really didn't even know where I was stepping. And it was dark. It's like, oops, that was an accident.
Did you feel a crunch?
I knew I stepped on something and I backed my foot off. It's like, oh, whoops. And I had steel-toed boots on, so yeah, that
Oh
wasn't
man,
very good.
Ooh. He probably talks like he lost his voice.
Right?
Manhood.
He did.
he became soprano.
And he's like, it's my 21st birthday. And everybody started laughing at him, telling him, well, you'll never have kids now. I was like, dude, my partner says, I know you did that on purpose. I said, me? No. And they just looked at me and laughed. I was like, come on. Wasn't that serious. All he did was give me a fat lip. I mean, I wasn't mad, really.
She made scrambled
Yeah.
eggs.
She's the one that created huevos rancheros.
Right?
That's crazy, man. He had it
Oh,
coming.
gosh.
He had it
Yeah.
coming.
Well, and he had gotten into a fight at the other club before they went to the after party, and we had him detained then and handcuffed. And Harker Heights police came and let him out of his cuffs and told him to go on. So then he started more when he got to the after party. So I was thinking to myself, they just didn't want to do the paperwork. Well, look at us now. Look where we have become. Here we are.
Yeah, I had that kind of experience when I worked at club. This lady broke a beer bottle on a guy's face, and I grabbed her and took her out. I was about to handcuff her. She tried to turn Bruce Lee on me, and she was kicking and punching. I was blocking. Then I grabbed her by an arm and took her down to the ground. And somebody hit me with a beer bottle, so I tried to call 911. Well, I called 911, and that other girl jumped on me and basically ripped my uniform shirt off of me. So when the cops did get there, I got arrested because there were 7 bodies on the ground. I'm covered in blood.
You're like, I didn't do it.
No, and then she tried to add a charge. They sent a female cop, and she tried to say that I tried to attack her, which that never happened.
Oh, I remember another thing that happened at that club across from Elms Grove. There was a guy who was in there with his wife, and apparently he was cheating on her. So the other woman showed up there, right? And she was mad. So she left. Well, when the wife come outside, she showed back up like this white van,
Monica.
and she jumped out and she started to stab this woman.
Oh.
And we went over there and kept telling her to drop the knife, and she wouldn't. So one of the guys with us, he had to shoot her. She literally was just stabbing this woman to death. And
Wow.
so we had to take her down. And when we're taught, we don't shoot to wound people. You get sued when you wound people. You shoot to stop the threat, period. So, yeah, I've only had to do that with one person, and it was up by the 195 clubs. My partner was working at one of the little clubs up there, and I guess something happened, and this guy had got thrown out. Well, I came in the parking lot and parked. And as I'm walking up there, I see this guy standing there with a 357 by his side, and he is not paying attention to me. So I draw my weapon and I yelled at him to drop it. And he just flinched. He flinched. He went to pull that gun up to shoot my partner who had his back turned. And I got him right in the head. And that was it. I did not have a choice. So yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah, been there. Beyond the box, I had to do the same thing. Got stabbed right there,
Yeah.
right here. So it was a close up shooting, and I still remember every time the bullets would go in his body, his whole body glowed red from the powder burn.
Yeah. I mean, and I'll tell you, I spent a lot of years carrying a gun for a living. And there has only been twice that I have ever had to shoot anybody. And it is not a good feeling. It really isn't. But I always had to say every time I left the house that no matter what, I was going home. So
The audio is kind of distorted. Yeah, Scott was saying the same thing. I don't hear
is it
you.
me?
Anything that's
I might be a little loud and it might be bouncy. How is it now?
well, I don't know. Edna and Scott are the ones that were saying that the sound kind of messed up.
I don't know. I hear it loud and clear.
I hear it
Mine,
loud and clear. Well, unless it's me again.
it might be feeding back from whatever you're using. Are you using your tablet?
It's Scott says when B talks comes the rumbling sound.
Hmm.
Madeline says it sounds good now.
Yeah. Let
I
me make sure I don't got no links open over here. That'll be causing it.
Walks with Bear says yes. We be wobbling the sound.
I just heard it when he talked.
How about there?
You gonna call her the B box?
How about there?
Is
I still heard
Maybe
it.
that better, guys? I mean, ladies and gentlemen, is that better? I know it's not me, and thank you. Monica
Okay.
says she's been hearing it since Beyond the Box came on.
it could have been that I had something on over here. I don't know.
How you doing, Ben YouTube, and welcome in.
I'm looking at the thing. I'm not peeking. So,
Hello, Rain, welcome in.
anyways, so I will go ahead and go so you guys can talk. I'll go back into the chat
Okay,
if I can remember how to get out.
no problem,
All right.
Mr. Brenda.
And she's gone.
I'm
Is
trying
that
to find the picture from. It's an old picture that I got from over there. Oh man, I got so much stuff here.
Yeah, I know where she's coming from, man. I worked at club scene as well, cousin. So I went through a lot of stuff like her. Could have been a fan YouTubing. That's why I turned mine off before I even came on the live because it makes noise. But yeah, cause I worked the club scene, man. And I know everything she went through. The sound is still there. How she's gone, Monica?
So they're hearing the sound.
Yeah, that it's still doing it. That it wasn't her. Could be me. I don't know. Is it me, guys? Yeah, man. I worked the dive clubs over here in Fort Worth a couple of years, man. So I know everything that goes on in a bar. Ella says it's still doing it when you talk, primo.
When I
Talk
talk,
and yeah.
it's from me.
Well, that's what Edna says. I don't know if it's you or it's me because we're the only two left here.
Mm, let me log out of this.
Scott says that still here and Abe got it.
I do got the AC on over there, so I can hear the AC. The air
Monica
conditioning.
for sure it was echoing when Abe talks.
Just I'm echoing.
Yeah.
Hello, 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 hello.
You're echoing now. Rattling. Oh man, something is definitely wrong here. Ever had an itch you can't scratch, cousin?
We're gonna have to get a Scooby snack to identify the
The
sound. I think I don't know. I know there's a sound in the background over there. It's my AC that's on. The house AC that's making a noise. Distance
no, man, it is. I'm listening to you now, and it kind of sounds distorted, man.
distorted.
Yeah, like an echo. Let me turn my sound down and see if it's me. I'm gonna turn my sound down.
Hello, hello. Can y'all hear me? Test, test. One, two, three. Would you do it for a Scooby snack? It's saying Jesse, turn your device down. Abe got the rumble sound. Uh, I got everything off. I turn off the YouTube. I turn off. Yes.
That's as far as it'll let me turn it down beyond the box. I have to turn it back up now.
Let me see. Let me see something here. Can you hear me there?
Oh,
How about there?
it's echoing now.
Test, test.
You got some squelch on there as well.
How about there?
Still got some squelch. It's like a little dinging sound.
Yeah, it's making a noise every time I press the volume. I don't know.
So
I
is
don't
it me
know.
or cousin?
I don't know, cousin. Let me shut my volume. Oh,
So
let me turn off my volume. Let me see. Wait up. No, it won't let me turn off the audio.
Monica says when Jesse talks it's great, but when Abe talks it's horrible. Did you turn your volume down, cousin, or it won't let you?
On the
Abe,
computer.
Abe don't even have a phone. Abe is on a computer.
I'm on a computer.
Is your phone close to the computer?
Yeah, but it's not on.
Yeah, mine is right here, but it's not on either.
I have been having Wi-Fi issues where it's giving me like 1 bar, 2 bars. So it could be that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like beyond the bear. Beyond the walks with bear.
There is a AC. My AC is on, so it's blowing the back over there, but to the far right. Maybe let me move it back some. How about there?
We have hit the 1 hour mark, cousin.
Let me see. Turn on my see how it sounds on YouTube.
Edna says it's okay. She can deal with it.
Hello, hello, hello.
Echo, 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 echo.
See how it sounds on YouTube.
said it's okay. She can dig. Hello, hello, hello. Echo, echo, echo.
It sounds like somebody's breathing in the mic, man. That's what it sounds like. Like somebody, it sounds like somebody breathing into a mic.
Walkman Bear says record it and play it back. Bet something is trying to talk.
That's what it sounds like to me. Like somebody's breathing into the mic.
And
Yeah,
I don't have an external mic here, man. And my the mic that on this tablet is internal. So
yeah, and mine is in a computer. It literally sounds like somebody's breathing into a mic.
yeah, I know, Monica. It got me off the live the other day, but hey, once I got up, yeah, I had a great live. Let me see.
I mean, see, I'll back out, cousin, and I'll send you. Let me reset the link. It could be the link.
All right, man. Let me back out then.
I'll send him another link. Hello, hello. Is it still making that noise? Is it me? Is it me? They say it's gone now.
All right, I hope so. Is it me? Is it me? Is there an echo, 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 echo?
It said it wasn't. It wasn't me. But you just came in. We'll find out.
It's gone now.
They say it's gone now.
Cool.
No, nothing open in my computer.
Now I closed the two that I had open, and so
Yeah, I reset the link and send it.
okay, then it's gone. Alrighty then.
It was a link then because I reset the link and sent them a fresh link. Yeah,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more water. Need some water.
so they want you to sing, cousin Jesse. Yeah, I refreshed the link and sent them another link. Could have been the link. It literally sounded like somebody was breathing on the mic. We'll figure it out. That'll cost y'all a box of Scooby snacks. Where's cousin Jesse? Could make the laugh. Hey, cousin Jesse, this is gonna cost him a box of Scooby snacks. Where's the Scooby love, cousin?
Scrooby snacks.
There you go. Yeah.
Well, what about you wanted me to what? The same?
Uh,
Everybody, have you heard? It's a brand new game, and the strokes are word. No need no rhythm.
the bird is a word. Open mic
So
night. We got a
stick
new.
man, you got
I'm
your
gonna.
number, girl.
I want to paste it right there. Anybody want to jump on? Where's Sailor Nemesis? She had so much to say yesterday. Where's she at today?
Probably cooking.
She's got all them
Y'all,
stories of
did y'all
the
like
house.
my choice of song? Stroke man, you got your number down.
Stroke man. I think I got something I could share with y'all. I think I sent it. Let me see if I can find it.
Hey man, maybe she's out there investigating that puppy that turned into a guard dog.
Right. And
I think she
what
went to go.
location was
I
that?
think she went to go meet Stripes.
There we go. I got something for y'all. I got something for y'all.
What the hell? I see you with your red eyes, you son of a dog.
Do you see him?
I see him. Can't miss him.
You see what the viewers think about that? I got the full picture. This when I used to go walking around the mall. I took a selfie and that photobombed me in the background.
Look at that thing, man. Eyes are red, all demonic, or he's been smoking some hella good weed. If that's the case, I want some. Wow, cousin. That's that's cool as hell, man.
You see my hair right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, that's not a Bigfoot, Monica. That's a lycanthrope, a loup-garou, a werewolf. That's crazy, man. Andres Carizales says it's like a picture from the woods are haunted.
From the woods are haunted.
Yeah, that's what Andres said.
Yeah, that's from on the side. I would go walking around the mall, Temple Mall. There was some woods there, and I would always feel like somebody was looking at me. So I had finished my walk and I took a selfie. To say something positive, to keep self being self motivated, and I capture that image.
Wow, that's crazy, man. It's probably the one that's looking for you to fight with you, man, because you peed in his living room.
Talking about territorial, no?
Yep, yep.
It looked like it got a nose, primo.
It looks like he has like a snout.
The snout.
Yeah, those things that are shining right there. Those aren't eyes, man. Those are teeth. It's showing you fangs. Yeah, those are fangs, cousin. Those aren't eyes. Those are fangs, man. Lucky I don't have my box cutter.
Yeah.
That's a good capture. This was outside the mall over there where Abe lives, Madeline.
When I mean that I told you that they followed me all the way to Temple, I wasn't lying. There's a proof. It followed me all the way to Temple.
That's a good picture, cousin.
I got the full picture of it. If y'all want to see it, I can look for it. Okay, let me go back to the live here.
You welcome, Monica.
Yeah, I got the full picture where it photobombed me. If y'all want to see
That's
that,
good.
I just gotta look for it. Look into the all these pictures. I have a lot of pictures that I haven't even made show reels out of that are in spiritual and cryptid encounters and in positive spiritualists. Yeah, it's freaking huge. I'll show you the. Let me go look for the regular picture of it. It's pretty massive. This one was taken in Temple, Texas, by the mall. There was a wooded area. Now most of those woods are knocked down because they're building homes there. Imagine that they're building homes where this big entity is.
And then the people that live there are gonna complain that they see things and that their apartment's haunted. Where you took the place where it lived. Where do you want it to go?
I would have to look into the archives one more time to get the other photo of it. Uh, Let me go in there into the archives and get it. I'll get you the original photo so you
All
can
right.
see how tall it really is. That's just a crop from where he was standing in the woods.
So, people, what do you think about this picture? Do you think those are eyes, or you think those are fangs that it's showing? I thought they were eyes at first, but after looking at it better, I realized that those are not eyes; those are fangs. I can't see any ears so far, but they're probably in that bush right there. The leaf is on top of his head. That's probably covering up his ears. Yeah, that really is a great picture, right, Monica H? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show the original, but that's just a close up of it.
Hey,
Let me
man,
get
that's
the original
you said you
because you can.
saw it by the mall.
Was that?
You said you saw it by the mall.
Well, I took a selfie. There was a parking lot, and I took a selfie. And the trees were behind me, and that was in the when I look at the picture, that's what
Well,
photobombed me.
that's probably that stripe that Sailor Nemesis was talking about. He wanted to go buy some Nikes. No, Monica, it does not have Down syndrome. The eyes are not that low. Down syndrome werewolf. Oh man.
I'll look for the regular photo in a moment. That's
No,
what I'm looking for right now. Anybody wants to
do
jump on and share a story? Open mic night.
you live close to Temple Mall, Monica? What's going on, little brother? How you doing? It's open mic night.
Monica
If you want to jump
lives
on,
here in Temple.
huh?
Sister Monica lives in Temple.
I don't know. That's what I was asking her. How you doing, Lawrence Morgan? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Dick, what's up, lady? How you doing, ma'am? What you think about this picture, Dick? Look at it. Yeah, she lives in Austin, Primo, but she wanted to go there last week to the mall. Her brother wanted to go to the mall last week.
Sometimes I go to me and my wife. We go in Austin over there to
Have a good
there's
night.
a couple of clubs
Amy.
out there. Sometimes we'll go out there to dance. Let me find the. I'm looking for the picture right now. Once I get to it, just I don't know what's up with the internet. It's going real slow.
There's probably too many devices hooked up. That's why it's running slow, cousin. Right? He's looking for the bigger picture so you can see how big it really is, but his internet is running slow. So your little dog types, isn't it? Cool. That's good training. It said bye for you. You're already showing fear, Monica. You gotta be brave and not fear. As long as you don't have fear for it, it's not gonna do nothing to you. You don't have a spiritual opening. I'm telling you from experience because I stared one down. I try, Monica. I try to give a little humor to the situation. Here on this channel, Abe is the straight guy, and I'm the plucky comic relief. But yeah, don't go around being scared, Monica, because that's just a spiritual open waiting to happen. Yeah.
What I'm gonna do, I'm taking as I'm going. I'm taking screenshots of pictures that I'm gonna share with y'all here. Well, Scott Baker wants to come to the stream. Oh, where's he at?
Oh man, Monica says she don't want that Down syndrome DDN near her. What kind of? Oh, what's going on, man? How you doing? Welcome in, Scott.
Yeah, can you guys hear me all right?
Well, I hear you fine.
Okay.
How you doing,
No,
Scott?
no,
I
no,
gotta go.
no, no, no.
Yeah, I gotta go.
You're gonna have to turn off your YouTube because you started coming garbled now. What kind
Is
of
it
razzle
garbled?
dazzle? What kind of razzle dazzle you want, Madeline?
Is it garbled?
No, that sounds better.
Okay. Yeah, I've got mine all the way up. Volume.
Gilbert wants the link, cousin.
Does he have a shirt on?
I hope you're not showing your breast assistance, Gilbert. Put a shirt on. There's the link, little brother.
Yeah, that looks like a werewolf, that picture.
Yep.
Yeah, those illuminous the eyes, if it is eyes, they're way too low. I think you
Those
may
are
be right,
fans.
Jeff. These look like fangs that are
Yep.
glistening off the sun some way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's almost down. And I thought I saw kind of a snoot too, kind of a, you have to kind of look at it with your periphery, but it does look like a three-dimensional, kind of a little snoot, sticking out kind of
Yeah, it
thing.
does.
But it's hard to, but yeah, I think those I mean, if their eyes are way too low, because that's almost, you can tell like that's down by the mouth area, because
Yeah, yeah.
when you shoulders and then that head, there's no neck, but yeah, that looks more like a werewolf head than a big head.
Yep. Those are fangs, man. That's the only thing that can be. Those are fangs.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the more I look at it, if Abe can get that big picture up, then that
Yeah,
might
he's looking for it. He's looking for it and getting closer
maybe the
closer to
definite.
target.
If you use a definition, a different screen, or a like a filter, maybe that will bring out those fangs better. Maybe sometimes using those different filters bring out kind of a different angle.
Are you in the lobby, little brother?
What's that?
I was talking to my little brother. He wanted to come on the show as well.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a couple of stories, but you guys, you tell me when.
Nice hat, man.
Yeah, I saw you guys wear it. I gotta grab my hat. I've always worn a hat since I was like 4 years old. I've always wore baseball hats, and I don't know, man. If I ever start a business, it'll be a hat business. I love hats.
Yeah, I have a bunch of hats, man. I gotta have a hat on. If I don't have a hat on, my ball spot gets cold. Yeah, right, Edna. We don't ever know. We don't. Our eyes don't really pick them up. It's the camera that picks them up.
I'm going into my archives on spiritual encrypted encounters, and I'm finding some weird pictures in here. So when I'm done with them, I'm gonna crop them so you can check them out. Tell me what y'all think about them.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Lawrence. We are
yeah.
newsies. We newsies today. Hey, Gilbert, did you get the link or not? Let me know, man.
Oh, there he is. I think he's there. I see Scott Baker. I
Scott
don't see.
Baker's evening already.
There he is.
Oh, little brother, how you doing, man? Oh, YouTube, turn off your YouTube, man.
Going on? Hold on. I thought I turned it off.
Oh
Hold on.
no, that's
Let me
not good,
look.
man.
How's that?
What do y'all think? How does it sound to y'all? Say something, man.
Yeah, yeah. That sound better?
Yeah, sounds a little better.
Okay.
So how's it going with you over there, man? You found Bigfoot yet?
Man, just working, brother.
Oh, now you froze.
Hey,
Man, can you?
No, you frozen, man, and your audio is pretty bad too. It's garbled.
Ya valió puro.
No, man. Oh, man. Ben, ended up being here doing the show with Abe has been training me to somewhat where he posts a picture. Now I can automatically see where it is. So yeah, I've learned a lot being here on the lab with cousin Abe. Before I could see him, but it would take me a while to see him, but not anymore. As soon as he posts a picture, I know what I'm looking at as soon as I see it. I mean, it doesn't take me long to spot it. You want to send him a fresh link, Primo? There you go.
There we go. How's that sound? That
Say
sound better?
something. Sounds a little better.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi over here is not that great, bro. I'm out here in the boondocks out here. Been looking for Sasquatch since I've been here, man. I ain't seen them yet.
Hey man, you gotta bait him. You gotta get some of those Jack hot links, man. That beef jerky that'll bring him out.
Hey, hey, carnal, I keep hollering for him. Grrrr.
Hey man,
Just
you're not hollering for Bigfoot when you do that. You're trying to gain contact with your wife.
you stupid. You ass.
She called today, man. She's doing all right, man. She's doing a little pain,
Yeah.
but she's doing all right, man.
Yeah, I talked to her earlier. She's got a she's got an appointment with pain management tomorrow.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Uh, while my cousin's busy, Scott, you want to share something? You want to share something, Gilbert?
Yeah, yeah.
Man,
You can share something. I'm looking for the picture.
Okay. So who wants to share?
just basically, man, I've been looking out here, man. I just don't feel nothing. Don't see anything.
You need to use
Uh,
your phone. Take a video of what's going on, and then try to slow it down and see what you can pick up. That's what Abe does, man.
oh, okay. Okay, I'll try that. I'll
Just,
try that tomorrow, actually.
yeah, just take a video while you're out there, and then after you finish the video, come back and reduce the speed and see what you see.
Oh, okay. I'll try that tomorrow. We're basically out in the middle of nowhere, man. Out there in no man's land. People living out in the boondocks, like trying to stay away from the city, man.
Yeah, well, I just told him how to do it, Monica. Maybe he'll record something and get back to us and actually find patas grandes.
Hey, I'm see if I can find chupacabras out here too.
Be careful, man. You might find Waldo before you find Bigfoot. you, Scott, you got something you want to share?
Yeah, I got a couple stories. Um,
Well, the platform
so,
is yours.
so this is I'm going to set a little biblical foundation first about this first story. Um, so, uh, I was uh, told to talk to this woman up at work, and she was very spiritual. So I made introduce myself, and she said, "Oh, they have a Bible study, and then they need another house because the other one they were doing, people were moving out or some other situation, and that was a year before I met her. So, anyways, I have this house, and I don't have any furniture really, and so I go, well, my house is free, so and so and they said we have this pastor. He's from India, up by Darjeeling, which is kind of like in the north, the very north part of India. You don't know the country India, and he was a major in the Indian Army, and he got called out by Jesus Christ to get into the ministry. And it's once you join the military, it's really and then I'm just giving you a little background on this. This story is it's impossible to get out of the military. Once you join, even in India Army or whatever. He was a major, and he's very intelligent. He's got that kind of the British accent and so forth. And he was coming to America, and one of my friends, he met him over in Israel. So they kind of got together, became friends. So anyways, with this acquaintance at work, they kind of knew them too. So anyways, long story short, so it set up this this foundation about, oh, we're going to do Bible studies in my house. So I don't even have really a table or anything. So all of a sudden, miraculously, people go, well, I have a dining room table, so they bring the dining room table in, and, it's got, 2, 4, 6 chairs or whatever. And then somebody else goes, well, I have a love seat and a sofa, So they start bringing the sofas in and stuff, and I'm going, and I didn't think anything of it. So, and I'm pretty green, about the Bible and so forth, but, I was very interested in it. And so anyways, this went on because he's visiting here. So he's over, over in this country for like a month. And my friend, he's also staying in my house. I have a room for him to stay, which has a significance in this story. So, and he also films the Bible study. So we go on and on, like, I don't know, like 5 days a week Bible study. I mean, it's like a crash course in Bible stories and Bible verses and Bible, topics. And so it's like, I'm really interested in it. But what I'm really more interested in is after, in the middle of the Bible study, he picks up this guitar and starts singing these old hymnals, like the whole Rugged Cross. And it was real. I had a laugh inside. I'm going like, are you kidding me? He's singing these and playing these songs, these old biblical songs, these old, old-timey songs. And I'm like laughing inside going like, are you kidding me? Like, wow. I mean, this is like unbelievable. And again, he got called out of the military as a preacher. And, I don't want to go into that story right now, but I'm going to stay on topic on the story, what happened to me. So anyways, so one night in general, I think it must have been, generally it was Fridays and Saturdays that we would, because I think it was Fridays that we would have the Bible study. And then I remember like Saturday and Sunday, he wouldn't be there, but it would be kind of like our Bible study. So anyways, this must have happened Friday night, what happened to me. So anyways, so the topic, I'm not sure about this, but something like Pastor Lance, it was his, we call him Pastor Lance. And, he was talking about something in one of the chapters, and it was generally the New Testament, Matthew, Luke, John, and so, something came up, the topic about heart, HEART, like something to do with some scripture regarding heart, like faith and heart or something of that sort of nature. So, and I think I might have said something, regarding that, or, maybe I made a comment about it, but I wouldn't really talk too much because I knew absolutely hardly anything about the Bible. But it was really interesting, the music, and I really gravitated to that, and I would listen, and most of it would go in one ear and out the other. I didn't know, So anyways, let me get to the story. So that's kind of the background of the story. So, anyways, my friend, he's in the other room sleeping. So I go to bed. So I get up in the morning. So I have a dream, and this dream is like, okay, let me describe the dream. So I'm seeing myself, and I see a hand. It's like a white hand with long fingers, and the fingers press into my heart, right on the left-hand side, and goes in my below my breast. It goes in there, and it was like, and I remember my dream is like, it felt kind of uncomfortable, like out, not, it's almost like you get pinched, but I don't know what the feeling was, but it was like, uncomfortable, like ow, kind of thing. I didn't say that in the dream, but I see this finger, like it's going into my skin, through my breast, inside. And I'm going like, I didn't say ouch or anything, but so anyways, that was the end of the dream. And so I wake up, in the morning, and I go and take a shower, right? I stand up shower, it's a bathroom and a half kind of thing. So, I'm in the shower stall taking a shower, And I put my hand on my breast, and it's like, it's kind of tender. Like, what's going on? I mean, I had that dream, and I'm trying to remember the dream kind of thing, right? So I get out, I dry and everything, and I put my clothes on, and I look down at my breast, right where your heart is. Guess what, man? I mean, I have hair on my chest, right? There was a size of a silver dollar with no hair, It was like shaved in a circle, like no hair.
Mm.
Can you imagine?
Wow.
No hair. I mean, it was shaved bald, like the size of a silver dollar. And I'm going like, so I call my friend. I'm not going to mention his name, but I go, take a look at this, and I said, I had this dream last night of this hand and the finger, like going right through my skin, like, right below, like where your heart would be, and I said, it felt kind of uncomfortable in that dream. And he looked at it and he goes, wow, kind of like, as a witness, I didn't take a picture or anything. And so that was kind of the one story, I don't know. Just what do you guys think about that one?
That's weird.
That's
Isn't that weird?
That sounds like you're being succubus.
I don't know.
I've never had that experience.
But it was
Except for
something
that.
You're lucky it wasn't the Hugubus succubus.
I was thinking, all
You
I
talking
can
about
mention
fingers?
all I can mention is something to do with, this
That's what they
Bible.
attack, man. They're attacking your privates, man.
No.
For guys a succubus, and then for women is the incubus.
Right.
That would explain all those dreams where you kind of don't wake up dry.
Well, I kind of accounted in it because of this Bible study. I was, as I thought back, like, what were we studying last night? Friday night, because this happened Saturday morning. Like, I remember something about heart. We're talking about something, verses of the heart or something.
Welcome, you're so missing.
So, I thought I'd shoot that story out and, just share it with you guys, to see, like, but it was like, you could see like the finger, like I could see the, not really the hand, the palm, but like the finger, like it was like white. It was like a white finger, and it like went right through my, right through my
Like a spirit.
skin, like, yeah. I mean, just like poked, like, it's like somebody poking you really hard, that kind of like that. It would be like somebody poking you really hard, that's what it kind of felt like, but it like went in.
He's in Washington.
So
he's in Washington, Monica.
So that was kind of an interesting story, and it's like, but the other thing was, again, that hair, on my chest, it was shaved in a perfect circle right below, like where, like a size of a silver dollar, that size,
Wow.
like perfect shaved. It was like, man, that's real. Something happened. And so
It's way over here, guys. Remember the picture showed you earlier?
Yeah, I see it. I see the.
That's how far away it was from me.
Yeah, I see it.
wow.
Right
I
here.
wonder if you zoom it in, but yeah.
That's like super
Yeah.
wide. He's like, really? Oh my God.
There he is.
Oh wow. I see it
That
now.
is huge. Oh,
Yeah, Lawrence. Chesticles, Lawrence. Exactly. You're welcome, Monica. Yeah, he probably didn't read when you asked him what state he was in. Yeah, he's been
Yeah, I'm
in.
in right now I'm in
been-
Chehalis, Washington, Monica.
I just wanted to show you how far it was.
Yeah,
Pretty-
that's
pretty-
a good.
Yeah, he wasn't that far from me, primo.
That's a good 50 feet.
The
And
mall,
on
the
you.
mall, the mall, the mall's over here to the left. There's a road, and there was this. I'm standing
Ooh,
in the parking lot here. There's a parking space, and I'm standing in front of it, and the woods are back here, and that's what came out in the background.
That's crazy, man. He was like 50 to 100 yards away from you,
Yeah,
man.
man. I was trying to lose weight, man. I was walking. Every time we passed through here, I walk along the road over here. You can probably see the pavement over here. I could feel like something was watching me from this section. So I went on just took a picture and captured it. It's right there. There it is.
Oh, that's crazy, man. But
Did you
those
ever
are
go back?
found.
That I'll let the show continue with stories and stuff.
yeah.
That's great. Did you
Uh-huh.
ever go back there, Abe, and measure
I
how
seen
high,
yes,
how
Mizzle is
tall he
here too,
was?
right? Yeah, if you want to jump on, I'll send a link. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just wondering, Abe, if you went back there to measure how tall he was, on that tree, that he was in
Yeah,
that tree, you know.
I just didn't want to go in there because it looks like there's nothing but poison ivy
Oh, I
around all
gotcha.
that area.
Oh, I see.
I
Yeah.
didn't want to step in there. You can't see what's on the ground. So probably snakes
Wow.
and stuff. Screw that.
Yeah.
Hey, Primo. I was out here basically out in the middle of nowhere, and I was heading another load, and then I said elk crossing. I went about 5 miles down the
Mhm.
road talking about bear crossing. I like say what? I like, oh hell no. I just waiting for a bear to come out here and maul me or something, man. Shoot. There's a bunch of mountain lions out here too.
Dang.
No, no, man. I'm safe here in Texas inside my house, man. I don't need to be out there in the woods. I could have something just as easily bite me in my ass here in the house and kill me as I could out there in the woods. My idea of roughing it, bro, is if they ever shut off my bills, that's roughing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm never alone though. It's a big crew out here, man. We got two crews going out here, so I'm never alone. So I don't.
Like I said, man, use your phone, take a video of wherever you are, and then when you get back to the place where you're staying, slow down the speed and see what you get.
Yeah,
That's what Abe
so
did.
it's actually, yeah. The other morning it was just kind
Man, I hate it when I flip this camera over, man, because it gets full body shot, and when I lean in to read, I look like one of the talking heads dude from back in the '80s video.
can y'all hear me? Y'all cut out on me
No,
or what?
no, you're not freezing, but
Yeah.
your mic is open up. I'm always alone too, Lawrence. That's why I
Are y'all
stay.
there? Are you there?
I'm here,
I know if
cause
I lost I know if I lost connection or y'all lost connection.
I see
It was
you.
it was freezing. It was freezing on my end and was saying lost connection.
I see you. I see Scott Gilbert is not here any longer. His there he is.
Yeah. Yeah, it was saying that I lost connection.
You know, you were gone for just a second and you popped back in.
Yeah,
Gilbert
bro.
was gone for like,
My connections ain't great out here, man. I'm having
yeah,
problems with this connection out here and at this motel, especially.
yeah, man. Your audio is coming in really messed up, man. I hear like a cracking sound. Anyway, you said you had another story, Scott.
Yeah, I think I had, you know, I have this story that I think I talked about it, but I wanted to go in little bit more detail to see what you guys thought about it. That was about that triangle. Um, and I drew a picture of it, and then I did a little research on it, and I wanted to read something that I found. So let me just kind of describe a little bit the story again. So my, those bunk beds that you have where it has a futon, like for little kids, those bunk beds have a ladder, well, that was my son's room. So I ended up sleeping in there one night. It was about midnight, and I was laying in there, and I've got windows on the north side and on the west side, but they have these folding, the windows have folding shutters, they're it's like an old home where, the shutters go over the windows, they're closed, so it doesn't get, so it gets real dark, so they're like like two shutters in each window or whatever. So those were shut. So because I didn't, I thought, well, maybe this object that came into the bedroom, in the air, maybe it was a reflection outside from the light or an airplane or something like that. So, but those were shut. So I'm just going to say that first. So anyways, I'm laying in bed and I'm not sleeping at all. And so I hear this, it's about midnight, and I hear this, I'm going to kind of describe the sound. I mean, it's funny, but it's kind of like a sound like this. I mean, it's a snap. I mean, in the air, but like snap. And there was no smell and just that sound. And what appeared, and I'm kind of laying with my head westward, and I'm looking, let's just say northeast in the bedroom. And everything else is dark. Everything is dark at night. There's no lights on in the room or anything. And I'm on the bottom bunk bed, where the futon is, but it's just a bed right there. So I'm looking at this object. It makes that snap sound. And what I see is about 3 feet from the ground, hovering, not moving or anything, but just stationary. I see 3 rectangles, and each rectangle is about 8 inches long, I would say like an inch wide. So you have one, I have a picture. I don't know if you can see this or not, but maybe it's hard to see.
I got you.
Yeah, it's hard to see because it's upside
Go
down.
ahead. I'll put it close up.
Put it close now.
Yeah, I think it's inverted. That's the thing. It's
Yeah. Move it to your right. I mean, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, hang on.
Okay.
Let me see here.
Yeah.
Okay. See, and it's always opposite. When you show stuff, so you see those 3 rectangles.
Yeah.
See, and I'm laying in the bed, and that arrow is me looking at it. Looking at in the air. It's hard to draw 3 dimensions. You know what I mean? So I got something to read about that. So actually, this picture is kind of opposite. Because it's when you show stuff on the camera, it's the other way around. So okay. So anyways, this thing appeared for probably, I would say, 30 seconds. So this thing snapped, and it was lit up. Each of those rectangles were lit up white and shaped as like a triangle, like what I call a right triangle, because I took a lot of mathematics in college and everything. So anyways, so I say, "Who are you?" And at that point, that thing just like snaps out. It makes that sound. It's almost like a snap. It's just like a snap with your fingers, but louder. Like that.
Like a
And
click.
What's that?
Like a clicking sound. Like.
Well, not a click, more like a snap. Like that. You hear that snap? Like your fingers, but loud, not real loud, but So this thing, it snapped on, and I said and I wasn't scared. I wasn't. I didn't get any kind of fear or anything like that. And I said, "Who are you?" And I would say, again, I'm talking about 20 to 30 seconds max. and it snapped out. It just snapped out of sight. Now, again, the size of this, if you measured, just by, well, how long was it, Scott? Well, I would say, it was probably about like 2.5 feet long, and then like a foot and a half, I'm just saying the dimensions, but it was like 3 feet off the ground, and it just occurred in the air, just motionless, and just snapped on and snapped off. And so it's like, and I didn't say wow or anything like that. And even I don't know if I fell asleep later or stayed awake. I didn't do anything really, but all I did was I didn't have any fear. And I just said, like, who are you? And, I didn't call out the Lord's name. I didn't rebuke it. I didn't do anything like that. And it was pitch dark in the room, but it was like at midnight. I remember the time because I was sleeping, like I couldn't get to sleep. Like I'm just laying there in bed with my eyes open, and then it snapped like right in, boom, like that. So what do you guys think?
No, that's weird. I've never experienced anything like that, or have I ever heard of anything like that. This is the first time I hear about something like that.
Well, I went on the internet.
Like a clap, like a like snap, but
no, it was a snap of the finger. No clap, just snap. Just one on. It came on. This geometric symbol came on and snapped off. Like after 20, like not, like I didn't say, I didn't say, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. I didn't say anything like that. I just said, who are you? And when it heard me, then probably approximately a second after that, it snapped out. Boom. So, so here's, I went on the internet now, now this could be something that's not related, or it could be related, but let me read this to you real quick before I get off and let somebody else speak. So I came up with this. Well, I went on like Wikipedia or whatever. I was looking at triangles and rectangles and stuff like that. So here's what it sounds kind of interesting. It says a Kepler triangle, semicolon, is a right triangle, which it was, formed by three squares with areas in geometric progression according to the golden ratio. What do you think about that? Because there were three rectangles in a right triangle, as far as a geometric pattern.
Wow.
So let me read that again. A Kepler triangle, semicolon, is a right triangle formed by three squares. Now these were rectangles with areas in geometric progression according to the golden ratio, whatever that is. I'd have to look that up and see what that is all about. I don't know, what that is, but so I don't know. That's the second story.
So, Steven, would you like to answer that one? He knows about squares and all that.
Yeah, you're talking my language here.
How you doing? Welcome in, man.
I didn't catch the full story, but you were saying you saw this thing.
Okay, yeah. Let me brief you real quick. So midnight, I'm laying in bed, a bunk bed down below, and there's a snap of your fingers, like loud, boom, like that. Not boom, but a snap. And what appears 3 feet from the ground is three white rectangles in the shape of like a right triangle. No sound, no vibration, nothing. And I speak out. I'm awake. It's midnight. I'm awake, and I say, "Who are you?" And like a second after that, it snaps out again. Boom! It snaps out. No smell, no ozone. The shutters are shut on the windows. No light coming in. Pitch dark in my room. No lights on. And the time this thing came on and off was probably like 20 seconds. Something of that, not a long time, but each triangle was like, I would say like 8 inches long, like an inch wide, all of them were the same symmetry, same dimension, but they're white, glowing, not, not pulsing or anything, just white rectangles. And so I don't know if you read the Kepler triangle. You heard that, right, Steve?
You mentioned that, but
yeah, okay. So that's the second story I had. So, I'm just wondering, sharing my stories.
So, I mean, I'm thinking this was something interdimensional that was like spying on you, or just coming by to check out what's going on.
Well, yeah. I mean, who knows? Yeah, I don't disagree with you. What do I know?
So that means each of the squares were different sizes to make the
No. Rectangles were all the same, identical.
Oh, okay.
Rectangles, not squares.
Rectangles. Okay.
Three.
It was three.
Three in the shape of a right triangle. If you look up a right triangle and just each point put a rectangle instead of the point, that's kind of like what it looks like,
Wow.
Well, anyways, yeah, it was three.
The snapping sound could have been when it entered, and was there only one snapping sound or two snapping sounds?
One snap coming in, showing itself, and one snap going out after I said, "Who are you?"
It came from somewhere else, and it was
Yeah,
a number of three, so it's already telling you what it is.
Yeah,
demonic.
whatever.
They make that sound. You heard of where people say that it sounds like when a garage door opens and slams sometimes, like a loud, like a boom. But they see a big entity or whatever. But you see little squirrels sound like a snapping sound, and you seen three. It's literally identifying itself to you indirectly, showing you three. Like
Yeah.
I guess it's letting like trying to see if you have the wisdom and knowledge to understand what the three stands for.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that at all. All I'm saying is that sound, that snap, it's like, that's an audible.
And you didn't type on your rebuke it or anything like that in Jesus Christ's name.
Say that again, Abe.
You didn't type on your rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name.
No, what? Nothing. I just said, "Who are you?" and it snapped out. That snap, just like your fingers, like.
That almost sounds to me. That might have been a vehicle of some sort.
I don't know.
That like phased in. I'm just guessing here. Like it phased in and it got freaked out when you asked who they were because you probably weren't supposed to see them. So that's just my opinion.
It was in the room. It snapped. I was thinking maybe it's in the wrong place and I'm in the right place. Like I shouldn't be here. I got to get out of here. After I said like, who are you? And I think it's like, whoops, I'm in the wrong dimension or something. I don't know. I just like to share these stories because you guys have this platform where, it's really
kind of like the movie Evil Dead, when they're listening to the tape and stuff and all these strange things starts happening.
Oh yeah,
the original.
The woods come alive, and then that ugly ass lady comes out from the basement.
That was a crazy movie back in the day.
Hey man, I'll tell you what, cousin. When it comes to that movie, I got a story, man. You remember I told you I used to take a lot of acid, man. I went to watch that movie on acid, man, and when that old hag jumped out from under that basement door, dude, I took out running, screaming out of the theater. I ran all the way home, man. I made I think 10 minutes. I traveled like maybe half an hour's worth of walking.
Yeah, that was a crazy movie when it comes down to possessions. How they were going in from person to person, and if they scratched them or bit them, it was transfer itself to them.
What movie was that?
Crazy flick. Yeah,
The Evil Dead.
Evil Dead.
Yeah, I used to love those movies, but then as I got older, it's like I didn't like any of those things anymore. I don't know. Everything changes. Your preference. When you're young, you like all those, horror movies and scary movies. You know, you just like thrive on that stuff. But I guess as I got older, you know, I wanted truth. You know, I'm like a truth seeker, and I'm going like, nah, I got to just keep researching truth, you know, because those, you know, but I do like the cryptids a lot.
That was the last horror movie I ever watched, cousin. And what did I learn in the 80s from watching the horror movies? If you're a teenager and you're having sex, you're gonna die. Some dude's gonna stab you from under the bed or gonna stab you through your back. So yeah, man, it was very traumatic teenage, man, to me. And the fact that I
Which one came out first?
was
I think it was it The Exorcist that came out first before Evil Dead?
yeah, The Exorcist was out there before Friday the 13th as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, man.
Yeah, that movie, The Exorcist, that disturbed me big time. That movie. Ooh.
Anytime I got
It said
drunk
it was actually a boy, not a female, that was possessed.
hey man,
Exorcist.
every time I used to get drunk and threw up, I thought I was possessed.
Yeah, they were 8 years apart from each other. So Exorcist was 73 and Evil Dead was 81.
Mm-hmm. Y'all remember the movie Abby? They tried to make it like The Exorcist. She was a black female, name is Abby, and she had gotten possessed, and there was it was a fun, kind of like a little bit scary, but it was funny too.
Hey man, so when it comes to that movie, what was up with the second part of that movie? What was up with the grasshoppers, man? I never understood what was up with the grasshoppers in the second movie of The Exorcist.
Peace me. It's been too long. I think I've only watched that
I
one
think
once.
I don't know if the man that was dressed with all the makeup, if he was like the demon or what, I don't know, or if he was a witch doctor or something, you know. I don't know. I don't know. They had the little
What was up with the dance move from Greece?
because I think there was a kid that had gotten all the grasshoppers on him that he had gotten possessed originally. They showed an African skinny kid. Then I think he became that person. You know, I don't know. Like I said, the demon had possessed a lot of people already.
Oh, okay, so that's what it meant, guys. The one of the plagues of Egypt was the grasshoppers.
Because yeah, I think because you remember in one of them where they're crawling down the wall and they found the body of the boy that's stuck there. I don't know. It was just how many did they make? Like three?
I'm not sure, man. I don't. Like I said, after the second one, I got soured because after that, every time I saw a grasshopper, I'd run away.
Yeah, the other one was kind of creepy. The one there in the nursing home, and they're like trying to figure out what's going on, and you can see her climbing the ceiling. Then they made another one where she's walking backwards on the stairs. I don't know. They made so many.
I don't know, man.
Like,
To me, to this day, man, I'm kind of like, I see a grasshopper and I run away from it, dude, for real. I'm like, hey, it's possessed.
I know in Mexico they've been making tacos out of them. They'll
Hey,
be
man,
frying grasshoppers with some
uh,
onions and chile and tomatoes and make tacos.
hey, man, I got a grasshopper once, man, and I smothered it in gas and put it inside an aluminum foil, set it on fire, dude. When it quit burning, I opened up the foil and there was nothing but a tar inside that aluminum foil, man. The grasshopper turned to tar. Don't ask me why I did it, man. I was just curious, but at least I wasn't trying to eat Tide Pods. All right.
Right, I let them take over, man, again because we be getting to talking.
Yeah, do you have any other experiences, Scott?
Let me think here. I got so many. Okay, here's one. So we moved out from Iowa to Arizona. So I have a four banger, a 1986 Dodge Sport uh, uh, pickup, and I have a camper shell on it. And right before we left, I had a leak in the gas tank. So I had to get that tank replaced. And prior to that, when you replace a gas tank, you have to reset the gauge inside the tank that measures your gas, because when my truck, actually this happened twice, once moving, but once before that, is I was down to a quarter of a tank, and that arrow just went to E. It went empty and I was on the freeway. And if you've ever traveled on the freeway and your truck turns off, you run out of gas. Now this truck has power assisted steering, but when your power goes out in your truck, you lose your gas. Try steering. Oh my God, it's really hard. So I was lucky to get off a ramp, and so that's the first time that thing happened. And so I never replaced it, and I didn't do anything about it because I don't know if it was one of the problems on a Dodge D50. It's called a D50 pickup, like a 2.6 liter. Anyways, so here's the story. So we packed up, and I was married at the time, and my wife's in front of me with her car, and I'm behind her with my pickup. So everything is full in our cars. Plus, we had movers. We moved out here. She got a job out here. So I'm about 10 miles out of Amarillo, Texas. Now, what's that, 40? I don't know what road that is, but it's the main road, going going into Albuquerque, or no, Amarillo, Texas. I mean, so anyways, we're driving, and on the side of the highway, the berms. You guys know what the berms are. They're angled down, and you see the dirt, and it's almost like, man, if you pull off into that dirt, I mean, you're going to go down like 1.5 feet. You're not going to get out of that berm, and that because it rains a lot in Texas. But this would be actually, the month would be like in February, and I wasn't sure about that dirt anyways, because the road was like kind of under construction too, and there was like no, there was no side road to kind of pull off anyway. So here's what happened. So I'm driving this truck, right? So I'm down again. I'm down to a quarter of a tank of gas, right? And again, it goes, the arm goes to E. It goes right to E. And I like the truck. I mean, my lights are on and everything, but the truck stops, and I'm coasting with the truck. I'm coasting, and I'm going, oh my God. And I'm on this highway, the main highway going into Amarillo. And so we're like 10 miles out. And so I flash my wife, who's ahead of me. And this is like midnight. This is like midnight at night. And because there's nobody really on the road. And I'm flashing her because I think we wanted to get to like Albuquerque or something like that, and then or go to Flagstaff, get to I don't know how far we wanted to get, because it took us a couple of days to drive out there, So anyways, so my truck is coasting. Okay, it's coasting, and it's like midnight, and there's nobody behind me. There's no traffic coming onward, and for some unknown reason, so I'm flashing my high beams to my wife in front of me, meaning like I got a problem, like and we didn't have, there's no cell phones in those days. So I'm coasting. So So about, I would say probably like 200 yards up, there's a service road. But before, when your truck goes out of gas, I mean, you're going from 55, because that truck wouldn't even, once it hit 65, it rattled. So I'm always driving at like 58 miles an hour. And out there in Texas, everything is 80 and 65. So I'm driving pretty slow. So, when you're driving without, your truck shuts off without gas, it's going like 50, 40, 30, it's going down, down, down. And all of a sudden, man, there's something is like pushing my truck. And I'm steering. And again, nope, I have power assisted steering, but my steering is like, it's like, try to steer a car without your car going. I mean, it's like hard, So the cars, I'm actually kind of being pushed and I don't really notice it, but there's a service road, like, one of those rest area roads. And it's like, it's right, like real close. And I pull in there and my wife, she pulls in there and parks. And then I'm like coasting in, like, and then I pull and park, and I'm going like, I wasn't really feeling panicky at all or anything like that. And, but it's kind of like, how do I get from running out of gas to go like, I mean, maybe 200 yards is not the right length, but it was kind of like a distance where you would think, like, if you ran out of gas, how far can you coast with a, with your, your truck full, with, moving, households and so forth, how far can you actually, coast? And it just like something seemed to be pushing me, and so I get out of, so anyways, we park, and I didn't tell her, like, I think something pushed me here. And so all I remember is I did have an extra gas can, and we ended up going in her, her car to go to the gas station to get, 2.5 gallons of gas or whatever. I always have a spare, gas tank. And, plus we didn't realize, like, oh my God, driving through Texas is like forever. And but when I got out of that truck, it was funny, guys. I looked up in the sky, and you've probably seen this too, because Jesse, I think you're like from Texas, whatever, is the sky was like full of stars. It was so beautiful. It was like, oh my God, it's the most beautiful thing when you see, from horizon to horizon, all these stars, the Milky Way, and I'm like, I just ran out of gas. Should I be like, should I? Oh my God. And I'm looking up and I'm just seeing the magnificence of the stars, because in Iowa, it's very cloudy there a lot in central Iowa. You get a lot of, a lot of cloud cover come up from Missouri and so forth, but it's always cloudy in Iowa. And, but I'm like looking up midnight, and I'm looking up at the sky like, God, this is so glorious. So that was the end of that story. I thought I'd share, a quick one, but it seemed like something actually pushed me, because I'm measuring the distance of, like, when I ran out of gas, and there's no way I could have pulled off on that berm, like, because I think there was like construction. There's always like construction. Well, I shouldn't say that, but there's like some kind of construction going on, whether they were painting the roads or something like that too, where they made maybe a 4-lane, like into a 2-lane, maybe. Isn't that like 4-lane if you're going westbound on 40? Is it 40? I forget that main highway going into Amarillo. But anyways, but that's the story. So I thought I'd share that to you.
They made a song about it. The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
Beautiful. I mean, just unbelievable. It's just, people that, haven't seen that. I mean, if you live way out in the country, you'll see that. But, out there in Texas, being flat and, I mean, it was horizon. I mean, there was just no clouds in the sky, just pitch dark, clear, and like, wow, it was amazing. Just,
And if you were in Amarillo, you needed to be careful, man, because that's rattlesnake country.
Well, I mean, we're on the freeway, on the road and stuff. So we stayed at a motel in Amarillo, and then in the morning we had the car. Actually, my wife at that time, she was like paranoid, so we ended up having the moving company tow the car. I rented a SU or an RV and put all the stuff, not an RV, but a moving truck, a small, like a 20-footer or something, U-Haul, one of those, and put everything in the truck, and then we kept going down to Phoenix. But anyways, that was so they towed they put the car, brought it down to Mayflower or something like that. And so they eventually got rid of that truck because of the gas mileage. It was like, 4-banger and, anyways. So that's the end of the story. I thought I'd share that. Pretty cool,
Good night, little brother. Have a good one, man. Rest well.
All right.
Yeah, man. One time that happened to me and a friend of mine. We went to we were living there in South Texas, man. We went to go to the nearest junkyard, which was like 45 minutes away in one of the bigger cities, Harlingen, Texas. And on the way back, we ran out of gas somewhere in Sebastian, and we coasted because over there in South Texas, there's no uphill or downhill. Everything's flat. We coasted. I'm gonna say through Sebastian and Lyford all the way into Raymondville, man. So we coasted through 2 towns without no gas. Just we barely made it to the first gas station that was just outside our hometown, and that's where we filled up, man. So yeah, we coasted about 25 minutes somewhere on there. We coasted. So yeah, I can understand. I don't know how we got to where we got, but we got there. Just no gas, just coasting.
Check out this picture. I want to share this picture with y'all. See what y'all think.
I have to get going, Abe. I'm sorry.
Well, this is up your alley.
Okay, I'll stay for that. But yeah, I gotta go. I'm
just,
sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Just something that I told you I had, and I wanted to share with you. See what you think about it.
Whoa.
Wow. Is that a portal? Looks like a portal.
Let me try to resend it to my phone.
Wow, look at that.
What do you think about that? Remember I told you that I was seeing stuff in the air?
Yeah, my first thought is that's an aircraft of some sort. UFO.
That's a rip in the fabric of time and space, man. That's what it is. At least that's what I think it is.
It's so like linear. I haven't seen something like that in a while.
Yeah, I wanted to let me see. I think I took in a different house. Oh, that's it. That's a picture that I wanted to share.
That's crazy, man.
When did you take that?
Man, that's an old picture. That's like in 2006 or 7, somewhere around there. 2005, maybe. Yeah.
That's a entrance into the next dimension. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I have pictures of little aircrafts too. This right there, right about near the airport, about where I live in Elms Grove. I could see that near where I lived and near their bridge that I was telling you that was like a time portal or vortex, whatever you want to call it. See.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, I just wanted to share it just to get your opinion. Those are the clouds, and then you got, well, I did a close up of it.
That's crazy, man. I ain't never seen an airplane that looks like that.
Well, yeah, that's not an airplane. It's either unidentified flying object, or it's pretty big actually. If you look at the original, let me see. Yeah, it's pretty big in the air. Um, I don't know. I just wanted to share it with y'all.
That's
I
crazy,
think,
man.
yeah, I think this one will be. Yeah, I think the sky, because there was a cloud, right?
Zoom in on it. Let's see a real close up,
Let me.
if you can.
Yeah, I have to. I have to. Yeah, let me crop it to get a closer look at it.
Because I see like dividing lines on the outside of it.
At least you can see it clearly, Yusu. I'm struggling to see it with my one eye that I can see out of.
It's like just a slit. So you're probably right, Jesse. It might be a tear in space and time for all we know.
Well, there was like flying objects and stuff in the clouds too. Other little like little aircrafts that look like, I don't know. I need to get those pictures so I can show you what I'm talking about. But
No,
okay,
I
let
don't
me send.
know. The damn that animes that I watched, man. Damn that Bleach.
All right, let me send it to you one more time, brother. And here we go, close up of it. I hope we can see it.
Nice.
Wow.
I could try to get a little bit closer,
Yeah,
but I
go
don't know
for it.
if if I could try to do it a little bit closer. I know it's going to take away from the picture, but let me try.
Yeah, because I'm interested in seeing how straight this line is, like on both the top and bottom of it.
Wow, that made my eye water, man. Quit crying, Jesse. It's just this. It's just a hole.
Let me get it one more time. There. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I had pulled it out for you, man, because I told you I had a picture, but I don't know if it's going to take away from it. I'm still going to share it.
Yes, it
Okay,
does.
send it.
Lisa Foy. It does look like a face. The cloud. I noticed that as well.
Is that closer?
Yeah.
We'll try to put it a little bit closer.
It looks like it's
Man,
motion lines in the front and back of it. But it could be something else too.
I
But that
could
was
try
my
one more.
first impression of it.
Let me try one more close up. See if we can get a little bit closer. All right. Because I have other pictures from the same location of other things flying around, but I have to work on, get them to show them to you. They're smaller than that, like little aircrafts.
Yeah, I'd like to see those.
Let me send that one. Okay.
Wow.
That's close.
I wonder if it's like one of those rods, because it does have, it looks like ribbing on the ends of it. Like that
A
was a whole
rod.
thing. There was this whole thing, a phenomenon of rods, where it looked like just a string that's like flying around, and people got it on video and photo. But I haven't seen any of those in a long time. But they would be like ribbed, but white. So this one's black, which is really interesting. And it looks like there's some dividing lines on each side of it.
Mm-hmm. That cloud that it's ripped into, man. That's even weirder. It even looks like the cloud has been sliced in half.
I'm gonna go. I'll try one more, like a little bit closer, just a little bit more closer. See what happens.
Yeah, Scott Baker, that's what I'm kind of thinking. He says UFO flying at super speed, maybe.
All right, let me send this one and one more, and it's as close as I think I can get it.
Wow.
That's good. I like this zoom in of it. We get all the detail on it. Even if it's like the pixelation starts coming up, we're getting a much closer view of it. That's really nice.
I could try to get just from the edge to edge right there one more time.
You see how there's right angles in this. It doesn't look like a conventional UFO. So that's good. I like what I'm seeing.
A little bit closer. One more closer. See what happens. I hope Indiana don't come try to visit me.
Yeah, we keep zooming in. We're gonna start seeing faces on this thing.
Showing the reptilian Indiana looking for me, sharing his aircraft. All right, here we go. I'm gonna send it. See what happens. Hopefully, it's close enough.
Yeah.
That is freaky, man.
See, I'm looking at the ends of it, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at. This could be like an orb that's moving very fast, like a craft that's the shape of a sphere, moving very fast. Because the way it fades on both ends is making me think there's movement to this. But
Like
then we
spinning,
have
like it's spinning or something,
or it's just going right like on a trajectory.
Yeah,
And that we're seeing it. Oh man, I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of different things here. Like
there's
right
a
in the
picture
middle.
that I've had, man, for a long time, and it's like there's another one that I have. I need to look for it where there's like three of them in the air, and they look color yellowish, but they're trying to blend in with the clouds, but you could tell it's not the clouds.
Try to zoom in. Try to zoom in again as close as you can.
All right.
On the middle portion of it.
Okay.
I think we're gonna start seeing something on it.
I'll try to get the center part to it.
Because I'm starting to see like a ridge in the middle, on the top and the bottom. Which is why I said I think it's more like spherical and it's moving.
All right. Let me send it.
These are all great so far, Abe. Yeah.
Look at that.
You see, it's not a straight line. There's actually like different dips and like hills on it. That's really interesting. See, zoomed all the way out, it looks just like a straight line. But now we're seeing there's something else going on.
Yeah. Because I have I just need to look for it, but my internet is moving slow right now. Where there's aircraft, man. There's something that's flying down towards that ship. If it's a ship, it's like little aircrafts that are flying, entering the ship.
That's
So, you
true.
know,
That's a very good possibility.
Docking with the mothership.
Yeah.
I'll look for those. You know, I should have taken a screenshot of those. It's just like I said, I don't know what people are going to think about it, but it's like two ships were entering another ship because of the way that they're leaving a trail of how they're moving. They're moving real fast. I don't know. It's just, but this one was the one that caught my eye because how wide it was. You know, at first I thought it's a rip in time, you know, in the timeline.
Yeah.
But then I said, what if it's? And then at the same time, I said, man, that looks like a what people call the mothership, you know, or a giant, a big, you know, mothership where there's got to be little ships, you know. But there you go. That's
Wow.
what I wanted to share. If you were to take a screenshot of this you'll be able to see the aircrafts flying in here, flying within the clouds. You'll be able to, if you take a close look at it, you'll be able to see them.
Oh yeah, I believe there's a lot of cloaked aircraft.
Yeah. But there you go. I wanted to share that, brother.
Real nice capture, Abe. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome, brother. I just wanted to share with you, man, because I know, you know, that's what I was saying you showed because, you know, I got pictures of the flying aircrafts. You know, I told you one with a pyramid with a beacon, but then I got that one from the day. You know, I was walking, and I was the type of person that I would just take pictures of Mother Nature. You know, I seen a nice cloud. I was like, oh, it looks like it's gonna rain. I snapped a picture, and then I didn't know I captured that on it till I look at the picture, and I was looking like, what is that? And I took a close look, and like, oh, you know, I just wanted to share it.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome, brother.
I want to go because I need to take a shower. I feel
Alrighty,
like
brother.
really low vibration right now. So
Yeah,
I
that's
think
fine.
if I refresh myself, I can hop back on.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that with you, man. And I'm gonna try to look for the other aircraft ones. It's kind of like they're following each other or something. I don't know. It's crazy. But you know, I have a lot of pictures, man. I'll tell you, I have that when all these things surface up, there's UFOs, there's Bigfoots, Dogman, dark shadow figures, freaking deer woman, demons, all these things that are surface up. Makes you wonder if they all come from the same source, you know.
Do you know where that second picture is, or would you have to spend time looking for it?
Yeah, I just need to search, get it, bring it down. But I have to look for. I have to go back into my archives on
Yeah.
spiritual encrypted encounters. That's what I was doing. Let me see if I took a screenshot. I don't think I took a screenshot of the little ones. You know, I wanted to show off the big one. Um, I will have to go in there and look for it. But if you need to take a shower, go ahead, brother, and I'll look for it while you're taking a shower. And
I've been
see
all gas, no breaks today.
Okay.
So like I'm feeling it now, but I think I can hop back on after
you
I'm
see,
done.
brother, when I say a story, man, I'm not trying to bullshit nobody, man. I got the evidence. It's just, you know, imagine if I would have tried to show that when I was going seeing all these things, people would say, man, there's something wrong with Abe. He's fucking crazy. But
Real
I
quick,
went through it, you know, and I got the evidence.
I really think society's really made us bashful about sharing all of this because it's happening, it's out there. And then like I was doing my Bermuda Triangle show earlier, and like they're talking about thousands of disappearances between ships and planes, and all of these pilots were saying like oh, there's something blocking my path. I need to move, and I need higher altitude, and then they disappear. And like, where do these UFOs take these planes and ships? Because they don't find them. There's no wreckage for a lot of them, and like 80-90% of them don't even get reported on in the news. They're in like military archives, and then some of it got scrubbed. Apparently, they're back in 04. They could only go back to 78. And I was reading a book from 74, and now I'm reading a book from 04, and they're reporting that like since that time, the microfilm company or whatever that was working with the US Navy, they scrubbed everything prior to 1978. And the earliest I think was 1945, the Flight 19. I believe. And that was a group of 5 military aircraft that all disappeared. They never found them. It's like they're just saying complications. They shy away. It was, I think they were saying they would rather explain things away through what's convenient rather than giving any credence to stuff being supernatural or paranormal. So they'll always shy away from that stuff, saying like, oh yeah, it was something we don't know, because then it would make them look powerless, which we are. We're powerless against these things, besides having our faith in Jesus Christ and the Heavenly Father Creator. I mean, beyond that, like these things can zoom around us, like they can run laps around us while we're flying.
I think I had a picture of a freaking a black vessel coming from one of those, and I seen it fall in the woods, and I was like, I'm not gonna go look what fell in the woods. I seen it coming down into the wooded area, but I didn't go there. It's like, screw that. it looked like a, how should I say, kind of like a cylinder, kind of like it was like, a cylinder or like a coffin, but like a cylinder coming straight down into the woods on the right side of the Elms Grove. I seen it falling from the sky, and I was like, I'm not gonna look where it landed. I'm not gonna see what's in there.
Yeah.
But I seen it. It was color black. But yeah, brother. If you got to take a shower and stuff, I'll look for the picture and take some screenshots.
Yeah, it should raise my vibration here, because I'm feeling out of it right now.
Yeah. That's fine, brother.
Well, I'll hop back on.
All right, man.
All right. See you guys soon.
Take it easy, brother. What do you think about the picture, cuz?
That was a really weird picture, cousin.
I'm telling you, man. I got all kinds of pictures that I can throw out there, man. But when you capture something, of course you're gonna have people come up against you, and they're gonna say it's this, it's that, because they didn't take the picture. They can take the credit for the picture, so they're gonna try to take it away from you. Like say, oh, that's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing.
They try to discredit you. Hey man, we've been on for 2 hours and 43 minutes, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for the thing again right now. I want to paste the link one more time right there.
The Wolf Den wants to come in.
There's the link. Yeah, I just wanted to share it with him because he's been showing all the things about UFOs and stuff like that. Well, I got stuff like that. Who would have known that HCS just had pictures of identified flying objects? Right. I got a couple more.
How you doing, Wolf Den? Welcome in, man.
1 second. Let me hold on. Audio. Okay. My audio's kind of coming in fine.
Sounds okay to me.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes it switches to my PlayStation controller. How are y'all doing?
We're doing good, man.
Were you about to shut it down or what?
I don't know how late Abe is planning to go tonight, but
Yeah.
I'll probably get in here in 3 hours.
Yeah, I just got off like a 7-hour stream myself.
Wow.
Yeah. It sometimes happens like that, so I won't take up too much of your time, but what are you guys talking about? Mainly UFOs, or
Yeah, I was just showing some pictures.
did y'all see that one that's like an orb, a silver orb? That was, I can pull it up for you. It's fairly recent.
A silver orb.
It's very popular. I'm surprised if you haven't seen it.
Uh, I've been having a lot of appointments, so I really haven't been searching, like looking at anything. Just doing my shows.
It's this one found in Colombia. I
You got it right there.
I have it pulled up, but it's a part of another show, so I'll just kind of
Oh,
skip through. I'll kind of skip
yeah.
through.
I don't want to get in trouble, man. They're gonna.
You won't get in
It's a,
trouble. I know how to work through the copyright strike stuff. Don't worry about that. I'll get you taken care of. I'll just cut to like
you
you
can take a
just
screenshot of it.
no
A
you
screenshot.
just don't play more than like 30 seconds at a time. But I'm not even gonna risk it. I won't even play more like 10 seconds at a time.
Just show the picture.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me. I have a whole bunch of Bible verses open up. So God bless all of you guys in the name of Jesus Christ. Just tell all your chat and everything. May God protect y'all in all your endeavors. First and foremost. Okay. Yeah, you got it. You got it pulled up. Also, you know who Bob Lazar is?
Nope.
I think I've heard the name, but I don't know who he is.
He worked in. It's another compound, kind of like Area 51, but they call it S4. And he's got like this solid. He's got like a stable version of this element. I think it's called Element 112 or something. This could all be a psyop and fake, but I mean, it sounds credible. But it's he works on like propulsion for these UFOs, and he said they're not from this planet. It's very interesting kind of stuff. Let me see if I can find you a UFO in, where did I say? Colombia, right?
Yeah.
Colombia 2025. Let me see if I can find just a video that'll be just chill. That's not from like maybe a YouTube short. This one's like 3 minutes long. This one should be good. You'll be good on this. There you go. Maximize it for you. I'll lower the volume down.
Is that the one that passes from one side to another,
You'll see it
from left
right.
to right?
You'll see it here.
Huh. Uh,
So yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
The latest news that is
I'm not exactly sure what this thing is.
direction.
it looks like a
The video
drone.
looks very convincing.
That's what I said. I mean, it could be like a.
I mean, it's small, man. It's a drone, I think.
I don't. Well, I mean, a metallic drone fully encased in metal. I would say that would be kind of hard to pull off, but I'm not sure what it's compiled of. They're doing tests on it right now. Like I said, I'm skeptical of a lot of these things, but there's definitely some unexplainable stuff where it's like, man, I really don't have, an answer to that one. Whether that's
Yeah,
real or
yeah.
not.
So the one that they had, that's it. It was that small.
It's like the size of a basketball. It looks like. I'll show you.
Yeah,
Other
yeah.
vehicles any villain would envy. This event wouldn't be special if another video hadn't appeared soon after.
Yeah.
In it, a local resident from the same place
I wouldn't want to go near that thing. What kind of radiation that thing's putting off, maybe? But then again, the Neanderthal mind in me would be like, ooh, ooh, Let's go poke you with a stick.
Place allegedly finds the sphere in the forest. On the ground, he picks it up with his hands. Everything was filmed live. At the moment of finding the sphere in the forest,
Then
the
he turns
sphere was
into the
then
Hulk.
handed over to the
Huh?
Then he turns into the Hulk. Gamma radiation.
And then he turns into a tree monster. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's either he's got balls or he's just dumb. I don't know. I wouldn't touch it with my hands. I might get a stick and poke at it, but he goes and he said, "Let's go see what this is." I don't know. I see a lot of weird stuff online, man. So your guest nailed it at the end. I was hoping he was gonna say what he was gonna say. We don't know what's going on out there, but to put your faith in Jesus Christ because He's the only one that can protect us through all of this, whether it be legitimate information or misinformation. So I was happy to hear that.
well-known investigative journalist Jaime Maussan, a former reporter for the 60 Minutes Mexico show, and supposedly some analysis was done. The sphere shows strange properties. Water evaporates from its surface, but the orb stays cold. Even when they tried to heat it to 400 degrees Celsius, its temperature didn't change. It also changes weight. When they scanned it, nothing was found inside, as if it were filled with the same material all the way through. The outer part of the sphere is metallic gray and shiny, with unknown engraved symbols. Some are geometric. Some letters resemble runes from the Lord of the Rings.
Let me know if you want me to pause it or whatever. I can see if I zoom in.
You can pause it there.
I'll see if I can zoom in on the thing right there. It looks like he's got like a processor kind of thing, like a processor chip. And then also, I guarantee you, I guarantee you, if we look into pagan or occult symbols, I guarantee you're gonna find these real quick. Let me look up pagan, and occult symbols. Let me see if I can get them. Here's a big list of them right here. Too bad we can't. Well, I could do a side by side. Let me see. Let's do share entire screen. I'm not going to share the audio. Can you pop it up?
Oh shit, my bad.
It's all good. All right, so let's look at some of the symbols, and these are the ones that I want to have a look at here. These are all occult pagan symbols. Okay, so right away you got the three lines there. You got the three lines there. Shocker. Let me see. There you go. You got this one right here. Interesting. Do they go in order? You got the Aquarius. I think that's Aquarius, maybe. Three lines. You almost got a swastika there. It's crazy how a lot of these UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them, always have some weird occult tie. But let me see. There's this one right here with the little line with a dot in it. Let me see. I guarantee you that's in here. There's almost that. It doesn't have a dot. It has a dash. You guys can see what I'm seeing, right? I'm not tripping. Hello?
Yeah. I don't know, man. It kind of looks man-made, man. To tell you the truth,
Yeah.
but yeah,
And even
to
if you look
me,
at if you look at these outside symbols, those are like all crescent moons, and then
like
you
the
got
engravings, like they're engraved on it. I don't know.
they said, well, yeah, those are occult symbols. I'm looking at the symbols right
Yeah,
now, and I'm matching them up, and you find that a lot with UFOs and occult ties. You'll see that a lot. Let me see if there's that G. There's the G right there. There's the G here, and then the G right over here. Then you got the one with the 3 lines. What is this? Oh shit! Shoot. What is it? 3 lines with a dash in it.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find that here.
Do you think that somebody made that like from a cult to make it seem like it's a UFO or like you know
All
I
I
mean it's,
know, all I know is whenever it comes to UFO and unidentified objects, it always comes back to occult and pagan practices. Like they're tied to the hip.
Lon Morgan says, "How the fuck is it flying?" Is my question.
How the fuck is it flying is a question. That's a very valid question. Very valid question.
Remote, remotely.
Yeah, but what is its propulsion system?
I don't know.
So here's one right here, but it's got 4 line. It's got 4 lines and then a dash through it, and this one has 3 lines and a dash. So definitely, there's some occult symbolism going on here. That's just one that I've seen recently.
Oh, I think we lost cousin Jesse.
Yeah, I think he's upset at me or something. I don't know.
No, he was already going to call it at 3.
Yeah,
Said he was going to call it a night.
I think because I am a little bit skeptical of some of y'all stuff, which really, I mean, I'm skeptical of a lot of stuff. He's like, I don't take y'all
Yeah,
serious. I just pray that you guys are protected. That's it.
yeah. Everybody's got their own point of views and stuff. It's like everybody's doing the works. He, yeah. There's a lot of things from the past, hieroglyphics and all kinds of things. But when you experience something spiritually, then you understand that there is a higher power. But I can say my stories, but whether people want to believe it or not, because I haven't experienced it, a lot of things you experience. Sometimes people have to experience something on themselves to understand where I'm coming from. Not everybody's got the experience, so the only thing I can do is share my wisdom and knowledge to whoever understands where I'm coming from. Or try to awaken those that want to be awakened spiritually.
Yeah. It's just like
But
whenever I say,
everybody,
hey,
everybody does their own works. Their own kind of way.
it's
Me, I don't
like,
look into all that kind of stuff like hieroglyphic. Because I see things of the spirit. I've been seeing things that are around in the spirit. So
yeah.
everybody's got their own calling.
And then you got goofballs like me that are just and just be like, you ever just whip out the tool and just, blacka, 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 just shoot at it and just see what happens. That's my first test. If it passes, then I gotta run, run, run. We're
Yeah,
dealing with a real deal.
yeah. I remember when I came in here in the cryptid. Well, I was in a spiritual. I wasn't doing nothing dealing with paranormal or nothing. I was doing spiritual works. And somebody seen a photo that I posted. They said, "Oh, that looks like a dog man." They contact their husband was a cryptid. There was a wife. Somebody and they contact her husband contacted me, and then they said, "Hey, send me to Bikundov." And that's how I got into the cryptid community. I didn't even know what the hell cryptid meant. You know what I'm saying? Being in the military, they don't tell us about cryptids in the military because that's not our job. Our job is just to follow orders and accomplish the missions that they give us. The task. But that's how I went up in the Bigfoot community, and about and I shared that I said I believe they were demonic because of the time frame, 3 in the morning, and it ruffled a lot of feathers within the crypto community. Yeah, I got targeted, man. But that's okay. I'm still here.
You're still standing.
Yeah, people would get mad all they want to throw a fit. I don't care.
I
I'm
ain't
still
got
gonna do my works.
dude, it takes a lot of emotion and caring to, like, hate somebody or discredit them, and it's just like I ain't got that time or emotion. You know, it's just like, hey, I don't necessarily believe it, but hey, it could be
And
possible.
the reason I got all these pictures is because I annotated everything, which means keep a record of what you're going through. When I was in the army, any incident that happens, you write down the time when it happened, who was there. So
The
if some shit goes
coordinates.
down, you cover your ass. You got to cover your ass. So that's how I got all these pictures. So I would capture it, and I got all these pictures because I was annotating the things that were happening to me around me. What I was seeing, and I was capturing all those images. And now I have a plethora, whatever it's called, of a bunch of pictures. And it's dealing with your sanity, right? You're trying to like, man, is this shit real that I'm seeing? I mean, let me take a picture. Let me take
Am
a
I
video.
am I tripping, or is this pareidolia, or
And then another thing is, you're like, well, shit. If something happens to me and I want up dead, at least maybe somebody to look into the phone and see all these pictures that are in there. Maybe they figure something out. I was actually looking on not just for myself, but for my son and for all my nephews and nieces. Because it wasn't just about me. It was about looking out for those that live with me. I had to protect them from all these things. So it wasn't just something that I experienced. They experienced things too. So it's like me, my sister, my nephews and nieces. They experienced a lot of things there also. So it's not just my story. Everybody's got a story of what they experienced there. So the things that I went through was being viewed by a lot of people that live in my household, not just in my household, but my neighbors that witnessed a lot of things. So it wasn't just a figure. What do you call it? My imagination, because those people that witnessed it, the cops witnessed it. They had like freaking 5 police cars with the spotlights. They had something in the center of the spotlight, but all you could see was a dark shadow figure, real tall, and they're saying, "Halt, halt, halt!" It's freaking moving fast. They couldn't catch it. And when it would stop in the center of the light, you could only see a dark shadow. So then the dark shadow passed in front of 2 cops that were blocking the main road, passed right in front of them.
are you talking about the one that happened in Miami?
No, I'm talking about what happened in Elms Grove.
Oh, okay, my
He
bad.
passed right in front of them.
I zoned out a little bit. I
He, he,
apologize.
he passed right in front of them, and they look at each other because he was real freaking tall, like 3 times bigger than them. They look at each other, and he said, "Did you see that?" And he said, "Do you see that?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "We're not going to write this report because if we go to the chief with this, they're
They're
going to
gonna
fire us."
they're gonna fire you. Yeah, say you're crazy.
So they didn't write a report of what happened there. They were afraid they were going to lose their job. But
It's a world we live in, man. That's the world we live in.
so there's cops that witnessed it and all that, and those guys got scared when they seen it pass beside them. Somebody called. The reason the cops were there is because somebody said that there was a peeping tom. That there was a peeping tom there.
Look,
Uh, they-
I was just climbing the trees just to check the
well,
sturdiness of the trees. Okay, I wasn't looking at people's windows. They got me all
well,
wrong. All right,
what it is
I was just
these mobile homes,
climbing the tree.
they're off the ground off of, on metal frames, steel frames. So the mobile home is like about, I would say, 13, 14 foot tall or 50 foot tall on that metal frame. So the peeping tom was like around 13, 14 feet tall, looking through a night view window on top of the mobile home, looking downward. So that's why the cops were called, because they said there was a peeping tom. And he was huge. He was tall, but
The man
yeah.
always trying to keep me down, calling me a peeping tom. Hold on, I'm looking for an Allen wrench. I saw. Where did my Allen wrench go? Where'd it go?
Yeah, and I knew the lady too. Her husband was in the military, but he was deployed. When that happened, it never got caught. It went into running into the woods, and the cops were like, "Hell no, I ain't following it in there because it was pitch dark." They're like, "They don't pay me enough to do this."
I found it here. I found it. Let me just take it off my assembly. I don't want to get your channel in trouble. Righty tighty, lefty loosey. Come on, work with me.
Shit, what I got here?
No, that. Jeez, I'm dyslexic. I don't know my left and right. Don't hate on me, chat. What was that?
It's my. Oh man.
Are they bringing you tacos?
Nah, man. Shit.
What?
Tacos. No, man. I ate that. I ate a burrito earlier.
You regret it?
You ever eaten a shrimp burrito?
Yeah.
I like eating the shrimp burritos because they're not too heavy. They're grilled, and I put avocado in them. A little bit of hot sauce, man.
Some onion.
Oh yeah.
Cilantro.
So you can buy a shrimp burrito
guacamole
at the taqueria for about, I think they're about $6.50, seven. Well, no, I think $7.50.
for like 3 of them.
No, I'm talking about it's got a bunch of
Or is that per
bunch of shrimp
taco?
in it.
Or is that per
In a
taco?
burrito. It's a burrito.
Oh, okay. Burrito. Okay. You talking about burrito? I'm talking about tacos.
Shrimp burrito.
I don't think I've had a shrimp burrito.
Yeah, you got to order it one day.
I'm gonna get like shrimp, crawfish, squid, like a nice
Calamari.
seafood burrito.
Calamari.
Yeah.
I've eaten calamari in Germany.
With some nice like white fish.
Calamari. What is the other one called?
Pulpo.
It's kind of like chicken with stuff in it.
Stuffed chicken.
No, I'm trying to remember the name. Start with the C, I think.
Let me turn the
Not
lights
chicken.
off so you can see this.
Man, I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name of it. But the Germans like making it. Just can't remember the. What's that?
Barbacoa.
No, in German likes cooking this. It's a chicken that's made with, it's got stuff in it. It's like breaded. Starts. I can't remember the name of it on top of my head.
I think you're just
A
trying
lot
to
more
make
easy enough for me. I don't need anything like that.
How do I go virtual background? No virtual background. So yeah, I want to go. Let's see. I'll be able to show. Shows up easier on my phone. But yeah,
I think it's called cordon bleu.
Oh yeah. Oh, I love that stuff.
You know what? You ever had that?
Yeah, it's
Cordon
like
bleu.
it's like ham or chicken wrapped around cheese.
Cordon bleu. Then you have the schnitzel, Jager schnitzel, Zuga schnitzel. I like gyro, gyros, pomfrets. You ever had pomfrets?
What is it?
Pomfrets.
Mm-mm.
It comes like in a cone. No, like a snow cone, like this, and it's French fries with some kind of with mayo topped with cheese. And the cheese kind of like is on top of it, and it's called pomfrets.
It'd be easier to
And
show
of
you
course,
guys.
the rotisserie chicken. They literally make it like the old school way, man, with the oven, with a fire and all that over there. The calzone pizza. They put it in that fire, man, with the wood and all that.
Nice.
Man, I love Germany, man. I ate so many different kinds of foods over there.
Some
The
blood.
reason I like the gyro or gyros in a
Gi-
pita
Yeah.
is because he reminded it wasn't like fajitas, but that's the closest thing I could get to fajitas
It just
because they
kind of
eat a lot of pork over there.
No, I don't think they do. Wait, in Germany? Yeah, in Germany they do pork. They got like pork
Not a
blood
wild boar.
sausage,
Yeah.
pork blood sausage, and all of that. I thought
Bratwurst.
bratwurst. Yeah, them Germans and their sausages.
Yeah. Uh, then they have the potato that looks like a ball. I just can't remember the name of it. Freaking, my friends invited me to their house for Thanksgiving. They had a freaking, what do you call it? Not a duck, but a goose. And it was huge, man. They gave me the leg, and the plate was so massive, full of food. I couldn't finish it. There's so much food to put on it.
Damn, bro, you failed the mission.
I couldn't do it, man. It was too much
Man,
food.
you had an abort.
When I was over there, I was only 19 years old, so I was young.
Even worse, man, dude. Whenever I was 19, you put something in front of me, it's going down. It's going down until it forces its way back up.
And for every meal, they drink something before, during, and after.
Like loggers,
Oh man,
beer. Talking has helped a lot of people. If I'm here. If you need to talk, you can add me on Messenger, email. I need some people to talk to, but I don't like to talk to people that I don't know. I've been going through a lot of stuff recently.
there's Steven back. How you doing, Steven?
Doing good. There we go.
Still dealing with this tornado crap. Hello, Steven.
Tornado.
Hey, the Cryptid Commission. Is that you?
Who?
You.
No, I'm Lupin Wolf.
Lupin Wolf. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Sorry, it's been a long week.
Cryptic Commission was on us last time.
Yeah, he was talking about lasers, and so when I joined back in, you were holding up some site or some laser. I saw some device you were showing off.
Well, Bob Lazar, like you said, he worked at a compound. It was called S4, and he claims that he has a stable element 112, and that has the property to bend time and space around it. And they found it in a particle collider. They found that it existed in a particle collider, but whenever it's gone through a particle collider, it has like a very very short lifespan. But Bob Lazar claims that he has that, but in a stable condition, and that's how they use to traverse space. It's very interesting. There's a Joe Rogan. There's like a Joe. If you type in JRE plus Bob Lazar, it's a pretty interesting thing. I can't tell if it's AI or not though. It's hard to tell
Yeah,
these days. Everything's looking like AI, man.
yeah. AI's met. They're trying to cover up. They're trying to block from people seeing the reality of things. It's just gonna AI is just to confuse people.
I mean, I use AI. I use AI and everything like that, but it's for my own. Usually I make like Christian songs, but like Christian in the genre that I like. Like I like rock and roll music and everything. Sometimes I'll make it like trap, like rap trap music. where it's a little bit more grimier, but it still goes through Bible verses and everything like that. It's actually pretty good. I made a couple new songs. Yeah, there's been a lot of feed, on whether the rapture's coming now, are you prepared, da da da, and everything like that. A lot of alien stuff, as brother here Steven said, the only protection we have is our faith in our Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And I was glad that you said that, man.
Thank you. Yeah, because I mean, it seems like these things, we're powerless to them, but that's where our power lies, is in our faith.
Yeah.
Our thoughts and also our speech has power. It moves the airwaves every time we talk, which is why I'm trying to stop cussing as much as I used to.
And they tremble or disappear. A lot of the stories that you hear, people are encountering alien like abductions or, sleep paralysis demons. They say whenever they pronounce the name of Jesus Christ, it's just like they disappear. It's just like they're gone.
It's called putting the spirit to the test. Because if it's an unclean spirit, demonic, it's going to flee in the name of Jesus Christ. You got to have faith in order to do that. Because imagine if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, and you say, "I tie by every week in Jesus Christ's name," the unclean spirit is going to laugh at you and attack you.
Well, shoot, if they got you in that place, you better start believing and start believing quick.
Yep.
It's
happened where people,
hey,
they say, and they laugh at them because they know they don't have the faith. They know it's not in their heart. They know that they don't have that love foundation, so they get attacked spiritually.
Yeah.
I think many people that we've lost in the cryptid community and paranormal community because of spiritual openings, man. Start believing these things to be something, and then that's how they overtake them, and they cause all kinds of ailments, sicknesses. That's what they do.
The Bible warns you to stay away from these spirits. Don't consult with these spirits. They're older. They know more than you. They're more powerful than you. Yet with Christ, they fear and tremble. So if you're not under the wing of protection of Christ, you can find yourself in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah.
And then if that doesn't work, then you get out the 45 and just start blasting.
All the bullets are going to be missing. 45 better have some holy water on it.
Carve a cross.
No, it's going to miss because they're in spirit form, man.
You carve a cross into the not the hollow point, but the FMJ.
This one, when I hear about people shooting this dogman and people that they killed them, it's like I laugh because I know that they're unclean spirits, so the rounds are going to miss. It's going to go right through them. Yeah, they might have shot at them, but it was a miss. They don't got no body or no pictures to show that they took it out. I mean, that's what people want to do, is want to see proof. But if it's a spirit, you can kill it. The only way you can fight the spirit is through the spirit.
The old saying,
that they killed something, spirit, because I know they're in spirit. They're from the spirit.
The old saying is, if it bleeds, we can kill it.
Yeah, but and there's no proof that it bleeds because there's no bodies.
Yeah,
because to me it's from the spirit. You figured so many people out there with all kinds of weapons and technology is getting better, and all these lasers and night vision, that by now somebody would have killed one to have some kind of proof of a dog man or a Bigfoot, and they don't. How long has it been being spotted? For a very long time, right? You figure with the technology, I see people that go to Africa kill lions and all kinds of animals, but none has been killed because you can kill something that's not of the flesh, because it's in the spirit. And the way you can fight it is spiritually. But
These are
that's my what I've experienced in Elms Grove, what I witnessed, how there will be in manifestation which should look real, but then when you say a tie binding rebuke in Jesus Christ's name and they vanish, either a puff of smoke smells like sulfur, or they vanish and it smells like freaking pestilence. You go to where they were standing and there's like black goo. It's like it left when you say I tie binding rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. So when it disappears like that, then it's not a real flesh creature. It's because it's something else. And if you're calling rebuking in Jesus Christ's name, then it's got to be a demon if they're fleeing in Jesus Christ's name.
amen.
But that's just my opinion. Maybe one day somebody will capture one or capture a little one. You hear when people say that they're friends of a Bigfoot family or a litter of a dog man and stuff, but they had no pictures. I said, well, can you show me a picture list with the one that you say that you raised? Take a picture with it like this, so the people can see that it's with you. No.
And then have your cousin just put
When
put your
somebody does
cousin
it, yeah,
get
to
your
me, it goes like,
cousin to like tie fishing strings to the dog
what?
and be like, no, this was definitely the dog, man. This is no hoax.
Yeah, it's like I feel that when they're believing their dad, that they're leaving the soap open because they're saying the story, they're believing it. So if they're believing it, it's maybe because it is manifesting and showing itself to them, but they just don't understand what they're seeing is something demonic. So they're believing it's a Bigfoot. They're believing it's a dog man. So it's got a stronghold over them already because it's attached to them. There was this woman that called me through Messenger, and she said, "I seen him. I seen him." I said, "What'd you see, ma'am?" She said, "I seen the dog man in the woods. I was walking my dog, and the dog man was looking at me." And I said, "What'd you do?" I said, "Well, I walked away from it. I went home and went inside the house, and then, well, that's good, that you're safe and all this." And then we hung up. Like 2 or 3 days later, she calls me and she tells me that the dog man is living in her living room. I was like, living in your living room? So yeah, he's living in my living room. I don't know how I got there, but it's living on my couch. It's because it was an unclean spirit. She didn't type on and rebuke it. It attached itself to her. And, she didn't say, you're not welcome to my house, so you got to enter into a home. So I helped her. I told her, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to place 70 crosses on your doors and your windows. You can't be afraid when you do this. You have to take authority since that's your home and tell it to leave, that it's not welcome there. When she did that, all the things that were happening stopped. Because she took authority over it in Jesus Christ's name, through Jesus Christ's name. And she told me thank you and all this stuff. And the time that she seen, like she said that after that, the times that they try to manifest, that she'll automatically type on and rebuke him in Jesus Christ's name.
I have to step away for a second. Do you want me to send you this link? You can open it and you can play it. I've already seen it. And that way you can pause it.
Well, I was gonna share some other pictures that I have here right now.
Okay. I'll post it in the private chat for right now, but I'm going to step away for a second.
Alrighty.
I'll be right back.
I got some information to share here.
I found the picture, brother, that I wanted to. But I need to work. Go ahead and share the information. I'll work on the picture for right now. The one I told you there was some little ones.
Yeah. I did a little more digging after my show earlier, but one of the main things that stuck out to me on today's show was that there's mercury in the ocean. And mercury is receptive to radio signals. It actually, it might be why some of these people that are in ships on the ocean hear whispering and also hear voices. And so I looked into this a little more, and I found this. It says mercury release occurs through both natural and anthropogenic processes. Natural processes are mainly geogenic, such as volcano activities and land emissions through the soil. So this is naturally occurring. But for the most part, all of these articles I was looking at, it was talking about like, oh, it's man-made pollution, it's getting into the water and stuff. There's naturally occurring mercury with chemical reactions from one state to another, which becomes mercury in the water. And if the substance of mercury, if it's picking up radio signals, there's so many things that it could explain, but it also brings up so many more questions. It says, in addition, mercury enters the ocean via rivers, estuaries, sediments, hydrothermal vents, and etc. These sources also release organic mercury compounds such as methyl mercury. And once they're in the ocean, they can undergo many reactions, primarily grouped as redox reactions, gain or loss of electrons, adsorption processes, binding to solid particles like fish, and more different types of methyl and demethylation, which this is all new information to me. But it kind of makes sense. It's when mercury is shaken, that's when it is receptive to radio signals. And if it's in the waters, it's always being shaken around because of the waves. And if it's in a highly concentrated area, if a boat's going into a certain part of the ocean, that's where they might be hearing these things. But this also brings up more questions like, are these possible mermaids emitting mercury? And then that's how they're communicating and because they're telling these people on the boats to jump in, join us.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know what's going on. And mercury's illegal. I actually saw this. I was at the post office the other day. They have a big sign in there. It says, mercury is illegal to ship in the United States.
Oh,
It's like,
man.
why is that? Is it because it's going to mess around with certain radio frequencies? Or is it going to pick something up that you're not supposed to hear? Like, I wonder if you have mercury in a tube and you have that in your vehicle and you have the radio on, are you going to pick up different signals that most others wouldn't naturally get from a normal radio signal? So I'm going to be digging into that one a little bit.
I got the pictures, brother. You want to see them?
It's probably because it's a toxic chemical, so they don't want it to.
That's what they say, but this stuff is highly reactive to radio waves. It's toxic for our bodies. It's obviously like, don't ingest it or anything. But I feel like that's a cover story. Oh, what are we looking at here?
Are you saying you're a conspiracy theorist?
It was coming down.
I'm a realist too.
It was leaving a trail.
You're a real conspiracy theorist? Even better.
It was leaving a trail, and there's one here and one here. And then I got a close-up of it.
I'm a conspiracy theorist. I think they're always lying to us.
There's one here and one right here. And here we go.
I really, I should not even.
Just say it.
We're all good. We're good. I don't like using that term anymore because it was made by the JFK Commission to shoot down any real talk about what happened.
You know, I was telling you there was little ones. There you are.
Let them come and try.
Yeah, let them shut us down. Why not?
They could try, but I
What
probably.
do you think about those, brother? Remember I told you there was little ones?
Yeah, it looks like there's possibly 3 here in a triangle formation there.
Yeah. Right there.
Wow.
Yeah. Kind of resembles
Those
the
little
big
things.
one that I was showing earlier. See?
Yeah.
And they were flying in the clouds. Oh, the color that they have is kind of like the mothership. If it's a mothership, I don't know.
It's showing depth.
Technology nowadays. I just wanted to share with you. I'll tell you that I had a couple of photos where they're flying. This one is like moving pretty fast, and it's like stops right here, but leaves a trail. Stops
And it
there.
can
And then,
stop right on a dime just like that.
yeah, yeah. You see the trail is it leaves a trail when it stops, like right here. And there's another one here. I mean, it's an old photo.
Wow.
But if you look at the picture, the regular picture, they're inside the picture. You just gotta, like, if you're to screenshot it and work on the picture, you'll be able to see them in there where they're flying around within the near the ship. Yeah. But anyways,
Yeah, it's interesting.
I just wanted to share the little ones.
If you want to
They're,
share the video, if you want to share this video, or I could just give you the link if you want to watch it on your own time.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's a little long though, so I don't know. Maybe you could do like 3 minutes of it.
Uh, yeah, I'll check it out because I was
You won't get any copyright strike or anything. I've streamed it live on my channel, no
yeah.
problems.
Oh, Walks with Bear. I don't know. I haven't even looked into Red Mercury yet, but I know about it. I sure know about it. I saw some weird stuff with that too.
Red Mercury? Isn't that what turns Superman gay? No, that's pink kryptonite.
What the hell?
I got my elements confused. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And Steven Yassel, what's your backstory?
I'm a filmmaker, and I'm doing research on the Bermuda Triangle right now, Great Lakes Triangle, energy grid.
Do you go to those places?
I went to Coral Castle 2 years ago. I brought back home a bunch of books. I just read them all on my channel over the past 4 months.
There's Years and Missile Productions on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm looking into the megalithics, all these like ancient architecture, and magnetics. I'm gonna get in trouble one day. You see my channel pull down. Go on some other. There's like Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute. Like I'll still be on those, but I think my days are numbered on YouTube if I keep going down this rabbit hole here.
Yeah, that means excuse my nicotine hiccups, but that's how you know you're on the right path. Because honestly, screw YouTube and their censorship. Can't stand it.
Yeah, I haven't done a show on YouTube using YouTube platform because all these people try to come at me and mass report me and stuff. So I just stick to StreamYard.
Well, I mean, it's still going through YouTube.
Yeah, but not as if you were using the platform YouTube itself. It's a lot worse, I think.
Probably. What should I be checking out?
He's the Mizzle Productions.
Could you put your link in the private chat? I'll sub to you.
Yeah, give me a second here.
Yeah, I've been testing lines, just saying all off the cuff stuff, just to piss off the algorithm. Because I want them to take my channel down so I can bloom into many other channels on different other platforms. Were you in the military?
No. I do Civil War reenactment, though. So I have military-esque uniforms.
Oh, are you part of the Confederacy?
No.
Oh,
I could be, though. There's both.
unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, we do have an impression of, what is it, the 19th Tennessee Confederates, but I haven't gotten any of the uniform yet.
I'll post my channel in. I'm not an admin on this channel anymore. Did I get removed or was I never one?
I don't think you ever was, brother. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better, man, than what I did after they did that test. But I almost had an accident this morning. Sat and slept all night, and I was gonna go get me some breakfast, and I seen the light, and I seen the car coming, and I was gonna pass it up, and I don't know. All I know is I cut the in front of the car, dude. I didn't even go make it around the car to get on the street. It's like I know I wasn't sleepy or nothing. It just luckily the car turned, or else we would have collided. But nothing happened, and I just said, "Screw this! I'm going back home and get some rest." After the sleep study, did a toll on me. But I'm doing better today. Just a little bit tired.
They chain you up for like sleep apnea?
Yeah, this said it's severe.
I got that bad too, man.
I've been having it. It's just when I was moving from one side of town to the other, a couple of my boxes got stolen because it was just on one of those flat things to move from one side. And my CPAP machine was in there, so it's been like 10 years I haven't been on one. I've been telling my VA doctor to get, but she would never do nothing about it, till they're like, well, you're gonna have to do a test, and also I did the test, and the doctor contacted me today, and he said that he's gonna give me a sleep apnea machine.
Yeah, I did a surgery. That was like one of the worst decisions I made.
If you're awake, it will register that you got sleep, but it's when you're asleep that it registers if you got it or not. When I did that test, like I don't know, like 7-8 years ago, I was awake. I couldn't go to sleep because they were making too much noise.
Did they pay you?
No.
Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. So what do you do, my friend down there at the bottom? Like, what is your stream about?
I can't even begin to tell you, brother.
Give me like a little synopsis here. What do you do? UFO, UAPs?
I look for truth in film and politics, but right now I'm going down this whole energy grid discussion, and I'm also studying the early film industry, and I'm very interested in radio. That's why there's all like the Mercury thing piqued my interest earlier.
Mm-hmm. I think you have to eat like 3 grams of mercury to where you can see the mercury.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
That is a joke. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
You will not turn into the Silver Surfer. As cool as it would be.
Don't those things have mercury in them?
Yeah, the little vials.
Yeah, like for the temperature.
Oh, thermostats. Usually
Thermostat.
older school
Or the
thermostats
one
do
you
that.
got outside, they got mercury in them.
Mm-hmm. The
I
ones
think I
that
seen
put.
a movie when I was growing up, a girl one called The Prophecy. He's dealing with mercury in the lake, where there was something killing the people, and it was I guess because of the mercury, it was a grizzly bear, but it was like had no fur. It was just red because of the mercury. It was
Mm,
great. It was an old movie.
mm. You guys don't know about them mercury thermometers that they stick in your butt, man. Those those are traumatizing, but they work.
What
They're,
are they? Did you check your temperature, or what, man?
yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah,
It's old school. It's old school.
yeah. That's for like little kids, no?
Yeah, it'll work for adults. Usually for little kids. Sometimes they put it under your armpit too.
Well, see, they remember the movie Prophecy that I'm talking about. It was a
Mm,
mutated grizzly bear. It's
the
killing all the people in the camp.
was it like exposed to mercury and radiation?
Yeah, it's an old movie called The Prophecy,
Mm.
and I think there was some mutated fish, and they were huge in the water too.
I think they did a test on the fish like in England and in Britain, and they're finding like high amounts of cocaine in the fishes. That's crazy. Those fish are wired up.
So, do they get mercury from Mercury? I didn't know. Or astronauts went to Mercury to get mercury. No, just
Mm.
play.
It's an element they find here on Earth.
I'm just messing around.
So they say. So they say.
Well, I just looked up and I shared about how it's naturally occurring. There's multiple chemical reactions before it turns into mercury in the ocean, but from runoff of rivers, volcanoes, geysers, all of that contributes to it. But the media will tell you that it's from man-made pollution.
Oh yeah, of
I'm
course.
I'm absolutely done with all major media. So I don't make movie references anymore. I don't try to refer to all of this media on the TV.
Well,
And
the media brings in a little bit of truth, but then they
Twist.
bum-
they make Dick and Fark jokes after that so that you stop talking about it.
exactly, yeah, and they make it a joke to don't look over here. These are just loonies
Yeah.
and discredit it. So yeah, I don't go with a lot of mainstream media. I go to a lot of alternative sites. And then whenever I do that and I tell people it's like, oh, well, you're not looking at scientific sites, and everything like that. Yeah, because all these scientists are all freaking bought out, They're all bought out and paid for certain political reasons, whatever, for money.
Yeah. It's all to control us, but um,
Keep us in the dark.
I feel we're above that. Yeah.
We're getting to a point there.
There's people that want to remain asleep. It's
Yeah,
okay. It's
you know,
okay. They can go off and pretend that they're living in a world where there isn't disappearances, where there isn't time slips, where there isn't contact with interdimensional beings. But we all have like firsthand accounts here of a
Saying
lot of that stuff.
they say some chambers in the pyramids full of I guess of the mercury.
they're saying there's a bunch of stuff under like these pillars underneath the. They look like to me they look like stabilizing things, but I haven't looked too much into it. Can you share my screen real quick? I'm not gonna play a lot of it. It'll just be a little short snippet.
Yeah, I saw about when it first got talked about, I saw some diagrams or pictures of what it would look like, and then I actually saw some video, but we're living with AI video now, so
How can you tell?
these looked like it had copper coils on them, which kind of gives credence to it might be real, but
Where are
it's
you trying
really
to share, man?
difficult.
It's a
It
interview
shows you
with
shooting something with a weapon.
no, it's Bob Lazar. It's Bob Lazar and Joe Rogan. They're having a conversation. No, it's nothing to
Okay,
do.
it's over here. I was looking at the wrong place. My bad. Bob Lazar.
And I'll skip through. Don't worry. I know how the copyright stuff goes.
Nixon was a crook. That guy was a crook. He was this or that. Like, they did a great job. The psyop was wonderful.
I'm a patsy.
Yeah.
They say it over and over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's all.
Can you put us on the screen? But maybe that one.
How come they look freaked out from the face, dude? Like they're
That's
AI.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I couldn't even tell if
It
this
looks
was AI.
AI.
Can you
It's
put that
AI.
one where it puts us squares, like squares, and it magnifies this one? Like it puts us on squares. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was my first. That was my first
It looks
impression.
AI, man. AI generated.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Really, really interesting stuff. But it's just, you know,
Yeah.
what it boils down to with stuff like your show, like how much is real, you know? And when you have these mysteries, one of the amazing things about mysteries is you're never going to run out of topics.
No.
There's so many of these things.
And as long as there's a U.S. government, I'm good. As long as the CIA exists,
they're always going to be hiding something. But the fun ones are always the alien ones.
Mhm.
That's the most fun ones. The alien ones and the ancient civilization ones. What is your take on Bob Lazar?
Well, we looked into the Bob Lazar. There's just no way of
Right.
telling.
We should
To sleep that, you know, I don't.
This is Bob
That it was my
Lazar.
own doing, essentially, that prevented me from continuing on in the project. I mean, it's that to be on that cutting edge of technology is so alluring to me.
Right.
But you know, by the same token, I don't really care that there's aliens or where they come from. I mean, the prize is the technology, and that's what I'm fascinated by. But
topic of conversation and see if material program, all of these
of any idea of where they got them or how they got them.
No, but something must have been said to me from Barry, but I it was just too long ago, and I can't quite remember what was said, but it just left a seed in my mind. I think at least one of them was part of an archaeological dig, so it's old. At least one of them is old. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig.
Whoa.
So that means it's not just old, it's ancient.
That'd be a great Steven Spielberg movie.
That would be pretty crazy to go through an archaeological dig and then find like a metal, you know, like some kind of ancient metal element. But I don't think we'll ever know. We'll never know. Maybe we don't need to know.
Oh, we definitely need to know.
I think it could all be a distraction. To me, I think it could all be a distraction to just get our minds away from Christ. But it would be neat to know.
You can't know now with all this AI stuff. That you don't know they're talking about it's real or fake. To me, it looks AI.
All I know is Rogan went against his co-host when his co-host was researching Flat Earth, and he made fun of him.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't listen to him. So I think Rogan's a piece of shit.
Are you a fluffer?
No. That's why I said I'm a realist. I look at actual. I look through books, and I try to look through old books.
Mm-hmm.
I have a book on Abraham Lincoln's speeches and stories from like 1903. I've yet to read through all of that, but that'll also dispel a lot of myths too. He never wanted to
Immensely
to free the slaves. He never wanted to do that. He wanted to end the war and have the Confederates keep their slaves. And the slavery thing is even a big lie. It was only like 1% of the entire country. This wasn't something where you'd go to your next door neighbor in a farm rural place and everyone would have these slaves. And then even the slave owners, that's all a lie too. There's so much new information coming out about that I'm coming across where I'm like, these sons of bitches.
Yeah,
they've been lying. They've been having us go at war with each other so they can have dominance over us. That's what this whole thing that we're living in right now is all about.
Yeah,
they're trying to disconnect us from source. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, these Freemasons, these occult people, all of them, they're all in the same club, and then they go and they start making these wars, and they got to get rid of the thinking people, because if you're a thinking person, you know, a scientist or a doctor or something like that, you got to go. All you can have in that kind of environment is the catechumens, and then the quote unquote enlightened ones, and you eradicate the thinking ones. You know, they talk about the Jews, how many Jews they killed. Hitler killed 6 million Jews. You don't really hear
that number's not correct either. It was published before World War II as well.
Yeah, but you never hear about the 2 million Jews that Hitler killed as well.
And, you never hear about the real numbers. That's the problem.
Yeah. And then they don't like to really talk about communism, where their numbers are in the 40, 50, 60 millions.
Yeah, funny how that's just glossed over, right?
Yeah, you know, don't pay attention to that. You know, it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe there's a secret, shadowy kind of government, you know, plotting these things to achieve a certain goal, and it doesn't matter how many people get killed in the process, as long as the means meets the goal. It's very sick.
Yeah, there's this other guy that I follow. His name's Cliff High, and he talks about how there's a group of people that are the elites, and they have an alien god that they worship, which pretty much is Satan. But it's all a deception. And when they have an alien convention, when they have them come out to the public one day, and we were talking about this last night, but if they ever have like a landing and they come out and they have first contact type of deal, that might all be staged. And then how many people will fall for the trick of come with us? And then you go into this other dimension, into like hell, basically.
Yeah. Like false capture.
Yeah. I think like really what we're dealing with, we're being suppressed from our true energy, that we're extremely powerful beings. If we're ever able to tap into what our true potentials are, then it would be game over for these fuckers.
Tap into Jesus, man. That's where you're gonna get the true power from, is Jesus, and he'll end this just with like a breath, you know. He'll end it with the snap of his fingers, or thought, you know.
Yeah.
End it all, and you know hey, Jesus allows this stuff to happen. He permits it to happen, and but there's a game plan. If you read the Bible, you know how it ends.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of literature. See,
make sure you're literature on the right team.
Yeah, literature goes back only so far, but you have this common theme of a Christ figure. You have this common theme of major cataclysms that destroyed civilizations. Not just one, but many. And I believe there was some sound weapon technology that came into play at one point that liquefied everything, liquefied the ground, and especially if it was a weapon, if it was weaponized, they could use it like a giant gun or a
laser.
Yeah, or laser, something like that.
Laser beam.
Or just like waves of energy.
think of it this way. Oh, they want to just pretty much wipe out an entire city, point the sound weapon at it, and make all the buildings sink 6-10 feet. Make everything else that's there, you just get fried by the sound.
Yeah. Shoot a laser to Hawaii, burn that down, get a land grab, do it in California, get a land grab.
Yeah, we're seeing the patterns here. They don't want people to see the patterns in it.
Oh yeah, we would be the first ones they would come after.
I'll be right back, guys.
All right, we're gonna go and get his channel demonetized. So let's talk about the Jewish space lasers.
Yeah, you really want to get Abe kicked off of here.
To be fair, I talk about this shit on my channel all the time too, and a lot of it's joking. But I mean, we do have weapons in space that what do they call them? High directed particle energy beams.
Yep. They're playing around with CERN, shooting particles at each other, and that. I mean, there's this whole thing of like the Mandela effect that it started in 2012, and it's really
that's been around for so much longer.
Yeah, it's ripping reality apart. But yeah, there's like different accounts of things throughout time where it's like people are not misremembering everything. How could you say everybody's misremembering everything about these things?
That's what happens whenever they scrub the information and then push their narrative and be like, no, you guys thought you saw this, but really this is what was going on, you know?
Like, I don't know what I'm going to find going into some of my hard drives that I have here. Because I got stuff from like 15, 20 years ago now. And like that stuff's probably not even on the internet anymore.
Yeah, maybe try DuckDuckGo.
No. I was using Yandex for a while, but it's like Russian based. But I haven't used it anymore. I've just been relying on Brave. It sucks.
Hop on the onion, man. Get to the dark web.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Tor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I got my channels I could look at through that, but that's why I've been that's why I like books, because even though
it's written,
yeah, it's solid. It's not going to get the plug pulled on it.
100. Yeah, amen. That's why I'm so grateful that we have the written word of God in book form, because in the next couple years everything is going to be going digital, and whenever it goes digital, you know how much they can manipulate the word.
Well, here's something for you. What if we're living in a digital realm?
The
words can change in the book. Yeah. Well, think of it this way. When do you ever remember the word matrix being in the Bible? Because apparently it's always been there. And the same thing with the lion lays with the lamb. That was never in there. It's the lion lays with the wolf.
Yeah. And maybe I'm that wolf.
I hope not.
I'll be the lion laying with the wolf in harmony.
But like, yeah, why would that be changed though?
I know I said that, and a lot of people like mocked me about it because I said the lion would lay down with the lamb, and they were like mocking me, and they were like, "Oh, he doesn't realize it's the lion that lays down with the wolf, or the wolf lays down with the lamb, or something like that." They were mocking me. I was like, "Okay, that adds even more credence to what I'm saying," you know?
Yeah.
And it was all these ecumenical, like, oh, I went to what is the school called, or whenever you go to like Catholic school, seminary school, like past or priests and whatnot, and they were trying to make fun of me, but I get all my biblical information from the word itself.
Oh, you know, this whole school system and the whole clique thing, going through all the grades and trying to it's all about conformity. I'm just over all of it. And I see remnants of it even with adults today that want to start shit with me on the internet. And I was talking about this last night on Abe's show. Like, someone tried to start shit with me about lawn service. So I kicked them out of my group because they kept going on and on and on about it.
Lawn service?
Yeah.
Like mowing lawns?
Yeah. They were arguing with me about the decibel levels. And I'm like, this is enough. Like, I'm done with this. It's like energy that I don't want to expend. And like, it's just feeding into negativity.
Have you ever heard of earplugs or any hearing protection? Like what?
Well, my thing, I mean, I was talking about the way that the decibels just cut through the brick and the plaster walls.
Yeah.
And they were coming to defense like I'm about to take their business away. And I'm like, dude, just shut the fuck up. Like, it's not a big fucking deal.
Go and mow some lawns, dude. I'm not here. Wear your hearing protection and live your life.
Yeah, they were trying to like come after me like I'm trying to take their business away. And I'm like, dude, I'm not. I'm just saying I don't like any of that because it was something about a town like 40 minutes from us put into law that like no more gas leaf blowers, only electric leaf blowers. And I'm like, good. But the whole thing was they did the law because of the climate and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
But I was just spitballing and I'm like, good. Because I can't get any fucking sleep on the weekends anyway. These guys come into my neighbor's house and blow it for like an hour, and they go down the whole block, and I'm just saying good.
Them damn heliosexuals.
Yeah, see them riding on the lawnmower, standing up, and I'm like, I don't know. There's just like it's not personal anymore. People should be going out and taking care of their yards themselves, and this whole industry of having this like truck show up that takes up 5 parking spots, and then they all come out of it like these alien spaceships that we've been talking about, where they release like 4 or 5 different orbs. It's like they're coming out with all these vehicles like the same way, going out and just doing the whole thing for hours on end.
Those are different types of aliens, okay? ¿Tú entiendes, mi amigo? They're becoming more rare and rare. They're going back to their home planet. Over here in Texas, they ain't playing.
No, they're all still here in Chicago.
Although you got that sanctuary city bullcrap.
Yeah. I saw some weird stuff with that, though. I saw Taco House have all caution tape up and these giant like vans, like paddy wagons. I'm like, what happened here? Did they just arrest the whole crew there? Like, I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that whole like bickering back and forth on the internet, I'm over it now.
Yeah, no, I like to have just good conversation with people, just you and I. And if we have a disagreement or something, let's say, all right, well, let's agree to disagree, and let's see if we can move on, and then maybe you can come back to that point after we more.
That's something like we all need to be aware of too, is that these people that are on their truth journeys, they're all at different levels right now. So we need to find a way to make common ground and not fight with each other.
Yeah.
So
I have a brother of mine. We differ on one saved. I don't know if you ever heard of once saved, always saved, or like conditional salvation. Have you ever heard of it like that? That's in the religious areas. I don't know if you do like Bible studies or stuff like that.
No, I went to Catholic school for 10 years, but other than that,
sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Well, I was the black sheep all the time too. I was the one that didn't listen to the teacher, and I got in trouble, got pulled outside, made an example of, and all that, and just it created resentment inside of me.
For sure.
Like these people are so brainwashed they can't even speak to a real person. They want me to conform. I need to put the book bag on the ground when I'm arriving, and I can't put it on my chair. I have to have it on like that type of bullshit. It's like, get over yourselves. Like, I got here, I'm doing my stuff. I'm here, I'm participating. I'm passing every class, but here you want to punish me because I question things. So like, I've always been like that. and it's gotten me in trouble a lot, even in local politics too.
I would imagine, yeah, if you go against the grain, then you're gonna have some daggers pointed at your back.
Yeah, Monica asked in the chat if I would ever leave Chicago.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. For a long time, I was planning to move out to Denver. I visited 3 times, and the politics over there flipped. Everybody from California and Texas are moving there, and Illinois.
Well, people from California are moving over here to Texas, and it's like, if you're moving over here to Texas, leave your California commie crap behind.
Yeah.
You know.
And I'll be going to Texas next month, so that'll be my second visit in 2 years, because I went last March.
For what?
Or last April. I'm going to watch wrestling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're talking about stuff that's like scripted and stuff. I enjoy watching wrestling.
I would like
just for the entertainment value of it, because I know what I'm getting into. But it's the way I view it is it's live performance.
Oh man, wrestling is real.
Yeah, it's real to me, damn it. Woo!
You get in the ring, you know, and you get yourself power drived, and tell me how real it is then.
Real glass, cry me a river.
So long they're paying me, man, and they don't do me like R-Truth, we'll be good.
Well said, Lupin. I don't even know what I said, but I'm pretty sure I said it well.
I gotta meet guy when I was a kid, man. He picked me up. Wrestling used to be in tents, big tents.
Yeah.
Oh, Jaime, if Walmart closes, it's going to be because of me.
Because I live in Texas, man. So I don't know, where's the event at?
Arlington.
That's not too far.
Yeah, I'm going to be staying in Fort Worth, so I'll be like 20 minutes away from it.
How much is the tickets?
For the venue, we got it. It was $60 a piece.
$60? Probably higher now.
Yeah, it's probably like around 120, 145 now. But that's just because of the ticket scalpers reselling. And also it's closer to the date. But you'd figure they'd like reduce the prices if they're trying to fill out the stadium.
Yeah, I'm gonna be going to Washington to the military parade that's coming up soon, in like June 15th. So that should be fun. Hopefully, me and my dad don't attack each other sometimes, because if you ever traveled with your father, be like, I'm gonna kill you, try to suffocate him with a pillow, with the snoring and everything like that.
Oh, you got a snoring dad too?
It's worse because I snore probably worse than he does.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I snore. I've been wanting to videotape me sleeping, but I haven't gotten around to that yet. I've been saying that for years, though.
We have to have like a race to see who can fall asleep fastest. So because if you don't fall asleep first, you ain't gonna go to sleep. Because it sounds like there's the people are rocking chainsaws in there. Nah. Earplugs.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Especially when I'm sharing a room with my dad, or like if we're traveling at a hotel or something, I need those.
Pro tip.
Yeah.
And you're also, well, no, you said a wrestling match. I got it confused with a monster truck rally. Take hearing protection for those monster truck rallies too.
That's good advice. Because a lot of people wouldn't think of that. Those things are loud. See, I'm into the whole car culture thing and the pro wrestling thing. That's pretty much what I'm doing as hobbies right now.
Cool.
But I got myself. You see how I was saying I always get myself in trouble. Like I got this situation with Walmart, but if they disappear, you'll know it's because of me.
Don't disappear my Walmart, man. I like my Walmart.
I can go to HEB. You'll get the same stuff there.
HEB is too pricey. I do like me a good HEB though. And I was gonna say something and just slipped my mind. I'm not gonna be on here for much longer though. I just wanted to drop in and just you know give everybody a God bless and in Jesus' name. And
Amen.
oh yeah, I posted my link in the private chat if you want to check out my channel. I do live streams, biblical streams. Sometimes we have heathen days. Like I have friends who are Christians, but they're like, dude, you just want to get drunk and just talk about bullcrap, and everything like that. So sometimes we do that. It's a blue moon every now and then. But yeah, it's gotten bad. I need to get back into just Bible studies.
Oh, you got some good thumbnails here, man. You're right up our alley. Look at this.
Yeah, man. You probably enjoy it.
There it is right there.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Was it shared in the public chat? All right, cool. Cool.
Okay. Check it out, man. Let's help each other. You should put, if he hadn't put your link in the channel too, you should put his link in there too, so everybody can find him. And I'll make a post. I'll make a post about your channel, and then I'll put a post to tell people to subscribe to you guys on my channel.
Awesome. That sounds good, man.
Networking. We all want to network and help each other out here.
It works. I had a lot of subscribers come in from Abe, and a lot of them were watching my live stream earlier tonight. So I thank Abe for that, because he doesn't have to do this, but we're all here. We're here for a reason. We're trying to connect and share ideas here.
The only thing I don't like is that I got a lot of trolls, and they're like kind of like the malicious trolls. So sometimes I don't like to share my channels. But if I see them in here, I'll be like, "Yeah, get this dude out." If they're acting up, I'll be like, "Bro, get rid of this dude. Trust me, I know exactly who it is. Get rid of him."
Yep. It's the same person coming back with different accounts too. So you mute them from your entire channel, and then they can continue leaving comments without even knowing that they're muted.
And do that. But usually the channels that I go to, because I get called everything, like race, like I'm a racist, homophobe, sexist, misogynist, and everything like that. I'm be like, yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, dang it, man. How'd you guys figure it out? I'm racist. I'm racist against everybody, man. I'm racist against myself. So yeah. And then it's funny because then I'll have like 3 black panelists on here and we're just having a good conversation. It's just like, damn it, this is not going against my narrative I was pushing.
It's like, oh no, I'm racist. Then why do I like the Hurt Syndicate, Bobby Lashley, Shelton Benjamin? Oh man, why do I like Swerve Strickland? Oh man, what's going on with that? I just love good wrestling. If anybody, and so like the whole race thing doesn't matter to me. When I go into like talking about genetics, though, then like, oh no, you're getting off the reservation. You can't be talking about that stuff. And that's when the racist thing gets thrown.
Bobby Lashley, he was stationed in Fort Hood when I was in Fort Hood.
Really?
And we used to work out in the gym, in Abrams gym.
No shit. That's
Bobby
awesome.
Lashley, when he was wrestling for the Army, he was wrestling off of Fort Hood, and we used to work out at the Abrams gym. He'd be lifting a lot of weights, man. He was a big dude, and I'd be working out there. We talk at the gym. I said, man, that's a lot of weight you're lifting over there. So I'm just trying to do it. And then it's like, yeah, I see you over there too. Now, I wasn't lifting weights like he was. I was just doing a lot of repetitions. But yeah, he was a big dude.
He still looks really fit right now.
Like, oh yeah, man! But
he's on AEW right now, man.
I think his dad used to be in the Army too.
Madeline said, "Every ist in the dictionary." You damn right. Every ist in the dictionary, I've been labeled. You name it, I'm it. I'm telling you, I would talk about it. I would say, "What do you guys think about Jewish space lasers?" And they'll be like, "How can you be so anti-Semitic?" And it's like, how is that anti-Semitic? I'm just like wondering, what do you guys think about that? And I'm not saying that they're evil or anything like that. I mean, America's probably got them, so.
And it's a real thing. They have this whole like digital internet grid. They know all of our, like, they're doing some something with the text messages, the Signal app. Like it's all compromised with our U.S. government.
Mm-hmm.
It's all operated out of Israel. So like, what are we to do? We speak about it and we get in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. So, like I say, I push the limits on my channel. I push my because part of it is satire, but part of it is true. You know, you kind of have to make a joke about some of this stuff, but you also have to know a decent amount of what you're talking about. Because if you don't know what you're talking about, then it'll all fall flat. You know.
Yeah,
But
that's
whenever
why I'm approaching things really slowly. I haven't gotten into a lot of the Bigfoot and alien contact stuff yet. Besides, like Bermuda Triangle with alien contact with disappearances and stuff.
do you think that they're extraterrestrial, or do you think they're extra
Interdimensional.
interdimensional? Do you think they're like fallen angels?
It's a actually I think it's a mixture of things.
A mixture of things.
So it's not all this. So it's not like the phenomenon of meeting these unknown entities. There's a lot of different ones, and some of them are from our government. Like some of them are just experiment. It's like it goes so far off the reservation from what people are used to talking about, but it's really a combination of a lot of things.
He's not.
Some more experiments. Uh, when were trying to create that super soldier, Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
When when I was in Germany, man, I see some people that look like the freaking Nephilim, real freaking tall Germans, muscular. Man, it's like, how did it get big like that? So it looked like
So
to me
yeah,
like experiments because they were like massive, dude. Like they were on steroids. I mean, huge. Arnold Schwarzenegger would look like a little kid compared to some of the Germans that I've seen. They're massive, man. I've seen some weird stuff over there, but he would do a lot of experiments on the soldiers. He would
Yeah.
test the chemicals like mustard agents, like a lot of
Yeah.
mustard agent in those areas in Germany where they would say, if you go to the woods, be careful because some of these locations must still be hot for mustard agent and stuff like that. And when you go walking, nature to walk, and you don't got no equipment to that's gonna make it go off or nothing like that. So say if
We
you run into a kitchen where there's dead animals and they're just laying there and you see like dead birds, then don't go further because that means that area is contaminated.
we're not going to get the channel taken down. Trust me. We're approaching this on the very light end, humorous kind of thing. You know, if we got into it very deep, then maybe there would be a possibility. But I know the boundaries and limits. You know, I know how to keep it safe. So.
Yeah, the demons are infiltrating the government, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're within their government. I seen it. I seen them when was this?
I'm going to share a picture here.
Okay, there we go.
This is Wilt Chamberlain, who's 7'2" on the left, Andre
Yep.
the Giant on the right, and an
Yep.
Arnold Schwarzenegger in the middle. They're lifting them.
Who's the one on the left?
Basketball player Wilt Chamberlain.
Okay.
Yep.
But I think that this is on the side of Conan the Destroyer.
Nice. Oh,
Yep.
was Andre the Giant and Conan the Destroyer?
I think.
I don't know. He might have
Arnold is what? Arnold's like how tall is Arnold?
I
That's
like
a
6'3".
good question. Good
Like
question.
5'9", 5'6".
How
I think
tall?
he's short
is
like Sylvester Stallone.
6'2".
6'2".
That's not what I wanted. Okay, I had a few other pictures here, but it's showing more wrestling now. Here we go.
I used to watch wrestling with my grandmother. She was a wrestling fan, man. She liked the old wrestling, El Santo, Blue Demon. She liked Under the Giant. She would call me El Gigante está luchando. The giant is wrestling. feel like my grandma was already in her like 89, 90, and we were watching
Did you take
WWF
did,
and
did you
WCW.
did you take those pictures?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, these are off Getty Images.
Okay, so you have to purchase them.
Yeah, if you want without the watermark on it.
Got you. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to the right side of it. This was just for me to show the picture here, even though it has the watermark in the middle.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go. I got a long day tomorrow.
Alrighty, brother.
Sounds good.
Glad
Thank you for coming on, brother.
Yeah, man. I always try and get on here, but damn, sometimes it takes 45 minutes for you guys to drop a link. So it's just like I got a long attention span, but not that long. But yeah, man. God bless you guys and all your endeavors. You know, may you guys be protected by Jesus Christ, and you know, you keep your faith in Him, and He'll guide you the right way, man.
Amen.
Amen.
God bless, guys.
God bless you, brother.
Take care.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing, like, we're almost going right back to talking about the Nephilim giants again.
I've seen some tall people. I'm telling you, man, and I've seen tall people in Germany that were massive. Even some of the African people, because it's kind of like being in New York and Germany, because it's a mixture of a lot of nationalities from all around the world, you know. And I see some tall people over there, huge. I look like a midget compared to some of those people. And I seen tall people in was it Camp Shelby? Where I went to Camp Shelby, that's in Louisiana. Tall people over there too. I was like, what the hell? Where does tall people come from? You know. But you know, I think. What do you think that is? Dealing with a region where you get someone dealing with a environment.
I'm always hearing new stuff about it. The other day, my friend Susie was saying that when the biblical flood happened, not all the giants were wiped out, and the reason being was because when they eat food, they grow. So they gorged themselves so that they would be taller than the flood. And then those ones that did that then continued to procreate after the fact. So they'd basically fast, and that would shrink them back down to normal sizes, like human size. And then yeah, I never heard of that before, but I can follow the concept. It makes sense to me, like I can follow it. But that's one thing. Another thing is, like, there's this whole concept of World War II Germany being in contact with the tall white alien race. And we're talking about there's these different races of aliens, like the reptilians, and then you have tall whites, you have the bluebird race. Like there's a whole bunch of different things out there, because I don't know what to actually call them.
Somebody says there because some of the pictures that I've seen of things that are petrified. Like I seen one where it's like a mountain and it looks like a cave, but it's not really a cave. It's a giant. And you follow. You've seen those that is the uterus or something.
Mm-hmm.
But
there was one. There's this like mountain formation that Mud Fossil University, I think, was looking into. They're a YouTube channel. They look at a lot of stone, and they've looked at this mountainous range that looks like an elephant, and where the ear is supposed to be, there's a cave that goes in and follows it, similar to the elephant's ear canal, because we've now dissected most of
Yeah,
these animals, and we
the
know what
woolly
they look like.
mammoth, woolly
Yeah,
mammoth.
yeah. So like whatever's left of it, there there's a possibility that all of these giant creatures and such were turned into stone. By what though? I can't say because I don't have enough information yet. So that's where where I'm saying I'm taking things slow because I don't want to jump the gun and say, "Oh, it's this," because then I'd have to correct myself
Well,
later.
the only thing that was making people into stone that I know of, that's Greek mythology, was Medusa. If I'm correct, Medusa would turn things. I think didn't they use it like where they cut the head of Medusa and showed it to the was it the Kraken or Leviathan, and it turned into stone.
Wow.
I'm just because that's
Well,
what the Greek mythology is supposed to be. The Watchers is supposed to be the Greek gods and all this. Germany has still statues of them over there. Poseidon. Well, I think that's what it's called, Poseidon, and they have monuments, statues made out of in the town square on top of the buildings. Sometimes you can see gargoyles up there.
mhm.
In the parks, you can see shadow figures, like made out of a stone, but they look like shadow figures. But you know, it's the times of what do you call them? The people that were affiliated, the pagans. Pagans used to believe in a lot of statues and stuff like that. That's where all that's left behind. But I don't know, man. I had an incident that happened to me there that makes me wonder what's really out there. When we talk about werewolves, Dogman, Lycanthrope. Well, I remember I was at a club, and the club had closed. It was 15th. I walked outside. It was 2 in the morning. Then I see some people walking down some stairs, like the basement, and I had never seen that section open ever before. So I was curious. I wanted to see what was going on. So I followed the people who were right behind them, and as soon as I entered right behind them, this big old metal door. It was huge, massive. This guy had to be over 7 foot tall, man. That was guarding the door. He closed his big old metal door and put this giant, big old padlock. He put a chain through it, a big old padlock, and locked it. You know, and I'm looking at this big old tall guy, and it's like I'm just looking at him, and I'm inside this looks like a cave, looks like a cavern, right? So I'm seeing these people there. They're sitting in booths, and there's chem lights everywhere. Next thing you know, I see this girl run. She's with her dude. She runs, jump on the bar, and starts crawling like a freaking animal. And she starts acting weird, sniffing like an animal. Then she jumps the bar and goes over to where this other couple are sitting, and she goes and bites a dude in the neck. Then the other girl jumps on the bar and she crawls and is acting like an animal, sniffing, and she goes over there to where to their girl's dude. And I'm looking at this, man, and all these people are acting strange. They're acting animalistic. And I'll tell the bouncer or the guard of the gate of the door if he could let me out, and he's saying no. He's saying no, and it was big. And then they start acting like if they're animals, dude. Like I mean, they're biting each other, scratching each other, and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I was like, it's like I'm looking, and it's like I tell the guy again if he could let me out because no, I said I got CQ, try to bullshit him, and he's like, I shouldn't. He said I shouldn't let you out. You're lucky. He opened the door and he said, "Hurry up," and let me out, and he locked the freaking door. He made a little crack. I was skinny to get out of there. What they were, the way they're acting to me wasn't human like. The only thing I didn't get to see if they were going to freaking transform into something else or manifest into something because they were acting like freaking animalistic, man.
Yeah, I think a lot of these. Well, first there's the Dulce base that has all of these like multiple layers of where they experiment on human hybrids and stuff. That's messed up. But also, I know we're going all over the place here. I'm sorry.
That's
But
fine. Go ahead, brother. Yeah,
there,
that's what we talk. We talk about all kinds of things here.
there's a
Little bit
channel.
of that.
Yeah, there's a channel I follow called Archaics, Archaix, and Jason is the name of the guy that runs the channel. But he's done a lot of research on these old books, and he's come to the consensus that there used to be a vapor canopy that collapsed, and that's one of the major cataclysms that happened. And I connect that to other stuff I've researched where they've said like the remnants of the giant trees and stuff, that we had giant trees, giant animals, and everything here before because everything was silica based. And I think if the vapor canopy collapsed and more carbon was introduced into the air and the environment, that's why everything shrank down.
Well, how many years will people be able to live back in the day? You remember in the Bible they say many years.
Yes, but in Egypt, they have this unit of measurement called a shar. And a lot of these Egyptologists were under the assumption that a shar meant a year. But this Archaics guy, Jason, is claiming that through all the research he's done on the shar and what the unit of measurement was, is that it was a day, not a year. And that's why you have these like 700-year reigns of Egyptian pharaohs and whatnot.
Let me charge up my phone, brother. I'll be right back. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, it's stuff I haven't talked about yet, but I'm talking about it here. So there might have been longer lifespans in the past, but we also have to take into consideration the way that people measured time. And that's one of the things that might be a misconception, is that they were counting days. So 700 days for a reign sounds a little more reasonable than 700 years. But there's these tablets that have been found that have like all of these different rulers on it. Like, I don't know what it was, like ancient Mesopotamia or something. I'm probably getting it wrong though. But there was these tablets that have all of these different rulers and how long they ruled for, and it's like hundreds of years. Some of them went over 1,000 years reign. But if they're measuring the time wrong, then all of that kind of goes out the window, and you have to start over. You have to like reconsider everything that you've taken in so far. So yeah, Law Morgan. Yeah, you know who Archaics is. I'm not aware of what he did prison time for, but yeah, he was even going into how, I mean, he's going against the grain with a lot of these religions too. So he's playing with fire, so to speak, right? I mean, if we find out he disappears one day, then maybe he's sharing some truth. But I find it fascinating. So I haven't been watching him lately because I just don't have time. I don't have time to watch my other subscriptions as much as I used to, because I'm running my own channel 4 days a week now, 5 days a week. And other than that, then I'm doing the eBay store. or I'm doing the odd film job on the weekend, like I did last Saturday. That messed up my whole Saturday, like my normal Saturdays of doing 11 o'clock show in the morning. I got to put that at night, and I was already exhausted from the filming. And yeah, and I'm still dealing with a sunburn here. You can't see it, but I've been using aloe on it. And
Yeah. Oh. The giants. How tall did they say they were back in the day? How tall
oh,
wasn't it massive?
they must have been, because I mean, you think some of these ancient plateaus that look like tree stumps, if you look at them the right way, they have rings in them. How big would you have had to, like, how big would the axe have had to been to chop it down, cut it down? And how big would those people have to, or giants have to have been? It's probably Nephilim if they were going around destroying the earth.
Oh,
And
that's
then,
creations, yeah. What was the saying that they would say in the in the fee fi fo fum? The blood of an Englishman.
I'll share the channel name in the chat. You don't have to agree with what he did in the past. He served his time, but I'm not here to defend him. I'm just sharing what he shares in terms of his research, which when you spend time in prison and all you're doing is reading books, I think there's some credibility to that.
Yeah, because you're getting wisdom and knowledge.
Yeah, he's like, at this point in time, he's talking about how there's ancient artificial intelligence that created this world. Well, you're pretty much talking about Heavenly Father Creator. But you can't say where they came from. They just always were, right? And then that's where the atheists come in and be like, no, there has to be a beginning. Like, what happened before that and what happened before that? So, I mean, after a certain period of time, it's you have to choose how you spend your time. Because then if you could get caught chasing your own tail with these subjects, especially if you're trying to explain this stuff to people who aren't receptive to it. Then yeah, you get the mocking, you get the making fun of stuff, and trying to derail the conversation. So I just try to go with the flow. I wing things a lot because that way it's like the algorithms don't know how to respond. They don't know my schedule, what I'm going to be talking about. So I'm always keeping the algorithm on its toes. And like the interview that you did on my channel, that's like one of the most successful videos as of now. It's like over 121 views. I used to get hundreds of views. And now I'm lucky if, like, by the end of a live or at the end of a video upload that I premiere now, I'm lucky if I have like 13 views on it.
Yeah, I used to get a lot of views. I think it's when I would do it off my cell phone, but at the same time, people started targeting me, so I had to change it to a different platform so I wouldn't get trouble on YouTube when I was doing it off of YouTube. I used to do my lives off my cell phone on YouTube itself, and I had a lot of viewers that were view. Like thousands. I'm talking about like 6,000, 8,000, and higher. Then one time I had like 20,000, if I'm correct, like 20,000 viewers. It was just a good night, and people were viewing views, not likes. I mean, I had some likes, but views. There was a lot of views, but then you wonder, well, how many of this views legit, or this views just YouTube, so you can continue to do do videos there.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been doing it off of here. I feel I got control YouTube with the moderators, and then here somebody acts up. I just put them out. I've got time to be messing around with people that are coming in here trolling. Maybe one day sometimes I'll just go in there and I'll do like an hour video on YouTube. And I get a lot of views on there for about an hour, 700 views. You gotta just do it for the algorithm. Even if it's 30 minutes, 15 minutes, do it for algorithm just to see how many viewers you get doing off your phone. I think because there you're able to places that is just for adults, no children, and you can place your location where you're from, and I think that's what helps you get up more viewers because you're placing where you're at.
Yeah.
But just
I haven't been putting my location in, so maybe I should start doing that and see if it changes anything.
Yeah, off the phone. I don't know how to do it off of here when I do the live stream because they don't tell me. Or like YouTube will tell you what location where you're at, and you can put it on there like on the short reels. But off of here, it don't give you that option, so I just do the lives here. But I think if you put the location where you're at, you get a lot of more views, people viewing. Yeah, what I used to do a lot is sometimes I would do daytime videos, like an hour, just talk about something, people pop up, and you start getting people to subscribe, and it's just building up a little bit at a time. By the time you know it, you have a lot of subscribers. You're up there already in subscribers, ain't you?
Yeah. A lot of it was due to the I was reposting board meeting videos, clips of mostly parents complaining about the pornographic books being available to children on the lower shelves and all that.
Oh, wow.
And some of them, those videos got hit. They gave me copyright, and they hit my channel with like strikes where I couldn't go live for a week. And then they took away my monetization too.
Wow.
And it took me about a year to get it back.
So you did it you were doing lives on YouTube?
Yeah, I mean around the time I was starting to do lives, I was also putting up all of these edited videos of the clips and stuff of the board meetings. And one of them was a doctor talking about the jibby jab, and it was like Mount Vernon board meeting or something. So it was a doctor talking, and I got the entirety, like a whole hour and 20 minutes of all of these speakers in one video clip, and he was like the first or second one to speak, and that took off like crazy. It got it's well over 100,000 views, but
wow.
That eventually
got you in trouble.
It was like you're spreading misinformation, and I'm like, no, I have reposted public access video that's still available on the channel I got it from, and if you're going to hit me, you have to hit that channel too. And then they dropped it. So you have to fight these things. You can't just accept it like, oh, I guess I did wrong. No, stand your ground. You know exactly what you're putting out there. You know you're not breaking any rules. And most of the times these things are bots that are just catching the buzzwords and saying, oh, no, shut it down.
Facebook used to be bad like that on me, man. Facebook. I mean, one of my accounts, they permanently deleted it. But I was getting mass reported because I was bringing the spiritual aspect of things, but I'm still here. They deleted my Facebook and my account, which erased me from my positive spiritualist. It was a group, but I had a backup account, so I used the backup account to still keep the thing. But they had, I recreated it, and with the backup account and continued. And you always gotta have a backup account, man, because you don't
Yeah.
know what can happen.
If
Just like
anyone, I have a backup account for YouTube, Yissel Missile, and then the number 2.
yeah,
And it's the same exact thing as but I haven't updated it in such a long time. But that's out there just in case my
yeah,
main channel goes down. At least I'll have like 20, 30 subs on that one. But thankfully they haven't cracked down on all of that yet. I'm on my second Facebook account. I chose to delete my original one about 10, 12 years ago. I got rid of all the stuff I've ever posted, all the pictures I ever posted. I went through one by one. I deleted everything because
you would get into it.
Yeah, I didn't want my digital
Politics and all that. Politics
Yeah.
got me in trouble. I think it was politics that booted me out.
Yeah. Now, if you call someone a name, they like put you in timeout.
Oh yeah, man. I think I did say something to somebody one day, and boom.
It's like even using the B word.
Yeah,
The
any
female
bad word.
dog.
Yeah. I think somebody was talking crap to me, and I told them that I was gonna do this and this to them, and next thing you know, it's locked. It's like I can't use nothing, you know.
Like I don't even use my main account on Twitter anymore. I have an alternate account now. And I just do that. I like posts that I agree with. I leave comments without fear of retaliation. But people don't know it's me. That's the sad part. Like I can't speak on that platform without getting chastised. So I chose to go a different route. No one's gonna find who I am on Twitter on the alternate account, but you can find my main one. But I haven't posted on it for almost a year now because I was only getting like 20 views, 1 like. It's like, why the suppression? I go on TikTok, I start a live, I got 200 viewers in 5 minutes.
Short reels, man. Short reels on YouTube. Short reels on that'll give reviews. People like seeing short reels. That's what gave me a lot of subscribers and views.
Yeah.
On Facebook. I mean on YouTube and on TikTok. People like short reels of things. You know how people make those AI things, but they like to see some things. Like, hey, I see something there.
Yeah, my Instagram, I was making all short interview clips, like reels, and I was cross posting them to Facebook and TikTok. TikTok, I have over 3,000 followers on there.
Wow.
And the same thing with Instagram. And but when I would post it on Twitter, like nothing would, like 20 views, 30 views, no interactions, no comments. So it was fun testing it all out, but the algorithms are always changing, and I'm getting tired of trying to keep up with them. So I'm sticking to my schedule of doing my live shows.
Yeah. Just do your live, put your content out there, and eventually, man, people start viewing and subscribing. As you know, they'll put you out more. Sometimes they put you like in limbo, where nobody's viewing because they're not showing your channel anywhere. So about the only viewers you're gonna have is the people that subscribe to you.
Yeah.
But
I have two. 2,000.
I'm telling you, it's short reels. Short reels is they go to a different category in which they're able to subscribe to short reels. If a short reel can go hit good, you'll get subscribers.
Yeah, like I was for the past 3 years now, I've been talking about like the bad side of Hollywood. And there's still a lot more to talk about. I have books to read. Esoteric Hollywood. Got all this Freemasonry symbolism going on. I have a whole binder of 11 symbolism, which is also related to the Freemasonry, the pillars. Like Christopher Nolan's compromised. That's why he has access to the most expensive film stock, the IMAX 70 millimeter. He can do whatever he wants. He took the deal. I don't like saying that, but I used to like the guy, and now it's just he's doing this whole. He's following the agenda with like the Emmys have a new set of rules where you need to have every race of every person that's ever lived in your cast, or else you don't get nominated. And he's doing it. He's making something like Hamlet with a whole bunch of different races. You can't really do that when the story doesn't call for it, but that's what Hollywood wants, is to make it look like we're all it's a small world, that whole thing. They want to just make that for every single movie now. So that's not how it works. Like, everybody's different and there's different stories told within those regions. You can't introduce different elements into it that shouldn't be there in the first place because it doesn't pertain to the story. But yet here we are. I'm participating less and less in that whole industry, and I don't regret it. I never had intentions to move to Los Angeles. I wanted to be able to build a film studio here in Illinois, but now that's going to be so expensive. It's not worth it. I'd be better off building it somewhere else in a different state. Texas sounds cool to me, but like Colorado is completely compromised, and I wanted to go over there at one point, but it just is different places are calling me now. Like spiritually different place, like being on here with you. Like, I didn't expect to be coming onto these lives so much, but here I am. You know,
it's just it happens in ways. It's a calling, man. It's not being addicted. It's just a calling. You know, you feel it. You're feeling it spiritually. Every time you go to sleep, every time you wake up, you feel something, and you're like, man, that's strong me. You know, and you're awakened. It's basically, that's what it is, awakening. When you start awakening, you start experiencing things like, whoa, never noticed this before, and you start awakening. And
hold on one moment.
Let me go get my phone back over here.
Yeah, so when I speak of Hollywood, I'm kind of saying the entire like film industry, like anybody that's in, like, I'm kind of putting it all in one box, which I shouldn't be. There's some really good movies out there. There's one I'm going to recommend, and I don't do this often, but we were talking about dreams the other night. This movie's called Waking Life, and it's all rotoscope, so it's filmed and then it's animated over. But it's about this dude that's like lucid dreaming and having all of these deep conversations with all these different people. And it's really not that long of a movie, but it definitely was like making me think a lot. And not too many movies do that for me, especially these days. Like, the past 10 years of movies, I'm completely tuned out from. I don't know what's going on. Like, I used to be the guy that be on all these film websites looking up pre-production, production, post-production, following which directors are doing what and who got cast and when it's going to be released, and like all the movie posters that are associated with the release and where they're going to be at and why they're marketing it that way. Like, I was looking at all of the internal things because that was what I was wanting to get into, that line of work. But I don't want to be working for a studio. I want to have my own studio because I want to have the final say on the product that's put out. I don't want to shoot something and then they want to cut a few scenes out that are essential to the movie could help people grow spiritually, and they're like, no, we don't want that. Like, that's irrelevant to our agenda. But without them saying that to me.
Yeah, because there's, what's some are affiliated with certain groups. That's why I was on this group called Light Workers of the World, and these people supposedly was helping each other out, giving each other advice and all this. Then one day, talked about Jesus Christ, and then all of a sudden I get they contact me through Messenger, which is the admin from that group, and they told me that I can't say Jesus Christ, talk about Jesus. They don't take nothing of religion within the things. And I said, well, you call Light Workers of the World. I mean, you talk about helping one another in love. Well, Jesus Christ is about love. So, well, you're not allowed to use that here. So, okay. So I left the group because to me, it's like if they're not doing it through Jesus Christ, then how are they doing it? What kind of love are they talking about? So I left the group. I used to do videos there, spiritual videos. That I left a long time ago. They had Light Workers of the World and Light Worker Life Feeds, but then they had people with tarot cards, people messing with other things. I said, oh, hell no. So I got out of there. They wanted, I had the ability, people don't know this, but when I would go there, people would want to know questions about their deceased ones, like dead fathers, their mothers. And they would ask me if I had the capability. So, I would just see an image of something. Not that I open up to anything. It's just I have, I looked at the picture or they showed me a picture and I will tell them something about what I see and they'll freak out. But then I'm just kind of glad I left there because I didn't want to open myself to anything like that because it does take energy out of you when you open it. But I help a lot of people there, you know. Sometimes they would contact me through the messenger if I could help them because there was a dark entity in their homes and stuff like that. But yeah, just gotta be careful what you get affiliated with.
You remember that movie, A Scanner Darkly?
Was it Scanner?
A Scanner Darkly with Keanu Reeves. It's made by the same director as this movie. But that story that A Scanner Darkly is based on is a Philip K. Dick short story. It's about a policeman that wears this like hologram suit, makes him turn into any person that he wants to like portray, or it scrambles their appearance so that nobody can know who they are. And then in the movie he gets a drug addiction, and then he ends up on a farm at the end of the movie, like just lobotomized.
Wow.
And I think he was like digging into stuff, but he was getting into things with the wrong people. I really would like to read the Philip K. Dick version of it, the actual story. But that guy, Philip K. Dick, he was at a conference in it was either Japan or France. I want to say it was France, but this was back in the 70s, and he was explaining to this audience that he believes that we live in a matrix. And he goes on to say about how he would get stories in his dreams, and that's what he would write into these books that he put out. And over time, he started to realize some of these dreams that he would have would later come true in real life. Like meeting a certain person with black hair or something else, and then that same situation would happen in the not too distant future for him. And so he was starting to play around with the idea that like that this world's malleable. Like we can change this world to the way that we see fit, and it's the power of creation, the power that our heavenly Father Creator gave us. We are creators as well, and that's where that power lies within us. So I believe in the power of speech, because you talk negatively to a plant, it dies. You talk positively to it, it grows. It stays alive. And there's studies that have proved this too. I've learned that like plants, they did studies on these plants that you keep in your house. When you go away, they know when you're away, and they get excited like when a dog knows that you're about to come home because you're taking care of them and watering them. Like they know when you're coming into the proximity of them. So this whole realm that we're in is all energy based, and what we can't see that we're saying is air, it definitely has uh, structure to it that we manipulate with our speech. Because when we talk, that energy's going somewhere. And if you're talking bad about things, you're going to attract that negative energy.
Yeah.
So that's why I've been on this whole like new quest of trying to be conscious of how I think about things and how I speak about things. So like when I'm driving, I'm trying to cuss less. I'm
Yeah.
asking Heavenly Father Creator for my like redemption, for forgiveness, for being in that state of mind. I'm trying to be more high vibration, and I'm seeing results from it too.
Yeah.
So I want to
That's what
continue
I try
down.
to teach here in the spiritual encrypted encounters uh, to people. Once they start opening up and they see themselves that there is something higher than how they are, how things are, is something higher, and it is about the openings that you leave yourself to. It's kind of like the more you watch what you say, what you do. Of course, if something a bad thought try to comes to you, you tie by and rebuke it away. You maintain the love foundation and forgive people daily, even those that come at you in a negative way, which I forgive people daily. People come at me in a negative way. So when you use your love foundation and you forgive, that's a heavenly love foundation right there. The Heavenly Father is going to bless you, and you're going to continue to grow and continue to grow and grow, and you're going to be like, whoa, it's like a whole different feeling. It's going
Mhm.
to change your heart, your mind, everything.
Changes the whole way you
Feeling.
behave in everyday life. Yeah. And Monica is saying here, uh, they say talk nice to water and then bad to the other water separately, and you will see differences. Yeah, the water crystals are much different. And water, there's I keep forgetting her name. There's a few researchers that have done experiments with water. They put water in a dish and they put a coin next to it, and then they freeze it later on. And when they go back to look at the frozen water under a microscope, you see this image of the coin that was next to it, like it was aware that it was there. So water has these properties that we're just like relearning now, because do believe we lost a lot of our knowledge that we used to have, and that it's just the beginning of this awakening process of just knowing that everything you interact with, everything that's ever been manufactured, like even this pen that I'm holding in my hand, like it all other people put energy into this to have this here with me. So it's like you have to really take into consideration how you're treating your belongings. If you're keeping too many things, how to let go of the material possessions. And like I'm going through that whole like dark night of the soul with that. Like what should I be letting go of? What should I be keeping for sentimental reasons? And not to be greedy, because like even with Yeah, even with trying to run an online store, I'm I'm spending a lot of time on stuff, and before I was getting very frustrated, like, oh, I'm not getting sales and this and that. Now that I've been very positive about it, I've been getting a lot more sales, and
That's good.
it's helping get me closer to that goal and that dream of visiting Texas next month. So it's been a long process, but like I'm able to take those steps and it's getting there a lot quicker now that I'm approaching it this way.
Yo, the Heavenly Father will blesses you a certain way, uh, just by being positive, man, and maintaining that love foundation. He blesses me daily. He blessed my wife earlier, and my wife was all happy. You know, you just gotta, a positive, think positive, love on. That's why I had positive spiritualists. I was making videos, walking through Mother Nature, and talking to people and stuff like that. Even though there's other things that are out there within Mother Nature, but yeah, my on Facebook it was positive spiritualist. If you look here in spiritual encrypted encounters, it'll say positive spiritualist because that's what started it off for me. In which that was my main group, positive spiritualist. Just I got put into the cryptic community because I was led this way. So I'm here and I'm just trying to give people advice because I'm concerned of a lot of people that we've lost a lot of people in the cryptid and the paranormal, in which they left openings and the things that are around took advantage. I know that sometimes we all have to go one way or the other, but you just got to be careful what openings you live in. You're doing the right thing, brother. That's what the Heavenly Father wants you to do. And as you're doing that, He's gonna, and you're having like a relationship with Him, He's gonna guide you. You'll see. And you're just gonna grow and grow.
Yeah, like there's experiences and stories that I've had just in the past several weeks. At some point, I'll share them. Right now, I'm still trying to figure out what these meant, you know.
Yeah.
But like the recent stuff I've shared, like the dreams with me thinking there's these entities just trying to mess with me, and they're trying to get they're like trying to get intel off of me. It's like no, it's not
Mhm.
happening. It's not happening. But also, I do think like we're able to create our own dream worlds, but at the same time, I also believe in the astral projection thing, lucid
Mhm.
dreaming. It just depends on like night by night or sleep by sleep on what's happening with that. I'm still playing. I guess I don't want to say playing around with it. I'm still experimenting with what that all is.
Yeah, He'll show you. Just all in due time as you grow spiritually. He's gonna show you, and it's a calling, man. And it's like once you know, and it's like you're gonna be a certain way because you're connected to the love foundation, so you're not gonna falter. You're gonna continue to grow and grow because He's
Mhm.
gonna guide you that way. I have a lot of people that come at me in a negative way, say bad things about me. I know where I've been while I was in the military, but that was then. This is now, and where I am now as a person. Right now is what matters. What I did in the military, what I did when I was younger. That's the past, but we're in the present, and I know that there is a higher power, and it wasn't for Him or the higher power that exists, I wouldn't be here right now. I would have been dead numerous times. Numerous times I would have been gone, but I'm here for a reason, and I believe that the reason is to make a difference. You know,
Yeah.
a positive,
So
how should I say, share my wisdom and knowledge so people could awaken spiritually. That's I believe my calling, No, and I'm going to continue to do that. Just like what you're doing. You're calling, brother.
Yeah. Like architecture fascinates me like to no end. I was on Beyond the Boxes channel last night, and they were loving how like passionate I was reacting to things. I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, pause this right here. I want to see this again. They're all cracking up, and like just because of how passionate I was about it. And I'm not speaking negatively about them. They were fascinated at my fascination, you know. And so if I'm inspiring others that way, that's my calling.
Yeah.
Like there's some subjects where I won't give the light of day. I don't care about it.
Yeah.
But the stuff that comes up, like what we're talking about now, like these are high concepts we're talking about. Not a lot of people want to get on board with this stuff, especially when we're talking about all these different things. It's like what's safe to talk about, what's not safe. Well, everything's safe here. And I really appreciate that you provide this platform for us to do this, because I wouldn't be talking about half of this stuff on my own channel, because I'm always like, they they've abused me online here, like these companies that host our videos. It's like they've kind of ingrained into us to try to not do things a certain way, and I'm always running against the grain here. But yeah,
Can't be
speaking.
afraid. Yeah, you can't be afraid of how people want to mold you or what they're trying to do. You got to do you.
Mm-hmm. And this,
Just like me. Yeah, that's what I do.
with the comments here from Walks with Bear, said they graduated valedictorian, went to college for 6 months, so they graduated at the top of their class. They said they wanted me to keep changing my papers and lie. No, thank you. I don't need a degree in bullshit. And I could relate to something with that too, because I was I was brainwashed into thinking I needed to go to college to get a good job. Okay, I'm not gonna like sugarcoat that. I was controlled into thinking I needed that. So when I went to college and I got to that class, that final class, directing 3, where I thought it was going to be like a thesis project, 100 and or like 90-minute film, hour and a half film. They decided, oh no, we're just all doing 10-minute shorts. I'm like, what the like, I did this in high school. What am I doing this here now? Like we're retreading the same water. So I had a lot of pushback from my directing teacher because I titled my story The Man. And it was just about a father who was trying to get his wife to see that her new, because they're going through a divorce, and his friend is now with her. He's trying to get her to see that that new person was doing bad things and bringing the son around it. And we got to a point in one of those classes where we were all sitting at a round table sharing our stories and getting feedback and stuff. And the teacher like cuts me off for a minute and he's like, we should be writing about experiences that we've had in real life. Have you experienced being in a drug house? And I straight up looked at him and said yes. And they dropped the issue. But like I haven't been in the type of house that I wrote about, but I know people who have. So I was speaking from that truth within me. And also because it was in an environment that was being very judgmental and trying to get everyone to conform, I had to stand my ground and say, I'm keeping this story, and I don't care that you're telling us that we have to pull from our own life experiences, because then it doesn't make things as interesting. It removes the mystery of things. It's like, okay, so if you're saying that, then did this guy that had a film about a guy that dressed up as a teddy bear and having this sexual intercourse scene, did they do that? Because you didn't ask them about that, but you asked me about my story in these certain scenes that I have. So it was just very controlled. They were freely giving these students the floor to have all this depravity in their movies and celebrating it instead of admonishing it. And here I was admonishing it. I was admonishing the drug use. I was admonishing the alcohol, the cocaine, the heroin. I had heroin in it. I had this one actress, I had her put track marks on her arm,
Oh wow.
like with makeup. I had another guy that I met that had the same name of my lead character. The day before I started filming, I'm like, I need to have you on the set. And this guy had this long history of dealing with drugs, and he's like, go to the store, get these packets of sugar, and we'll tape it with duct tape both ways, like up and down, like a
Sure.
cross. And we'll put them all in a stack in this one final scene that we had. It didn't even make it, like you can barely see it in some of the final shots, but it's there. But he was saying, like, from his knowledge and experience here, I got you could make this look like the real thing for the film by doing this. And I'm like, this is great. And like, if I never went out the night before to just go out for a drink, which I wouldn't do today because I don't drink anymore, then I wouldn't have met this person. So it's always like there's a purpose for everything in that regard. But like those little moments like that, it's like if I didn't go out, I would have never met that guy. I would have never had those props in the scene. It wouldn't have done it wouldn't have given the effect that I wanted it to have. It would have been just another B movie. And a lot of people really praised the way that my film was shot, the way the characters interacted. A lot of the stuff that I wrote for the dialogue, the actors said it exactly how I wanted them to say it, and I didn't even have to tell them how. So I understood the human condition and how people operate in different relationships. And this was back in 2012. And I really haven't made a full-on production like that since. I've done other things. I've helped other people do their films. But the way that I want to do them now, like, it seems like it's so expensive to do. And I'm going to have to figure something out. I'm going to have to be making more films in the future, but I'm going to be making it on all these different subjects we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm going to be adding these truths in there because they need to be discussed and talked about. I want to make films that are rewatchable, that people go back to and discuss later and discuss the concepts of. Like, I really don't want to say this, but Star Wars, before Disney bought it, that was such a large universe that people could relate to and have discussions about, even though it was mostly fictional. George Lucas had some knowledge. Like the Death Star looks like one of these moons that are on Saturn. It's not a coincidence, I don't think. I think he knew a lot more about what's in the sky than he's letting on. But then you have like the sound of these ships in space, and apparently that doesn't happen. But we can't get past the Van Allen radiation belt.
Yep.
And if the top of all of it's water, then nobody's getting out into space. And that's why I say it's all interdimensional. So, like this, it gives so much more value to our lives here to say that we are in the center of this universe. And that God created this earth for a reason, for us to be here to have these experiences, and that everything else is noise if you don't let it affect you too much. Because you could talk about all these alien races and civilizations living light years away and this and that, but like under those concepts, we'll never have contact with them unless you have these wormholes, unless you have like these portals and all that, these hyperdimensional space drives that go faster than the speed of light. Like, we're not developing any of that anytime soon, at least in the general public. There's probably, like we were talking earlier, these UFOs, half of them are probably government.
Yep.
And a lot of it's probably back engineered off of what we found in the past. And there's like a lot of supporting evidence to that. But knowing that like this place is special makes me feel a lot more at peace. So when people go and say, "Well, what are you, flat earther?" I don't like answering them directly. That's why I was saying earlier with Wolf here that I'm a realist. Not that like I need every like tangible evidence for everything, but like my mind is open to these concepts as long as there's a connection, a flow to it where like I can follow it and understand it. And I know these red flags now, like the demonic stuff, to like get away from anything that's talking about that stuff and praising it because it's only going to corrupt our souls.
Yes.
And the corruption can be undone, but it takes a lot of work to do the cleansing. And that's why it's like a lot of this, it's a lifelong journey for people. And I know that's probably what I'm going to be dealing with going forward. And I'm expecting to be here for quite a while. So I don't know what's in store for me, but I'm trying to prep myself for what's ahead. Thanks for letting me have the floor. This is great. I get interrupted a lot when talking, and then I never get these ideas out. Or I get asked what? After my first sentence, and I have to repeat myself over and over. So thank you again for letting me.
No problem, brother. You know, I'm always listening. Even when I'm not on, when I take later, I'm listening. Even though you don't see me, I'm here and just listening, just taking a break. You know, but yeah, I like to listen. I believe with the experience on where you at, that the Heavenly Father can use you for what you know to awaken people through film.
We are His
Hopefully.
warriors.
Yes.
Yeah, and we get put in situations where it does shake the foundations of everyone else around us. And that's why people choose to attack us at times, because they get scared. Fear gets put into them because they're facing truth. So, and I'm not talking about anybody specifically. I'm really these are patterns that I see. I get put into situations from time to time where I'm the black sheep. I'm the one that's with the different mindset. People are like, "Hey, like that's kind of out of line."
No,
Well,
it's not you, brother. It's just sometimes there's things that are around us. This trying to not get us to awaken spiritually, and they want to keep us a certain way. You know, they can control us, and then they got a certain way. Then we're not able to connect to the Heavenly Father or Jesus Christ or know what to do because they want to keep us. It's a form like a bondage. I've been there, man. When I was younger, man, I had a lot of hatred, a lot of anger, vengeance,
yeah.
where I wanted to kill somebody when I was a teenager. Uh, and it's not a good feeling, man. Here, uh, feeling that much anger, that much hatred, and a black heart because you feel that your heart is black. You know,
Yeah,
when
there's a
a lot
weight
of,
to it.
yeah, a lot of weight, and it makes you feel in a shitty mood all the time. You know, till you realize that there is a higher power, and all you know when you're like that being bonded, it's making you feel sick. It's making you feel not happy. But when I found Jesus Christ and I found the Heavenly Love Foundation and the forgiveness, man, I could feel the love here. I could feel the love coming from above, and it just changed my life completely. Which I know that there's a higher power. He's like I said, he's been with me through my time in the military when I was growing up, military, after the military, and he's still here with me right now. And I've been fighting spiritually since I was 3 against things of the balance. You know, they've been coming at me, trying to eliminate me from the face of the earth. But I'm here still because I leave any spiritual enemy that's trying to come up against me. I leave that up to the Heavenly Father because we're not supposed to have hatred in our heart or vengeance. So
Hmm.
I leave it up to Him. You know,
That's why, like lately, when
and my
I'm
Temple Love Foundation.
yeah, if I'm dealing with like other people that Like if I find that it like angers me, their actions, I'm now just saying internally and sometimes out loud, like, God bless you, God bless this person. And also like when I'm find myself cussing at drivers, I'm saying, like, Father, please forgive me. Like, because I mean, it's almost it's on autopilot. I'm trying to correct it now.
But I remember I told you what happened to me. I was taking my wife to the dance, and we're getting near the exit, and this car passes beside me, and the guy's flipping me off. Well, he's
Yeah.
actually flipping the driver, which is my wife,
Yeah.
and he's flipping. I look, and he's got his he's got his finger flipping us off. I'm like, so I kind of messed up, my love foundation, because he's flipping up my wife. So I have, as a man, gotta defend my wife. So I lowered down the window and started flipping them off. But that's where two negatives doesn't make a right.
Yeah, and we need to be creating or and setting examples for the younger generation that's coming up behind us.
And my wife asked me, I said, "Why are you doing that?" I said, "Well, he's flipping us off." But I said, "God, forgive me. I'm sorry, but I flipped him off longer than he flipped me off." But that's what we have to be careful, because a little opening like that, that's all they need to attack.
Yeah.
Just a little opening. That's what we have to watch our path, And you're never alone. Jesus Christ is always with you. Even when you think that you're at your worst of your worst, he's always with you. All you got to do is call his name, and he will come and assist you spiritually.
Jesus said,
no matter what situation you're in.
Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the light. Yeah, the chat's talking about Jesus, whether Jesus is real. Yeah,
yes,
Jesus is very real.
He's with us all daily. He's with us daily. Like what happened to me at that sleeping thing, I believe they tried to eliminate me, but I'm still here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sometimes I consider myself like the spiritual bait, because I'm the test of because it's predestined. He knows what somebody's going to do, or what they're going to try to do. But since he's protecting me, I know that he's got my back. So he's going to bring me back. If he's got a purpose for me, he's going to bring me back, because he's trying to show those people that are doing wrong that he exists. And they get scared when they see, for example, that somebody's clinically dead for 20 minutes, and then next thing you know, the person is back alive, and they're like, "There's no way we killed this guy." Well, there is a way through Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. And what we had talked about this, like with some of these entities that people have interactions with. When you bring up the name Jesus Christ, I don't think it's them being like, "Oh, look at this fool. Why are they talking about this? Let's get out of here." They're disarmed by just the name Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And the power in those words of his name should tell people things. Like there's a lot going on with it, but that's what led me to go down this whole concept of the alien greys are actually demonic. But there's other theories out there saying that they're autonomous bots, like they're automatons working for the actual entities that are visiting us. Like those are just the drones. There's so many different concepts, but above all of that, we are created in our Father's image, and it's based on being able to create. And that's where we can create a positive environment or a negative environment. And a lot of it's through our own speech.
We're children of the light, And sometimes there's negative seeds that are planted in our lives to misdirect us, which sometimes that's where we learn how to hate, relearn if it's bad, vengeance, or we're wishing bad upon somebody, which is not good because that's what the unseen forces want us to do. They want division to continue the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
We do the opposite and we fight with the love foundation, then we can overcome the unseen enemy. The reason we can overcome them is because they're already fallen. We have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. So don't
Yes,
think that they're greater than us because they're not.
we have that.
They want to trick you to think that they're greater than you. That people say they have some kind of power, but honestly, they got cast it out from the heavens, so they really don't got no power over you. Not unless you allow them to affect you in that way. Which I tell people, don't believe in the things that you're seeing, witnessing, whether because it can take different manifestations, because that's a
Mm-hmm.
spiritual opening. If it's a demon manifested to look like a gray, a reptilian, a Bigfoot, a dogman, a goat man, the best thing I have to say is put that spirit to the test. Tie, bind, and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name and see what happens. If it flees, you already know what it is because it's demon. It's a demon, how should I say, manifestation.
Mm-hmm. And we're given the gift of redemption through Jesus Christ.
And, if you don't practice the Heavenly Love Foundation, then how do you expect to ascend into the kingdom of heaven if you don't generate that love foundation or know the love foundation? You have to practice it, use it, and he wants to use me, he wants to use you and everybody in the chat to awaken our brothers and sisters,
Mm-hmm.
right? He wants to awaken people, free them from the bondage, from the attachments, and we've done that a lot here. And of course, when I cross into people that have negative attachments, I free them from that bondage that they have. Doing these works of lost loved ones, lost my mother to the spiritual warfare. I lost a niece to the spiritual warfare because when you lose a loved one because they want you to go against the Heavenly Father. They don't want you to believe no more, so they do those things just to see what you're going to do, to see if you're going to go against the Heavenly Father.
Walks with Bear sharing some experiences in the chat here. Why don't you put some of that up?
You can read it, brother. See what you're saying.
He says, I know at least some of the little grays.
I think Bear is a female. Walks with Bear?
Oh, sorry about that, Walks with Bear. That's me assuming things.
That's fine.
Well, Walks with Bear, she said, I know that at least some of the little grays are AI robotics type of things that have skin that feels like cold, wet, kind of slimy, spongy texture, manned by our government because I punched one. And that they thought it felt like a doll, and then it blinked and freaked them out. Humans came after, so it was a government operation. So that humans showed up after the alien grays, right? So yeah, it's like we were saying earlier. Half of the stuff that we think are UFOs and aliens, it's our own government that's messing around with this stuff. And the magnetics, the energy grid, all of that comes into play with this.
And the AI stuff that they created, and the what is it? The other project where they're gonna be doing holographic stuff in the sky to seem to be looking like a UFO.
Mm-hmm.
That's who they're working for when they're doing that. Think about it. The fear factor is going to come in place. What feeds off of fear? Demons. The division that the news does, the fear factor, when they had the certain thing happening, the virus.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those people that we lost, that died because of spiritual openings. because they got attacked.
Yeah.
And of course, there's some wicked people within the hospitals, within the government. But yeah, there's a lot of people that lost their life because they had the spiritual opening of fear. And we lost a lot of people, man. A lot of people. I had a friend that lost his sister and his niece. When we were gonna go check up on them, they were both deceased, and he found them laying down on the floor in their house. Took them to the hospital. They had them in the hospital, and within like 2 weeks, they were gone. You know, my cousin Victor. I have a video of cousin Victor. He was very smart within, biblically and spiritually. That we did a couple of videos. He's like older than me. I remember he called me and he said, "Hey, cousin," it's like he knew. He's like, "I'm in the hospital because of that virus," and they said, "I don't think I'm gonna make it." And I said, "I pray for you," and I was praying for him, for the Heavenly Father to protect him. And he said, "No, cousin, I'm not gonna make it." Like he knew his time here on Earth was over, and he passed away. The following day, he was gone. But he had it pretty bad. Because he has nephews and nieces going to school, so he was running everybody back and forth. But I have some videos of him, of cousin Victor. I always pay homage to him, so I place the videos, and he talks about the Nephilim and everything. He's kind of like, he was very well knew the Bible very well, and all the other books, the books of the Enoch, books of the Giants, anything. He would read a lot, like my cousin Victor. Melly Base. How's Yeah, cousin Victor, man. He lived in Colorado, actually. He was from Colorado, from Greenlee, Colorado, and they lived there all their lives. And I live in Texas. So when I was a kid, they would come and visit, but I never. He would come and visit too. But at that time frame, one of them, not him, but I believe his dad, because they were musicians, right? So they were talking about this thing, to read this thing, that if you read this, I guess it was kind of like a what do you call it? I'm not going to say a spell, but an incantation of something, that if you wanted to become famous in the music industry, that a demon would appear, right? So that when this demon would appear, that he will offer you a deal. So I remember this because I remember him speaking that to my dad. Was never in no band, but he was talking to somebody about it. And I remember when we went to visit him one time, that one of my cousins, he was, they're older than me, he would say that there was a demon in his room, and that he didn't like sleeping in the room. And when I went in the room, I seen it, because I can see spiritually. And he was sitting right on his bed. It was like a little demon. And I told the little demon to leave, that it wasn't welcome there. And it went out the wall, But yeah, there was a lot of things like that. That's another thing. Music, how you're talking about Hollywood. Music is another thing, just like Hollywood. No difference.
Yeah, they changed everything.
Yeah, basically, people were making deals. I think the people that played the jazz and all that were making deals too. On crossroads. They were place themselves in the center of a crossroad, and call upon something, and this demon will come, make deals with them and stuff like that. So that's where generational curses come from. You have to tie, bind, and rebuke, but basically cut off the negative ties of anybody making any kind of deals through Jesus Christ. You're your own person. I'm my own person. So whatever somebody did in the past, that's on them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he was very knowledgeable, man.
There's this
Well,
whole thing. Or sorry, I
yeah,
don't mean to
yeah.
interrupt
Go
you.
ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, just related to the music stuff that they changed all of the frequencies to 440 hertz, and the true harmonic resonance should be 432 hertz. And all of our current music is in 440, and it's disharmonic to our molecular structure. It like it causes us distress. So, and that's in all the modern music, unfortunately.
I heard some stories, man. I think there's just. I was going to share some stories, but we're talking about something. I was going to share a story uh, of something, but I totally forgot. But,
You were talking about your cousin. Yeah, I'm sorry I
but
interrupted you.
before that, I was talking something else we were talking about. I was going to share something about that. But for some reason, my cousin came to me. I know he's around it, well, we're always going to be spiritually connected through the Heavenly Father.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, it's kind of like he knew that his time here on Earth was over, but he couldn't tell me because I guess we're not allowed. I mean, we can probably maybe try to give a hint or say something, but we're not allowed to say, "Hey, my time here on Earth is over." And
that reminds me of the Ultimate Warrior.
yeah, ultimate, kind of like what he was sending a message to the people.
He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2014, 2015 on a Friday. WrestleMania weekend happened, and then the following Monday, he was on Raw, the weekly television show, and he gave a speech in the ring. And one of the things that he said was, "One day, every man's heart beats its final beat, and they take their final breath." And the next day, he passed away.
Yep.
So maybe, was he telling us something? He couldn't directly tell us that he knew his time was short, but that
Yeah,
was the way he communicated it, I think.
Yeah, it's like we're not allowed. Yeah, I remember that Ultimate Warrior when that happened. I was sad, man.
I was too, because I was watching that whole thing. I was just getting back into it after 13 years.
Yeah, that was my
CM
nickname in the army. They would call me Warrior. All my friends, like I want to go have one of my friends is getting married from the times of Operation There's told me he's getting married, and he wants me to go to Washington. So we're thinking about flying over there, but they will call me Warrior or Ultimate Warrior because then we watch wrestling too. Ultimate Warrior versus Hulk Hogan. We used to have battle royals in the billets. There was one we call him. He would pretend he was Hulk Hogan going like this and do the Ultimate Warrior and clothesline his ass, body slam him, and then my friends would be drinking beer like, "Get him, Warrior! Get him, Warrior!" We used to, so that nickname stuck with me, and they still call me Warrior till this day. But
Yeah,
he was called a Dingo Warrior before the Ultimate Warrior. He used to be, but before he became the Dingo Warrior, he was with his tag team partner was Sting.
yes, that's why they have similar face paint.
You remember Sting? His name was what was their names? You remember their tag team names? Flash.
No, it was way before I started watching.
Yeah, I think they were called. And they had a name. The technical name they had, but he was called by his real name. Not it wasn't the Dingo War yet. It was just they were fighting. I can't remember which wrestling, but yeah, I used to watch World Class Wrestling with the Von Erichs, the Fabulous Freebirds, and uh, what was the guy's name? Chris Adams, and man, that's like a long time ago. When I
Wow.
was a kid, Gino Hernandez and what's his name? The bird guy. Tokyo Beware. What's it? Coco Beware.
Coco Beware, yeah.
Yeah, he was called something else. He was called the something Iceman. Something Iceman and the other wrestling. They had a guy that was called the Missing Link, and they were always every time he come out, it would be like "Bang Your Head." That song. And they had a lot of wrestlers. Was it the little guy? Something Star. He had the guy with the long beard. Uh, what's his name? He would do like a little dance. Man, that was way back in the day.
I looked up the tag team name of Sting and Warrior. It was the Blade Runners.
There you go. So there's a tag team in AEW that are called what?
Oh, the Outrunners.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. That's why they're dressed like that, and they pretend, you know. Then Undertaker used to be called the Twin Towers. It was Undertaker and there was a big old guy. Was it? I can't remember his tag team partner, but they were both tall, so they were called the Twin Towers.
Akeem and the Big Boss Man. I had to look it up.
What was the name?
Akeem and the Big
Oh, I
Boss.
remember them.
Yeah.
Well, the Undertaker used to be in a tag team with this other guy that were called the something Towers. I think they fought in ACW. Twin Towers. I think they're called the Twin Towers.
Yeah, that was a bizarre thing to look at after 9/11.
I think the craziest thing I ever watched in wrestling, and it was sad, man. So when I was watching it on TV, and Owen Hart, man, when he fell, when he hit the corner like that.
So I watched some documentaries on that recently, and
to me, it looked like he was already that he had, to me, it looked like he had already been deceased.
I think so, but the blood that was on the mat apparently was from Matt Hardy in the match prior. That he had some on his arm, and he was in the corner of the ring, and he kind of wiped it off, and so there's blood on the mat from when that happened, but it was so close together, people were assuming it was Owen's blood. But I think he immediately died. He hit the ring post. And what are the chances of that?
But the way he hit, if you look at it, it looks like he's already deceased, man. Because he's not moving his legs, he's not moving his arms or nothing. It's just like
instant
death.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. Something happened, man. Yeah, that was sad when I seen that, and that happened in the ring. Is he the only wrestler that's died that way? Accidental wise?
Yeah, there's been a lot of real severe injuries, like Psycho Sid in WCW. His leg broke in half inside his boot, jumping off the top rope. I saw that live on TV.
Oh wow!
So his boot was just flopping around the way it shouldn't be. It's like, oh man. And they had a really graphic shot of it. They kept replaying it on that show too. and I
Well,
have
you
it
know,
on tape somewhere.
Caravan Eric, he was missing a foot.
Oh wow!
Did you know that?
No.
Towards his ending of his career, he had his foot had, or his toes or something happened in a motorcycle accident. That's why he was always taking painkillers and all that and drugs. I think he committed suicide in the Rio Grande Valley at the South Padre Island.
Yeah, then that's a common thing with a lot of these older guys that used to wrestle in the 80s and 90s. Like, they have a lot of these. I want to say demons because that's what I used to say, like personal vices, and it
They
was
would do
because of the
drugs, man.
pain. Yeah,
They were heavy on drugs,
they weren't
cocaine.
allowed. Yeah, like, well, they would go from city to city. Each pharmacy that they went to didn't know what the other one gave them, and so they'd stock up on all these painkillers so that they could continue wrestling and get a paycheck. And if they complained that like they're injured or something, then they're out of a paycheck for the night. So they would just
Yeah.
they would down all the painkillers and go out there and just keep wrestling.
The Road Warriors were on some stuff, man. There was, but they do it because of the pain. There was a
Yeah,
lot of people, a lot of wrestlers that were on stuff back then.
the Dynamite Kid, he was addicted to painkillers at the end. He was
Angle,
wheelchair bound. Kurt Angle,
Angle.
he was taking like I it might be more than this, but like 80 Percocet a day. He said he was taking fistfuls of them because the tolerance just got higher and higher and higher. And that's the reason he left. He left
neck? Because of his neck.
Yeah, partially because of the neck, but also because of the other just the bumps
Everybody
he was taking.
doing it.
Yeah, he was just really bumped up after doing all the stuff in the Attitude Era, and like he got let go because of that. That was found out, and then he went to TNA. TNA didn't care, and so that's why we have all these like these clips of him like screaming with like his veins coming out of his neck. He's like, ah. But he's doing all these like super backflips and everything off of the stages, and then just popping up right afterward like nothing happened. And but he's like come to terms with that now. He's like, I don't like thinking about those days, but he says he's better off now.
He comes out on TikTok a lot, man. I think on TikTok he does a lot of videos with his daughter and his family. I think that's his second family because he has other children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What he was
Eddie was, what happened to him.
That was another thing. Like he had his vices of drugs and all that, and then Vince McMahon's evil. Or he's done very evil things.
Oh yeah.
And one of them was convincing Eddie that he needed to be bigger. He needed to have more muscle. So he went out and got the human growth hormone that probably is what made his heart stop.
And Chris Benoit.
Yeah. Chair shots to the head gave him a brain of an 80-year-old.
And then what he did was crazy, man. And Chris Benoit,
it's
was my favorite wrestler. One of my favorite wrestlers.
One of mine too.
When he got in a fight with Kevin Sullivan, oh man, that was a. If anybody wants to see a good fight, Kevin Sullivan versus Chris Benoit. Man, they were fighting in the restroom, everywhere. When he was in WCW, the Wolverine.
Yeah, there was all these different ideas being thrown around that it was Sullivan who went in and did all that to to Benoit's family because
that was his ex-wife.
Yeah, Nancy was his ex-wife.
Woman. Yeah.
But at this point, I think There's a few things that could have happened. I'm still open to what actually happened because I
They were
don't
saying that
know.
Chavo knew some things more than
Yeah, Chavo was told
he had
by
messages.
yeah,
Yeah.
like to check on the dogs. They're outside and all that. But Chris actually put a like a cry for help inside of one of the Bibles in his house. Almost like I'm thinking of it after the fact, like he was challenging God, but he was also not in a good mental state. So I guess in the positive way, I would say he was hoping someone in his house, whether it was his son or his wife, would open that Bible and find his note saying, "I don't think I'm going to be here much longer," because there was
Yeah.
something like that was found, and he was probably dealing with a lot of just negative thoughts up here, and with the pressure of
Then
working
he
the
moved them.
schedules that Vince had them
He was
working.
doing Raw. Then they moved to SmackDown. And then moved him to I think it was NXT. What was it NXT?
Maybe OVW.
No. Was it where they had the title?
Oh, ECW.
Where
It was ECW because he was supposed to face CM Punk.
there you
That's
go,
it.
ECW.
Yeah.
But once they moved him down there, I guess it made him feel a certain way, like he was lost ground because they moved him.
Hmm.
But Mr. McMahon knew about him, that he was doing steroids and all that. He was the one that was giving a lot of the wrestlers, like Eddie, even Rey Mysterio.
Yeah.
Ray
Oh, he
was,
got big for a while there. I remember that.
yeah, little Ray was like Big Ray.
Yeah.
Then what was that other guy's name? Perry Saturn. And I heard he saved somebody's life, but he got shot a lot of times and he still survived. He's still alive. He used to be in the military, Perry Saturn. Yeah, just a lot of Bruiser Brody was one of my favorite wrestlers. And he got killed in Puerto Rico, I believe, where the Colons are. Wherever the Colons are from, uh,
Okay.
yeah,
So
he got stabbed.
Kurt Angle was taking 65 Percocet a day.
Damn.
He didn't start off that way. He said he started with 1 and 2, then 4, 8, 60. So he kept doubling it. And that's what he was just taking handfuls of it at a time. Yeah. They needed the proper guidance and they didn't have it. And it sent all of these guys down the wrong path.
But look at Vince McMahon. You could tell he was doing steroids too.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But look at him now. Fragile,
The skin that it's like similar. I would say Diamond Dallas Page would look similar to Vince now because of the steroid use, but Dallas is taking care of his body now. And he has been for quite a long time. He's almost 70 now.
Yeah.
And he's been looking the same for the most part, but you can tell his skin, the effects of the steroids is showing. I don't know how to describe it. It's like just staggy skin.
It was like a lot of wrestlers didn't make it to 40 years old, or like 40 to 50. A lot of them died before the age of 50.
And Andre's case was a unique one because he had a condition of growing, where he just kept getting bigger and bigger, but he would also abuse his body. He'd drink like an entire bar out. Maybe that's the number I confused. Andre drinking 80 beers or something.
Yeah, I remember. I've heard the stories of Andre.
During a 6-hour period, he drank 119 12-ounce bottles of beer.
God. That is crazy.
It says it was one of the few times that he got drunk enough to pass out. and it was in a hallway in his hotel.
That's a lot of beers.
Yeah. But that's an anomaly. And then I'm just surprised that like we still have Hulk Hogan, we still have Ric Flair. Like I'm grateful that they're blessed to have such long lives. But for a while there, I was thinking about Flair. Like, man, he has to constantly be seeing all these other friends around him passing away. He was just on the show that I watched tonight because I'm still catching up with AEW. He was on the Chicago show for AEW. I think it was like May 14th.
Yeah.
They did a memorial to Steve Mongo McMichael. And they had Ric Flair come out and say a few words about him because he was involved with the Four Horsemen.
He passed away. Rest in peace.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Mongo. He was part of the Four Horsemen. And then the other guy, what was his name? Used to play for Green Bay. Mean Green. Something Green. He used to be part of the Horsemen too. Was it Kevin Green? He was a football player. I can't remember his name. Something Green. I believe he was part of the Four Horsemen also.
Yeah, they changed guys in and out.
I think Kevin Green, I think.
Yeah, Kevin Green with an E at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a tag team partner for Steve McMichael.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was around the time I started watching.
And I've been watching since I was a kid. Things like mass wrestlers. The one that was popular when I was growing up, and he was always in the birthday parties. He had little figurines. He wouldn't move, but they would just be like this. But it was El Santo. El Santo. He was real popular. He was so popular that he was making movies in Mexico. It was El Santo and Blue Demon. They were popular back then.
Oh, yeah, I recognize his lucha mask. Okay.
Yeah. You got El Santo, and then, of course, you got Mil Máscaras. Yeah. They used to have movies of El Santo, talking about the balance. El Santo versus La Momia, against the mummy. El Santo versus death. El Santo versus Las Brujas, the witches. El Santo versus los vampiros, like vampires. He was making all kinds of movies from Mexico. I used to watch them too. Yeah, Mean Green Machine, Kevin Green. Yeah. We just hit the 6-hour marker.
Oh, we did it again.
Yeah, when the talk is good, the talk is good. Yeah, if you look up El Santo, look at the movies. He's got movies, and I think he even fought a werewolf, and he was a real famous wrestler from Mexico back in the day. So, you got this American actors like John Cena.
He was basically that guy. Yeah.
The Rock. Well, if you look at El Santo, he made movies back in the day. He was that popular that he had all kinds of movies in Mexico. It's just, back then, Mexico. But he had a bunch of movies in Mexico, but nothing big like The Rock, doing all the things that he does. But yeah, the movies, El Santo. Do you see how he looks? He's called El Santo, ELSANTO.
Yeah. Yeah, I got his filmography pulled up here.
Yeah, that dude, he was a good wrestler. He could throw down in the ring, doing. And then I seen a movie as El Santo and Blue Demon. There was one called Blue Demon. I think Blue Demon is the father of, if I'm correct, or the Blue Demon or Mil Máscaras is the father of Alberto Del Rio. Look up Alberto Del Rio's. One of those is his father. He's just following the legacy. I don't know if it's Blue Demon or Mil Máscaras. But I know he's affiliated with, that's his lineage, but I don't think he's gonna be coming to WWE because he lost the belt.
Dos Caras. My father's Cuban and he's fluent in Spanish, and I'm not. So I'm gonna butcher whatever these names are.
Yeah, man.
Jose Luis Rodriguez Arellano. Dos Caras. That was Alberto Del Rio's father.
Dos Caras.
Dos Caras.
Dos Caras.
I was trying to learn Spanish. I got to get that Rosetta Stone app installed again on my computer. I was trying to learn Spanish and Polish. And then I had, for the future, to learn German and Japanese and a few others, but I'm not putting the time into it, and I need to live in these places where everybody's speaking fluently in it for me to understand what's even going on.
And the wrestling back then, the day, people, it was like real as you can get. I mean, they really would throw down. They'll have black eyes. They'll be cut up. They'll be bleeding all over the place. I mean, I had an uncle. That's what he would do. He was like a wrestler. He was big, like 300 and something pounds, and he'd go wrestle in Mexico for money. They would pay him and stuff. But that's what he would do. Sometimes he even put on a mask, but he would go wrestle in Mexico. I never, was small. I don't remember his ring name or nothing like that. When I come out of the military, I told one of my brothers, I said, hey, we ought to go to Mexico and wrestle over there. And, hey, we ought to, but then we never did. I was in pretty good shape coming straight out of the military, weighing like 225 pounds. My brother, he's taller than me, but we didn't do it. So, okay, let's not do it. He knew people in Tijuana because my brother lives in San Diego. He was in the Navy, but we didn't do it after all. There you go. Some of the movies were cool, like Batman and Robin, superhero types. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tradition for the luchadors to have their masks on in public at all times. So it was a big deal in WCW when Rey Mysterio was demasked, and he was demasked for quite a while there. But then when he was brought to WWF, Vince remasked him.
Yeah. He was doing that other yell. What are you? He was with Conan.
Yeah.
Call it shows what was it called?
LWO.
No, I think
they were called
the Red and W.
The Dirty Filthy Animals or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved watching all that. It was time I spent with family, and then also their stories and lessons that you could learn from a lot of this stuff too.
They will show WCW on Saturdays and Sundays back in the day. when Sting started his career. I remember him. But anyways, I think I'm gonna call it a night, brother.
Sounds good.
If you want to say something to the viewers, man, we're 42 strong right now.
That's impressive. Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for still being here listening to us talk, because you don't have to, but you're here, and that's awesome. And it's not an invitation to leave, but I know like we have to conclude this at some point, and I'll just, I guess I'll close out with thanking Heavenly Father Creator for again giving us this time. So we didn't need to have it, like we didn't need to be here, but here we are. So maybe we did need it. We didn't know we needed it. So thank you for this time in the discussion and for challenging us to be better and do better. So that's about it. I put my link to my channel in the comments. Brenda fell asleep and woke back up again. That's how long we've been.
Last time she was talking about when she worked as a security.
Oh yeah, she has some cool stories about security. Doing that stuff.
I'll tell you, I remember her. I used to be in the Army, so I remember her at the clubs. They're like, you gotta watch out for her. I mean, she stepped on somebody's nuts. I mean, she had a reputation. So you don't get her mad. She'll stomp you on the nuts.
Yeah, you don't want to double cross Brenda. It'll be she'll find a way to get even.
Well, she said the story where she stepped on the dude that I guess chipped her tooth or something, that he punched her. And she got him. Stomped on him.
So yeah, I'll sign off here. Thank you, everyone.
All right, brother. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you, man.
I needed to have that shower because of the long day. I was just feeling down, so I'm at a much high. Like I came back and I was fine. So
yeah, I gotta go right now in a moment to go give some blood work at the VA. But I appreciate you being on here, and think of tomorrow. Well, today is Friday. I think we're gonna have I don't know what. I always have Baruja talk about things like that, but I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Friday, Lechuza Friday. I don't know.
Sounds good. I will talk to you later, and thank you everyone for being here, and thank you Abe for having me again. I really do appreciate it.
No problem, brother. You have a good morning. God bless you.
Until the next time. God bless you. All right, good night.
Good night. There you go, folks. I want to thank all the viewers that come here and join us on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. You know, sometimes when you're having fun and you're just talking, it just happens that way. You just go with the flow of things, right? So we're here with the night owls and wake up with the roosters on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. But in saying that, thank you all for tuning in to Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Thank you to the panel of everybody that joined. Using Mizzle Productions, Booked In, of course, Cousin Jesse, my co-host. Thank you for everybody that stayed up here all night on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. In saying that, good night. God bless you. Walking with Bear, Sister Ivy, Sister Monica, Jaime Alanis, all the regulars that are here. Sister Brenda. Let me see what we got here. And we had so many people that were in the chat. For those that are viewing on YouTube, thank you. For those that are on StreamYard, thank you. I really appreciate y'all. And saying that, good night, everybody. God bless you. And always remember to always maintain a love foundation, no matter what the situation is. Tonight, we'll probably have La Chusa, Bruja, right? Something dealing in that nature. We'll see. That's what we do every Friday. And saying that, good night. God bless y'all. This is Brother Ape Garcia signing off from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters.